Should have emailed Jay out there. Hello, hello, hello out there. Woo! Welcome. Welcome to day 2 of the Unstoppable You live stream, where we get you unstuck so you can reclaim your power and create happy, loving relationships. My name is Amy Shade. I am your host and moderator and producer of this event. I'm a certified life coach who's also an emotional strategist coach who gets straight to what is holding you back in your life and in your business so you can move forward in your life. This is day 2. So day 1 was awesome, right? I don't know if you were here yesterday, but if you weren't, you're going to get a replay in your inbox tomorrow. We covered self-love and energy with Marcy Newman. She was awesome. And it was interesting because courage kept coming up in our live yesterday. It was like kind of a theme. Every live has a different theme, and courage kept coming up and taking courageous actions. And then Lois, she spoke about forgiveness and how to implement it in your daily life and to also help you heal with trauma. And her tip is to have a forgiveness journal and to write in a forgiveness journal every day, which I think is so awesome. Forgiving yourself and forgiving others. As I mentioned above, courage. We're going to talk about courage. It was a big topic yesterday, and it does take courage and commitment to take steps towards your dreams and to your self-healing journey. Because that journey in itself is a courageous act. It's a very courageous act to choose that you want to go on this journey of self-healing. And I want to speak into that and say, I want to talk about this live a little bit and my own journey and vision of this monthly live stream. And I do want to say that I often took, and still do at times, I took steps in fear. I took steps in uncertainty. It was often uncomfortable. And I want to say that because we often think we have to have our ducks in a row and to have certainty in this world before we make a move. And that really keeps us from our vision, and it keeps us from the results that we truly desire in our life. And if you feel that uncertainty is keeping you from your dreams, I want to say you're not alone. But taking small steps out of uncertainty, not like the huge step, right? But just the small step out of uncertainty is a beautiful way to navigate change in this world and for you to take steps closer, to what you truly desire. And we here at the Unstoppable You live stream are here to foster and support you with those dreams, right? With taking those steps in uncertainty through our stories and through the different experts I have on the show to really show you that we often, all of us, take steps in our uncertainty. And courageous action is like it's just a muscle. It's something like you have to foster and grow in you. Because we at the Unstoppable are here to create peace and new possibilities for you, and for you to pick up the pieces after hitting the wall. And many of you know my story. I hit the wall when my fiance passed away, and I really healed through my relationships. I healed through having access to speakers and experts like you have today on the panel, which is why I think this live stream is so important in women's lives. And we're here to have conversations of hope. We're here to have conversations of strategies and laughter. Okay, laughter is important. And to brighten your light. To have communal interactions and experiences so that you're not alone, and to give you peace to navigate these changes. And it's not always easy. I know that, because we are feeling stuck, overwhelmed, distracted, unsure of this new world. And many of you filled out that survey, and it's still like the top 2 things are loneliness and isolation you're feeling, and also, this fear of navigating change. Like, how are we navigating this new world? And many of us don't know which direction to take. but all of us have the ability in us to be resourceful and committed to creating change and taking charge of our lives, even in these uncertain times. And charge of our lives does not have to be the whole life. It could just be like choosing what you want to do today. Okay, small steps, because we are definitely living in uncertain times. But all of us on the panel believe in you and your ability to be resourceful, loving, committed to creating change. So I'm happy you're here. I want to say thank you for all of your questions and filling out that survey. It really helps me drive this live and get your questions answered in real time, because I believe that you out there are super important, the most important part of the show, so that we can address what you are going through. Okay, like that's really important to me. So say hello and tell me where you are streaming in from. And also blow up that chat box so we can support each other and keep the energy high. Let us know if you have a question. We love your questions. Everybody is so excited all the experts are so excited to be live with you, to have this free flow of questions coming in. And so I also want to remind you to subscribe to my YouTube channel so you can go ahead and stay in contact with me and everything that I am doing and the live is doing. And with that, I'm going to introduce you to your experts. I'm going to let Tracy in. She's just, yay. Hi, Tracy.
Hello.
So, I've got upstate New York is here. Michelle L. Hello. She was here yesterday. Michelle, thanks. Great having you. Tell us where you're streaming from, everybody. Put it in the chat box and say hello to us. I'm going to, mute everyone right now. So first, I'm going to introduce you to, sure. Nice to have you back from the UK. Looking forward to the discussion. Yes. So we have Trina Bolden. Say hello, Trina. She is a values and vision coach. We love that. Ronnie's from Florida. Peggy from Los Angeles. Hello, Peggy. How are you doing today? In Los Angeles, we're waiting for the sun to come out still. It's like, I don't know where our sun's been for the last couple of weeks, but and Trina is a values and vision coach, as I said, and she helps you really find your voice that's been silent so long, which I know many of us really need that our voice to be heard and for us to use it. We have Israel, we have Minneapolis, Patricia and B. Yes, I love this because we're getting everyone from all over the world. Then we have Tracy Jeske. She is a certified personal stylist, director of En Vogue Stylist. She's going to elevate your style to elevate your life. And this is important because as many of us are coming out of COVID, many of us still are in COVID, but many of us it's getting better. You know, we need to elevate our style. I don't know about you, but my wardrobe over there needs a little bit of help also. But it's also my confidence could use a little boost with my new look that I'm going to go for. So it's going to be awesome. Then we also have Jessica Lemon today, which I'm super excited about. She's personal life coach. She's also a registered nurse. And she's going to talk into keys to successful relationships, which I think we all need right now. Patricia says, hello, Trina. Seems like she might know you, Patricia. Trina. It's still 9 a.m. over here. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our first expert, which is Trina Bolden. If you would unmute yourself and then introduce yourself, tell us who you are, what you do, and also what are you seeing out in the world today? I know you are in Brazil, so this is, I find that very interesting. So here we go.
Hello. Thank you for having me on, Amy. I really appreciate this opportunity. I am Trina Bolden Fields, and I am a values and vision coach. I really help the clients that I work with and people who I come into contact with voice what they have been silent about for so long. I say I encourage people to live fully realized lives, so that they can live their dreams and create what they want to have now. I think, why must we wait? Let's be about what we're here to be about in the now, so we can live our lives to the fullest. And I really help my clients to gain clarity, get focused, and take specific action to achieve what they have imagined and more. Building businesses, building their work in the world, and making an impact. I am a catalyst for personal and professional transformation. I am also the founder of the Claim Your Worth Summit and the Breakthrough to Your Success Summit, which will be hosting that later this month as well. And I really focus on helping my clients to create their vision, to honor their purpose. And I should double check, are you all able to hear me well? Amy, I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Yes, you just froze, so I don't know if your internet connection, but you're still here now.
Okay, beautiful. I am here, so thank you so much. And what's going on? What's happening now? I think a number of times I work a lot with people who are visionaries, people who are creatives, who are consultants and educators, and a number of times I think and I say we because I include myself in this process because I've been through it, lose sight of where we're looking to go, lose sight of what we're here to do, and become a little bit disoriented. Sometimes people say they're confused, they don't know what to do, what's next, and we get in our own way, right? And it stems from, I think, wanting things to be okay with other people, and I call that people pleasing. Wanting everything to be just right, right? And that's the perfectionism that comes up within us. Or we don't want to deal with anything that will cause the boat to rock, if you can say, or to cause an upset. And so we may avoid situations, and that's avoidance. Or we may have some doubt about who we are and what we bring. And so we're really having that imposter syndrome and not really ready to really step out in the ways that we're here to step out. But I think it's so important for us to honor who we are, and to move beyond what may be standing in our way so that we can realize who we are and what we're here to bring, and what we're here to be. What we do impacts other people. And I think it's so important to step fully into that. And I have so many stories that I can share with you, and I'll give you a few examples while we're on this time together. But I do want to check, Amy, let me know if there are questions that come up or if I should just go with these examples, because I want to make sure we're answering questions.
Yeah. So, I want you, because you are a values and vision coach. Can you speak into the importance of moving from your values and also the importance of creating a vision? Can you
Definitely
break those two things down so that we can then move forward? Yeah.
Yeah. When we honor our values, I think that's a way to keep us on course, because we're keeping in our lives, we're keeping in our mind's eye, I say, what's really important to us. I think when we do not keep what's important to us, and we're taking care of that, we start to get a little bit further away from that self-care, get further away of really feeling happiness and joy, because we're doing things that, when we're not honoring our values, we're doing things that aren't things that are really important to us. And when we pay attention to what's important to us, what gets us excited, we move through life in a different way. We move through life with more of that happiness, more of that excitement, more of the connection, I need to say. It's a connection piece, to who you are and what you bring, to what you're sharing and putting out in the world as far as values. And I think it's really important to keep your values in place so that you honor who you are and you're able to share that with other people, because out of your values, you make connections. Out of your values, you impact people, right? When you pay attention to that.
And I think it's important to say that the values can be, like, my values are like freedom, curiosity, right? So it's these, it's how almost like your spirit and soul is navigating this world.
Yes. Yes,
right?
definitely. Hmm.
Can you
Yes.
can you speak into that a little bit? Because sometimes we think values and we have this picture of these values, right?
Yes, yes. And some people may think, I don't know what that is. I don't even know what that is. There may be some people who feel that way. And I do have a values process that I take my clients through, which really helps them to identify it. But I'm going to give you a short of how you can really realize that in your life now. And one way is to take a look at moments where you've had the most valuable time, or I should say, you're having immense joy. And you really enjoyed this moment. It's kind of when life was as good as it got. And what you do is you take a look at what was happening around you, who was around you, what did you see, smell, hear, taste, what was the most exciting part of that experience for you. And when you start to pick out words, when you write, I say journal about this, because you'll start to see things that pop up, right? Like, I was around this person, I was around a group of people. So relationships are a value that you have, for example. Or you can take a look at it in a different way, where maybe you've had a hard moment and you say, I never want to deal with that again, right? It felt like I was being scrubbed against sandpaper. And what you take a look at is what wasn't working for you. You know that the opposite of what wasn't working for you, the thing that you really wanted, is your value, is something that you wanted to have happen or be a part of that experience. And that's another way that you can figure out what your values are, just in short. And I think it's really important because, as you said, Amy, it's markers for us. It's how our soul wants to show up in the world. And we want to share those experiences with those who we love, with those who we are in this world to be with, right? And so I think it's really important to pay attention to that. And that also helps you think about what you want to have in the future. And that's the vision piece. But before we hop there, I want to make sure that I answered your question, Amy, or the question that came up. Yeah.
Yes, that was perfect. And I also believe that, when you look back at an accomplishment and you look back to the values it took to get there, right,
Mm-hmm.
is where you
Mm-hmm.
start really embodying your power and your confidence. Is that
Mm-hmm.
is that resonating with you?
It resonates with me in the way that I know that is the way that we move forward with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Once we understand what it is and we start to practice more of it and honor it, that's when our confidence is built.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I love it. I love values. I love the whole thing. So tell me about vision, because I'm also a vision person. So tell me about vision and how can we use it to really, because I've noticed people are actually scared to make a big vision.
Yeah.
So it's like one of the hardest parts that people have, I think,
Yeah.
in creating something bigger than themselves.
Right. I think sometimes people can be afraid of what they do see, what they do envision for themselves, because it's so big. And then there are people who can't see beyond a certain aspect. And the thing about it is that vision is the state, the actual definition of it is the state of being able to see. It is the state of thinking about a plan, of thinking about a future, imagining, right, the future of your life, of an experience that you want to have. And when I think about vision, I think about what I want my life to look like when. And I recommend you can do 5 years out. What do you want your life to look like when? And what do you need to do to make that happen, to walk towards that? And a lot of times, some of our visions are massive. They're extremely big, and we get very afraid because those self-sabotage items coming up. The what will people think, right? Wanting to people please. Do I have what it takes? That imposter syndrome. Will there be some kind of fallout behind it? That's the avoidance coming up, right? So you have these things that want to come up for you. And I say that you can either do one or two things. You can acknowledge them and say, thank you for trying to help me be protected in this time. And you can share with that, ask those thoughts, how you want them to serve you moving forward. You can engage your energy, recycle those thoughts to be and do something else. So you can move forward towards your vision, forward towards what you want to create in this life and in this world. And I think when we're working to create our visions and we're honoring our values, we're able to make a positive impact on those around us and grow together. I think it's really important to keep that in mind, that we have an opportunity to spark somebody else's a vision as well with the work that we do towards our own.
I was kind of scanning through the questions, and I thought, because I think your values are so important, and the vision is such a huge. Like this show would not be here today if I didn't have the vision. Mm-hmm. Like nothing would be here unless we have a vision, right? Mm-hmm. Yes. But years ago, I was so afraid to make a vision because I was afraid of failure. Mm-hmm. What if I failed? And I want to say, there's a question here that says, and I think this you could speak into this, is how to trust yourself enough to take this leap of faith. And I'm going to say the leap of faith would be into a vision that they truly desire. I'm kind of putting it at the end. So how does trust come into all of this? This like trusting that it's going to work, or trusting that this vision is, something that you, you speak into that, the trust issue.
The trust issue.
If there is.
Yeah, and I think that also comes up with that self-sabotage and thought of, well, can I really do it? And yes, you can. I think you can. You have to take action. They say you have to try, you have to activate. And it's true that, your vision may not come into fruition as you had thought it would be, but you may hop onto something greater. And the point is that you have to take action. You have to begin the walking towards this to find out where you need to be. We can dream it in our mind and we can create it. But the main thing is that we have to show up and take action. And we can trust that something great will happen. It may not be what you envision. I have to remind people of that. It may be greater than that, but something will happen. Your calling, your life's work, your vision will pull you closer to it as you take action. And I think you can trust that something great will happen. You can trust that you'll be in a different place than where you are now. I want that person who asked that question to think about, sometimes we want to stay where we are and we think that's what should be, and we would love it if it was like this all of time. But I think the truth of the matter is that our heart yearns for something greater. Our heart yearns for something different. And if we stay where we are, that's what we will have. But if you're really ready to try something different, you can trust that you will have that kind of experience, and give yourself the beauty of exploring that, because it's in the exploration, it's in the journey, it's in the activating that gives you your lessons. We're not going to learn anything standing still and staying stuck, but we will when we step out and take action. And so you can trust that you'll learn something great. And that's the point. We're not failures. We're not going to fail. We're going to learn on our process. And that's what you can take into your life, and you can take into your experience, and you can always make a different decision.
Yes. And I spoke about this yesterday because in business or whatnot, and Suzanne Evans, she said, look, 80% of what we do fails, and then 20% of what we do really makes us how we run our business, right? And I think that when you spoke about perfection, and she said failure, it doesn't have to be failure, whatever you want to call it, whatever. But when you spoke about perfection, I just think that having that leeway of learning and not having to be perfect, and so it's so important for everyone to hear and understand that it's not about moving perfectly. It's about moving. And I know it's about, because, for me to hear that 80% of her strategies failed, I was like, yes, I feel good. Like, it makes me feel like, okay, good. There's room for that. There's space for that, which is always, for me, ease in that.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing is to look at it as lesson. You learn something from that. You learn of what you can do different next time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I want to speak about, because I know you wanted to speak on a move beyond self-sabotage. So what is self-sabotage? What does it look like? What do you see people doing? How does it show up in our lives, this self-sabotage that you're speaking on?
So I did reference those when I talked about the avoidance, the perfectionism, the self-doubt, the imposter syndrome, and people-pleasing, and how those show up. So those are the self-sabotaging behaviors that I mentioned over, and I talk about those 4. There are more, but I specifically talk about those 4 because those are the 4 that mainly come up for the people who I work with. And those things will come up where you may not want to, have a decision make or to make a decision, or you may want things to be just right, or you may be wondering, am I good enough? Can I really do this? Do I have what it takes? Am I skilled enough? Or if you are people pleasing, right? And I've had these experiences myself. I can probably say I've been a part, they've all showed up in, on my journey where, even in my own business, I wondered, could I really build the business of my dreams? Could I really do that? And the truth of the matter is that I would have never known if I didn't do anything. So I had to activate and I had to make mistakes and learn along the way, to have those failures, those lessons that I could chalk up as lessons learned, and re-implement what would work in my business and building. And I had to move beyond that. I had to like get over it, get through it, or even under it or around it, however you have to go to get to take action to get to where I needed to be. And it's not to say that you don't deal with your emotions when they come up, because I'm also an emotional person and I do understand that. Yes, I can cry while doing, right? The fear will come up. It's your opportunity to decide what you want to do with it. And I've had fear come up on another number of times in my life. And I take a deep breath and I say, thank you. And I'm doing it anyway. And that's what I do to move beyond the self-sabotage. And I think people in their own lives and in their own process get to decide if you want to move over, under, through, or around. And if you want to honor the feelings that are coming up for you and saying, thank you, I see that. Thank you for coming, for showing me, and really understanding what is bringing that up for you and how is it serving you. And if it's serving you, great. If it's not, I would suggest shifting your energy to a place of what will serve you and moving forward with that. So, Amy, I hope I've answered your question in explaining how you can move beyond. I can give details, but I also want to be respectful and honor your
No,
your,
yes.
your time.
No, this is your time. This is awesome.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yes.
So what are some, because I know perfection was a big one for me. Like
Mm-hmm.
perfection kept me from enjoying myself as a performer. Like
Yeah.
I would walk off stage and just judge everything that I did on that
Mm-hmm.
stage. So we say perfection, but how does perfection kind of look like and sneak its little head up? And, because if someone had said back then, your perfection is holding you back, I would have been like, no,
Yeah.
even though it definitely was, right? But it was
Right.
like, I didn't even understand how it was perpetrating my life, this
Yeah.
perfection issues. Could you speak a little bit into like how it shows up in our lives?
Yes. It shows up when you think about things so long. You overanalyze, right? I'm analytical as well. So I will think about a certain thing, a situation, and how the different scenarios may play out. It doesn't mean things that would happen, but it's processing each and every scenario and over processing it to the point where you don't take any action. So you don't do anything, right? And or you may want things to be so much in line that you're overdoing and not just doing what you need to do, and so you miss the window of opportunity, or you miss the service or the time frame for something to be launched, or you're trying so hard, for instance, that you feel like you need to be good enough. It's about being good enough, so you have to continue to go get degree after degree or certification after certification in order to do something. And so what happens is you begin to spin your wheels and you stay where you are. It's like, being kind of stuck in place because you're wanting other things, or you're taking so much time to process things or to do this then to get to your result. So, instance, for me, I took a lot of time, I think, on building some kind of program or sharing. And it just took forever because I continued to think about it and tweak it. And then by the time I built it and ready was to launch it, nobody wanted it anymore. Right? They're on to something else. So it's that's how it shows up. And I think it's really important to be mindful of that and to recognize that you are good enough, because we come with talents and our gifts are ready to be activated. What happens is, I think, is that we go through society and through life and we start to pick up things and we put things on that cover our beauty and what we're here to do and shine, bring forth, um, and shine in. And we have to start peeling those layers off. Peeling those things that tell us that we are not good enough. You come into this world as a beautiful being, as a beautiful human, gifted with all of what you need, right, to be able to do the work that you are here to do. And I say that because I remember being a young child, and my uncle tells me this story all of the time, where we were in the store and I had this force of energy where I leapt out of his arms to go try to grab what I needed. And if he wouldn't have caught me, he said I would have hit the floor. But it was the force and the energy within me that surprised him for me going after what I wanted. In life, I stopped going after what I wanted because of what people said to me. And I started to put that on, right? And to wear that. And I stayed stuck a little bit. But once I started peeling those things off, I'm the kind of person that activates and will jump for something of what I want. And that energy force is so needed in my work and what I do. So I had to peel that off so I can step forward and use that energy, that force that I have within of excitingly going after something, so that I can implement that now in my life. So those are my examples, Amy. So I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, I love that. Because when we look back to who we were back then, as kids, like that, I mean, I had to go back there too and just embrace that and get rid of the other stuff, because the other stuff was not serving me as an adult. So I went back to that. And when you spoke about that, even that trust and that faith and that push is like, got me excited. I love that. And I think, when we as women, grown women, and men out there, if you're out there, sometimes we're just so bogged down and
subdued. Yes.
Subdued and
carrying a lot of stuff.
Too much stuff, too much stuff. And when we go back to those moments of leaping and jumping in that force, it's like, if we could tap back into those, it's just such a beautiful space to live from, right?
Yes, definitely. That energy that is purely yours and no one else's, tapping into that for your life, for your focus, is like knowing what do you most love, what do you most love to do, and what do you most want in your life, and paying attention to that and activating that. Because you're going to engage with people who you're here to engage with and be in community and grow in community. And that light attracts light, right? And so if we're shining our light, we're going to attract the light that we're here to be with, to grow with, and continue to build the work that we're here to do. We're here to do bigger, be bigger, and to impact each other's lives, and to live fully, to live in abundance. So I say it's time that we do that, and find our way back to it, walk our way back to it.
Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking what you're saying. So I just wanted to ask do you work with entrepreneurs and then also moms or people? Tell me how you do this work with them.
Sure. I mainly work with educators, consultants. So a lot of former educators I work with, and people who are ready to create their vision. Some people come to me who I'm trying to think. A lot of my clients have been former educators or educators looking to move into their next because the system no longer worked for them, right? That system no longer worked for them, and they wanted to create something for humanity, something greater. They wanted to make an impact, and they had a vision for how that was going to be, or just an idea. And so people come to me so that they can activate their idea, so that they can move forward in what they've had within their heart that they want to do, that they haven't shared. They may not have shared with anybody, or maybe they share with a couple people. But they come to me to do that work. And I do work with men and women. the majority of my clients have been women, and I have some superstar men who worked with me who just rocked it out and built their idea, built their vision, and have taken their business and generated multiple 5 figures in the first 3 months of working with me. Like I say, if you come talk to me, you better be careful, because I'm going to help you. You're going to build a business. By the time you leave, you're going to have a business.
Right.
Right? You're going to walk into your power and walk and make that impact that you're here to make, to really honor your values, honor who you are, and do the work that you're here to do in this world, and do it unapologetically. So that's what we do. I do work with my clients and help them shift things and plan out things and take action.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for sharing that. Because, yeah, that's awesome. I'm an educator also. So it's, there is something about, I did it in the creative space mainly, but I've also was a substitute teacher, and the teachers there are such service people, and they have this vision of helping and wanting to create change. So yeah, taking it outside of that into their own business is a beautiful gift, and thank you for doing that, Trina, because I know a lot of educators, they have those desires for some big dream. So I know you have a free gift for our audience, so I'm going to put that into the chat box for you.
Thank you. I want to invite those who are on that if you have an idea that's burning within your soul, you have a vision that you're looking to create. I want to help you identify that and identify what's most important to you, and we can create momentum together to make sure that's brought into your life. So I'm offering a free vision strategy call with me that you can get on my calendar, and we have a conversation about what is that vision for you and how I can help you achieve it. And so that is my free offer. It is a 45-minute kind of deep strategy call to really figure out what's your vision, where you're looking to go. And I will give you some steps on how you can make that happen as well.
Great. Thank you. So I'm going to get to the chat box a little bit and say, Colleen, hello from Colorado Springs. Ronnie says self-sabotage is a killer. Turning 60 inspired me to let stuff go and actually go for it. Yes. Ronnie also says, love, walk into your power. Loves that. Loves that. And so with that, thank you, Trina, for that. We're going to go into Tracy next, because as I say, thank you. We have to get ready to spruce up a bit. Our look after COVID, after a year of sweats, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So introduce yourself and tell us, who you work with, and also what you're seeing out there in the world, and are we all ready and geared up for you?
Yes. Okay, so I'm Tracy Jeske. I'm an international personal stylist. I'm also known as Italy's style icon and style motivator. I help women 40 and beyond up-level their glamour game so they can unapologetically live and create their most beautiful, stylish second act ever. I want women to stand out in a crowd, be bold, feeling and looking oh so fabulous while doing so. Age is just a number, and it should never reflect how we dress, look, or feel. So as you were talking about energy, I'm going to go also into this because energy also goes into your clothing. A lot of us don't think about it. We don't realize it. But how we're showing up in the world, how we are dressing ourselves, the choices we are making each and every day is sending such an important message out to the world. But most importantly, an important message out to yourself, the most important person in the world. So with all of this COVID, hashtag stay at home in PJs and sweats for, a year, I think a lot of us are getting tired of it, and we're ready for something new and something fun. And yes, the designers have made loungewear a little bit more glamorous, a little bit more fun, but it's time to up level, and it's time. And I think, we're ready for it. And women at 40 and beyond, there's not only women at 40 and beyond, style is important at any age. And in this past year, more than ever, depression and anxiety has literally hit the roof all over the world. And that's, yes, because we are wearing many hats as women in our homes. We become full-time chefs, we become teachers, we become everything, So it's not easy to handle. But if we are wearing sweats and PJs every day, you cannot tell me that you are motivated and you feel wonderful when you're looking at yourself in the mirror. 9 times out of 10, you're feeling frumpy and grumpy, and that's exactly how you're showing up, and that's exactly the clothing you're choosing to wear. So this is why I really, even, when we're on these Zoom calls, I have, women who come to me and they say, wow, I had this amazing meeting or whatever, but I didn't get the job position. I didn't get the client. I didn't get the guy that I was trying to find online, whatever. And I'm like, okay, so I'll ask them, what were you wearing? Well, I had on this beautiful top, great accessories. And I'm like, what was on underneath? PJs, sweats, and sometimes even underwear. And I'm like, oh my God, like, how can you wear underwear in a Zoom call? Like, I would be so worried there'd be a fire and I'd have to stand up. But this is the message. You're telling yourself that you're not ready, you're not worthy, and that position or whatever it is that you're looking for is not for you. It's all energy, as we spoke about before. And if you want to walk into your real power, you have to look like you're ready to walk into your real power. Because if not, you're sending such a mixed message to yourself that it's impossible to attract what you're wanting to attract in life. When you are dressed up, when you're ready, when you are looking and feeling your best, you are telling the universe to bring it on, to bring what's coming, whatever it is that you want to come to you. You are ready for it, and you're telling that. And weird things happen. I have women telling me all the time, I got dressed up, I was feeling wonderful, fabulous, and I got that phone call, I got that job, that client came to me. Many things happen. So it isn't just superficial, and it isn't frivolous like a lot of us think. It is so important. Like, it literally is sanity. Like, I really believe that. And that's why I'm pushing women who are, I work mostly with 40 and beyond women because that's where I am. I'm 52. And, but everyone should be taking care of themselves. But women, as they age, they tend to think that they're not as important and they're not as worthy as they were when they were younger. Our bodies are changing. We are changing. And so, a lot of things are going down south. We don't fit into what we used to when we were in our 30s. And we're telling ourselves that we're not as beautiful as we were because we don't fit into a size 2 anymore, which is a horrible message. When I work with my clients, I do not want anyone to go on a diet because the mistakes we are making is not our body. It's not our body's fault. It's actually the clothing we are choosing to wear that is not flattering for our body. So once we learn and we have the tools to understand what works for our body shape, we start to love the body we're in. We start to feel good at the body we're in. And we literally want to dress up and show up in the world and show off to everybody, but most importantly, show off to ourselves.
Yeah, so thank you for that. And as you're speaking about, because we often speak about our energy, but it's also your clothing and your energy. And when you show up, and this is my thing, when you show up for this world, like when you show up, the world shows up for you, like life shows up for you, right? Mm-hmm. So I love that energy, that thought of energy. I have to mute you while I speak, sorry. And then I'll unmute you. I love that thought that what we're wearing is really putting us out in the world. And I know for myself also, I'm just going to be honest with you, there's certain times in my life when I would put something on and go out in the world and felt uncomfortable or whatnot. So can you speak into just get deeper into that, showing up in your clothes and your energy and how that can really change your day even?
Yeah, absolutely. I can tell you from a personal experience, when I moved to Italy 20 some years ago, I am a very outgoing person. I was living in Australia at the time. I've been working in the fashion industry for 10 years. And I moved to Italy here to live with my husband. We were not married at the time. We got married after 3 months of being here, and I could not speak a word of Italian. So from one day to the next, I went on mute. I became invisible. Nobody saw me because I couldn't interact. And as you can see me, I'm a person who does not want to be unnoticed and invisible. It was a really hard, and I had to have my husband speak for me. And there's nothing worse than having somebody have to talk for you. So I fell backwards. Like I literally felt I was getting depressed. I was getting down on myself. So it was a sink or swim moment, and I had to use what I knew best. And that was my style. I started to up level my glamour game even more than it was before. And it literally empowered me to go out and meet people, to try and talk, even if I wasn't speaking perfect Italian. I'd go to the grocery store by myself, whereas before I wouldn't, because I was afraid somebody would talk to me. And you know, Italians, they talk to everybody. And I'm like, no, don't talk to me because I don't know what you're saying. So when I started to dress up and show up for myself, I was more confident. And so it really clicked in me how powerful our style is, and how it is a way to say who we are without saying a word. I literally attracted women to me. They started coming to me. They were talking to me in their terrible English, me and my terrible Italian. I created two successful businesses in Italy while I've been here. Like, it literally is a huge transformation. So that is why I take that with me today, and I help women who are wanting to try new things, or wanting to live their dream life, and having their style reflect the woman that they want to be. You have to think, we're always so worried in the business world when we're starting our new businesses or whatever it is about our business card and our websites. You know, you are your best business card ever. So when you meet somebody for the first time, when you are looking for your new client, they are going to remember you for how you show up, and then your business card. So, you know, that is such an important message that we have to understand when we're out there in the real world, trying to, you know, make something of ourselves, trying new things, to make sure that we are reflecting that woman that we want to be through our style.
Yes, and I do want to talk into this because it's been a year of COVID. A little bit more than that, and many of us are still in it. I don't want to disregard that. But for me, I'm thinking, okay, who I was last year, I am not today. So I need, and I look at my closet, I'm like, that is not going to really work anymore for me. So how would you work with me? Where would we start? Like, what would it look like? Kind of just go into, sorry, I have to mute you in between, but what would you know what I mean? Where are we at with this?
Okay, so what we want to do is we want to understand, who does Amy want to show up as in 2021? Who does the woman she want to be? And think of those 3 adjectives that you would like people to say about you when you're not in the room. So when people look at me, they look on my Instagram page, I know that they're saying, I'm bold, because at 52 to have pink hair, you kind of got to be bold. I'm colorful, and I'm fun. And that's what my message is, because I want to attract women to me. I want women to feel comfortable to be able to work with me. So that's what you have to think about. What are those 3 adjectives that you would like to show up as in 2021? Because we are constantly changing. In 2022, it's going to be something different. And you can do this every 6 months, but generally once a year make sure that you check out what you want, what your message is, and who do you want to show up as. Once we know that, then we talk about vision boards. We need a vision in our life. Well, you can also create a style board, and that gives you a vision of how you would like to show up, and you can get inspiration. There's so many women that choose 3 women that you are inspired by, because when you are inspired by somebody, it's usually because that woman reflects you, and that's who you would like to become. So when I look at Kris Jenner, I want to be a badass boss mom. I love her style. I love her edginess. I think, she shows up, she's got courage. Maybe maybe their show is whatever it is, but she literally created an empire for her kids and herself. I love Oprah Winfrey. I love that, she has accepted her body. I had an eating disorder for over 20 years. And I know what it's like to loathe your body and want to just hide and disappear. But, as you were talking before, Trina, it's also because I knew that I had something very important for me in my life, and I was too afraid to go after it. So my eating disorder kept me hidden. So understand, look at those women, those 3 women that inspire you, and start putting that on your style board. Get inspiration from that. It doesn't mean you have to go out and buy the Dior dress, the expensive clothing. That isn't it. You can find clothing at any price, at any level. And I want women to understand that style does not come from a brand name or a price tag. That has nothing to do with it. We've all been at that party, at that wedding, where you see that woman walk in the room and she's got the most expensive gown on, the perfect body, the perfect hair. And you look at her and you're like, yeah, whatever. and you keep doing your thing. Then that other woman comes in the room and she has extra pounds on. She's got an H&M dress and she's making it look like a $2,000 Dior dress. Her hair isn't that perfect, but she is just taking that room and she's rocking her look. And that is the secret to style. It's confidence. So we have to build our confidence. Self-esteem and style go hand in hand. So once we have your inspiration, your style board, then we're going to walk into your wardrobe. And this can be a very intimidating part for most women, because I have seen a lot in the women's wardrobe. Sometimes I think I'm going to actually find a skeleton behind some of those clothing, because it is just sometimes, and I know exactly what's going on in that woman's head when I look in her wardrobe. When I see clothing jammed in there, price tags hung on, there's a lot of guilt, there's shame, because there's a lot of impulsive shopping. There's a lot of confusion going on in her mind with whatever she wants to show up as. So we get into your wardrobe and we do a detox. And this is all energy. So when you're doing a detox, I will tell you to not show up in your sweats and your PJs, because you're going to put yourself at a low energy level, at a low vibe, and you're going to literally keep the clothes that go with your vibe, the low energy, low vibe. So we'll get in, we'll do the detox, we'll keep what works for you, what doesn't, and you have to be honest. Anything that doesn't fit you and you tell me, I'm going to wait till I lose those 10 extra pounds, you're going to get rid of it. Because every time you try those on and you don't fit into them, you're literally like bashing yourself, because you're going to say, I'm not that great. I'm not as wonderful as I was when I fit into those pants or that dress, whatever it is. You know, I've had those skinny pants. I've done it too. And I'm like, okay, today I feel skinny, and I try them on and they don't close. And I'm like, I literally just like, blah. So I've learned to get rid of those too. You have to get rid of it. And you're not the same woman you were when you fit into those pants anyway. So why would you even want them? So just get rid of them, buy the actual size you're in, and love your body. And that's how we go through it. We start step by step. We understand your personality. Are you edgy? Are you a romantic? Are you a classic? Whatever it is you are. If you're a sporty person, there's no need for 200 Louboutins in your closet. You need like two pairs of heels, you know, and then you're going to, so that's what we build around. I build around capsule wardrobes. I don't believe in having a lot. That does not mean you have style when you have a lot of clothing. Actually, it's the opposite. Less is more, even in your wardrobe. So once you have those capsule pieces, then you go out and you buy the 2 or 3 fashion items that you absolutely love and you know are going to mix and match in your wardrobe. But not more than that. I don't want women to break the bank, to have to go out and buy a whole new wardrobe. I get it. I'm bored with my wardrobe too. Probably because we've been at home. So, you know, normally we don't have so much time to look at our wardrobes and our clothing. We're gone from the morning to night. But now it's like we keep going in there and you're like, oh my God, that dress is still there. I can't handle seeing it one more day. I feel that way too. Like if I won the lottery, I would totally get rid of everything I have and buy a whole new wardrobe. You know, so, you know.
I'm laughing. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm laughing because my wardrobe closet has all my photography equipment in it too. It's not even like a clear like space for clothes. Yeah. It's like, can we put all the photography equipment, all my work equipment in there also? So yeah, I love that. I love that. I'm going to speak for myself because I've been teaching for over 20 years in the dance studio. So I'd go to work in sweats. And so now I'm in a different type of work where, you know, so there many of us are doing that shift. So, and it is intimidating. It is for a little bit, like for me, well, who do I really want to pursue? Like I've been this way for so long and now I'm going into this new thing and that shift is there. So, and as you said, you go into the 3 adjectives, which I love that.
Yeah. And you know, it's everything. It's from our hair to our makeup, everything. We have to, when we are evolving, all of that should evolve with us. Like you cannot have the same haircut and change your clothing because it just doesn't mix. So everything has to go. So you also have to find a really good hairdresser, somebody that you trust, or with the stylist. I know how to, you know, with the facial, whatever it is, I can't cut it, but I can give you a guideline on what will work for your face, everything, but everything needs to change. But I'm repeating, I don't want people to spend a lot of money because it doesn't. There's just a few things that you can do in your wardrobe, mixing and matching, adding accessories you can, you know, when you have those pieces that blend in and there's harmony, then literally everything, when you wake up in the morning, there's no more, does that go with that? Does that go? No, it's everything goes with everything. And that is like the glory of having a perfect wardrobe, having your dream wardrobe, opening it up and loving it. Like when you have that wardrobe, you'll literally want to go in it. Like when you buy a new car and you sit in it, you'll just want to look at it and you're like, oh my God, you show your husband because you're not hiding anything anymore. You'll love it. And that's how it should be. And that's also like when you get ready in the morning, I think a lot of us don't realize if we wake up frumpy and grumpy and we're complaining and can I say bitchy? I hope that's okay. Whatever it is, then you're going to go into your wardrobe and choose an outfit that is exactly what it is. So when I work with my clients, they need to have a morning routine. They need to be grateful. They need to be thankful. They need to journal. They have to move, listen to music, sing and dance in the shower as loud as they can. Listen to a podcast or something that inspires them while they're putting their makeup on. So when they get in that moment to where they're opening up their wardrobe, their vibe and their level is so high that there is no way that they're going to pick up that same outfit that they've worn for the last week that's stained and soiled. You're literally going to go in there and pick that yellow top, whatever it is, and you're going to mix and match, and you're just going to own your day and, knock down any door that comes in front of you.
Mm-hmm. So what are some of the objections? I have some already thoughts in my head, coming at what are some of the objections that we say to ourselves about this process?
Well, one of them is the fact of having to get rid of something that has an emotional effect to it. So it could be, those things that your ex-boyfriend or your ex-husband gave you, like a Louis Vuitton bag or a Gucci bag. You're thinking, I can't get rid of it because it's, you have to get rid of it because that's all energy. And you're like, so that I find is that's probably the hardest part, or things that your children gave you as a gift, but you're no longer using it. So I suggest create a special box where you keep all those things. You don't have to get rid of it, but you need to make room to invite something more in. It is so important. And, a lot of things, I get a lot of rejection about even the fact of wearing, going with your natural hair color. As women age, they're so afraid to go gray because there's all these rules that we are not supposed to go gray, that we have to color it because if we go gray, we look older. That is so not true. If I had gray silver hair, I would totally wear it. It actually has the opposite effect. It's when we try to cover up and when we get the wrong color, the menopause color that does not work for our skin tone and our eyes, that we look older than we are. And it will age us so much faster. Even color. A lot of women are afraid to wear colors. You need color now at this stage in our lives more than ever because our skin gets duller. So adding color is so, so important. But I would love to know your doubts, Amy. What are you coming up with?
Well, my doubts are I don't have a lot anyway. So if I get rid of it, I'll have nothing.
Okay.
My wardrobe is not, as I said, I've been going to work in sweats, for over 20 something years. So I think that's the big thing. I look at that and I'm like, oh, if I get rid of that, I won't have anything to wear.
Okay. Well, yeah, that you don't need a lot, and you do have it. You just don't see it. We wear 20% of what's in our wardrobe at all times. So you do have another 80% in there that you're not seeing because you don't see it. And that's why the help of a stylist is so, so important, or a good friend or your sister, somebody that you can trust that can say to you, hey, Amy, did you see that? And you're like, oh, wow, I didn't know it was there. Oh, wow, I forgot about it. I don't know how to wear it. When we have those pieces that maybe we don't know how to wear and they're sitting there and you're like, are the one-time wonders that are just waiting to see the light of day. Those are all those things. So when we start investing in our wardrobes and getting them, you will not have one-time wonders anymore. That is just not in your wardrobe. You'll have things that mix and match, and you just have to trust the process. And maybe you do have to invest in certain pieces and get those sustainable purchases. I don't know if I'm going over time here, so just tell me.
No, you're good.
I can talk forever. So, get those sustainable pieces. There's a huge movement about sustainable fashion. We've learned this also from COVID. We don't need all the stuff in our wardrobe. So invest in those few pieces and then we build it up from there. So maybe you do have to, but if that's the woman you want to show up as and not be the woman that was teaching, dance, then yeah, you are going to have to take that next step and build a wardrobe around that and get rid of the dancing Amy.
Yes. And I will have to say that, I'm not so bad anymore, but pants always fit me. Like pants and I are like good friends.
Best friends. Yes.
The shirts, I mean, I just go trying like 50 shirts of it. Nope, 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 nope. Until like I find one. So it usually takes me a long time to find a shirt that I like.
Okay, so when you know your body shape, I have a body shape guide for anyone out there that, you know, it would literally tell you all the tops, the best jackets, the best skirts, and the best pants for your body shape based on, and then it will not be difficult. Then you'll be able to purchase, you know, when you're online, if you're supposed to look for that kind of top, a peplum, whatever it is that works for your body, it will be so much easier because that's the problem. Maybe you don't know what your body shape is. So you're kind of like going, it's like, you know, going blind and just hoping that you just get the, you know, pick that right one and it's a bingo and you run out of the store. So when we know that, when we understand our body silhouette, our body shape, it's a huge game changer.
Yes. I'm not so bad anymore, Tracy. So
good.
In fact, it used to be a struggle, but now it's like, okay, I can go to the store and get like 3 shirts now and be fine. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. But always before you purchase, we always have to stop and think about what we have. And once we've done the detox, it's so much easier because we have a vision. We understand what our wardrobe is. Before you make any purchase, you have to stop and say, can I wear this with at least 3 other pieces in my wardrobe? If not, don't buy it.
I think that's so important because, that's another issue. A lot of mismatching. I don't think I want you to see my closet, Tracy. I feel like, oh my God. But with that, I know you have a free gift for our audience. I'm going to, why don't you speak the 10 wardrobe musts. I'm going to put it in the chat box.
So these are your 10 wardrobe must-haves that every woman should have in her wardrobe to start creating that dream wardrobe. Once you have these, and with these, you can literally mix and match. It's incredible how many outfits you can make from these 10 pieces by mixing the pants, the tops, the skirts, the jackets, whatever it is, the accessories. And so that once you have that basic, then you can go out and get those fashion pieces, like I said. But please make sure that you have these 10 pieces in your wardrobe, and it will be a real game changer for you also when you get dressed in the mornings or whatever time it is, whatever.
Yeah, I think it's going to be exciting when we all open up.
Yeah.
And we can all like put our new stuff on and walk out in the world. I'm kind of getting jazzed about it, you know, getting a little jazzed about it.
Yep. I hear you. I'm with you, girl.
All right. So thank you for that, Tracy. And we're going to go into the roundtable section next.
Yep.
So what we're going to do quickly is have Jessica introduce herself, and then we'll go into the roundtable, and then we'll go into Jessica's interview after that. So welcome, Jessica. Introduce yourself real quick and just tell us a little bit about you, so then we get a feel for you for the roundtable.
Yes. Hi, Amy. Thank you so much for letting me join. This has been so fun so far. And Trina and Tracy, it's been fun to hear from you guys. My name is Jessica Lemon, and I am a professional life coach, and I specialize in relationships. So helping any type of relationship, really, whether it's couples or parent-child relationships, any that are struggling so that they can get to a better place and to be able to find their happy place in their relationship.
All right, thank you for that, Coach Jessica. And we're going to go into the roundtable. And as because I have the 3 of you in front of me, I'm going to speak into a question, and you could put it in your own vein of expertise. It could be about, shopping or whatever it is. It's like, so this person is having a bit of problem with anxiety and overwhelm. So if you look into your area of expertise, like how would you help them overcome anxiety and overwhelm in their life, whether it's in their business or their clothing or their relationships? Who wants to jump in? Why don't you jump in, Jessica, because you haven't spoken yet.
All right, sounds great. So when I think of that with anxiety and relationships, oftentimes I think of there's probably some underlying emotion there. So let's dig deeper. What is going on that's causing you anxiety? sometimes our emotions are there to serve us and they're trying to tell us something. So if there is something behind that anxiety in your relationship, maybe it's trying to tell you something. So really, okay, what's behind that anxiety? Let's dig a little bit deeper why you feel that. And then we can decide what to do with it, with that primary emotion. A lot of times anxiety is a secondary emotion and there's something behind it.
Thank you. Who wants to jump in?
Okay, I was figuring out how to unmute. So
That's okay.
yeah. So as I was saying before, if you're feeling anxious and about your style and what's going on, I know it's because your wardrobe is just exploding. I can tell you that right now. You've got a lot of chaos going on inside that wardrobe, and you need to really detox. And when you detox your wardrobe, you detox your life. You will feel so much lighter, so much better, and you will get clarity on what serves you and what doesn't serve you. You'll be saying goodbye to a lot of things that maybe you loved in the past that served you. You'll be wishing them well, and you'll be sending them off. And you will have only what's in your wardrobe that will actually be a moment of peace when you open up your wardrobe. And that's exactly how it should be.
All right, Trina, what do you have?
As far as anxiety and that coming up, I think, so I love what Jessica had to share and what Tracy had to share as well. And with anxiety coming up for people, I think a lot of times it comes up when we're not honoring who we are and what we value. There's something that is amiss. And when we take a look at maybe some boundaries that we're not putting in, that's causing us to have the anxiety, we're not communicating effectively, and we're not honoring our values. I can see that coming in when anxiety comes. And so I think it's really important to go back to what do you need in the moment? What's important for you in this moment? If there's a boundary that needs to be put in place, or if there's some communication, like what do you need to share? What do you need to ask for? To make sure you put that communication piece in place. I always say that it's important to put in a boundary in life and then communicate to others around you what that boundary is and what you need. And if you find yourself facing a situation where someone's continuing to overstep that boundary and it's causing more anxiety for you, maybe it's time to put that relationship on a pause, or that engagement time on a pause, and honor who you are and what boundaries you've put in place, and move forward in that.
Yes, thank you. And for me, I'm going to speak into this because I had years of anxiety and overwhelm after my fiance passed away. So how I did it was I actually just slowed down, and I realized I started doing body checks, and like my heart's racing. What's going, like you get into your body a little bit and start recognizing when you start having this anxiety and overwhelm. Because there is a time where it was all the time. And then there was a time where it started breaking up. And in that breakup, I was like, okay, so I'm not feeling anxiety now, today, but tomorrow, the next day, I'm feeling this anxiety and overwhelm. I would sit back and really ask myself, okay, what am I really afraid of? What's going on here? And it's really also connecting with your body, because at one point I'd be sitting there, my heart racing for no reason. There was no reason behind it. And the thing about it is our body gets addicted to anxiety and cortisol, and this rush, we get that addiction. So it's really about knowing when it's happening, just not judging it, but just sitting there and going, okay, I'm feeling anxious right now. What's going on? Why is this happening? What's going on right now? And it could be just your body's on like a cycle, like just a responsive cycle that you could slow down with meditation and breath and exercise and stuff like that. So all these are great. Hope that helps you out there, because I know we're all living with anxiety and overwhelm right now. So it's good to just do that body check. I do a body check every morning. When I wake up in the middle of the night, I'm like, well, how am I feeling? I always do that body check. Am I anxious? Am I fearful? What's going on? I'm always like getting in there and like, oh, I feel good today. I feel peaceful today. Like I'm really checking in every day. So so thank you for that question. And thank you, ladies, for your answers. We're going to go on to, let's see here. We got a values, we got some, and we got that. So how did you stay? Let's talk about this, your own experience, because I know motivation is always so big in my community of whenever I do this Unstoppable You, it's always like how to do follow through, motivation. But what personally kept you motivated and going throughout this last year? And what do you use to really invoke motivation when you don't feel that motivated in your life? Like, what really shifts in you and what came up for you this last year so that we could share our own experiences and tips on how to stay motivated and to create, because I don't know, it feels like things are opening up. So let's get going. Who wants to jump in?
I can go. Well, I understand that it's been a rough year for all of us, but I think for me, staying motivated, this has been like the biggest growth in my business this past year, which is, and it's happened for a lot of businesses, a lot of people. So the motivation, I always, like you say, you have a morning routine. My morning routine is my non-negotiable. I cannot live without it. And yes, there are mornings when I don't feel like exercising. I just wake up and I'm like, oh my goodness, I have to exercise this morning. But I do, because I don't think of the moment. I think of how I'm going to feel afterwards. If I think about the moment where I'm actually struggling, I'm sweating and I'm, doing abdominals, of course, I'm not going to want to do it. But I think about how I feel afterwards. And that is so important to me, how I feel afterwards. I know that if I don't do it, I'm going to feel guilty. I'm going to feel like, what if, all throughout the day. So I just make sure no matter what time I have to get up, I get up before anybody else does. And I just do it. I just have taught myself to do it. I pray. I believe in, I have a lot of faith in God. I know that God has something very, very big for me. And when I am doubting myself, when I'm not motivated, I talk to him and I ask him. And in some way, somehow, I literally get out of bed and I do what I have to do. And I know that, for a lot of us, it's not easy, but just those little baby steps. You may start saying, you know what, I'm only going to do 5 minutes of my workout today. And you know what, you'll do 10. And then when you're at 10, you're going to say, oh, let's just add another 5 on. And that's how it goes. And you feel so much better and so much more accomplished just by doing that little thing that was so big in that moment in time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the small steps that keep us going, right?
Absolutely.
It's just like, who wants to jump in? How did you do this year? And what tips can you give, or how, talk about that.
So when I think of motivation, I think of what stops me from being motivated. And a lot of times it's fears. And this last year has been full of fear, a lot of fears. And a lot of us live with a lot of outcomes and expectations that we have that we're very, very tied to. And so when this year kind of messed up those expectations and those outcomes for us, we fell into this fearful place. But what I like to focus on is intention, because that is something we control. When we think of expectation and outcome, we cannot control that. A lot of times it's outside of what we have control over, but our intention is something that we can control. So when I start focusing on my intention and what I have control over, what's my stuff, what I'm in charge of, then I feel like I have some control still, even though the situation feels out of control. And I can focus on that and get out of fear. And then I'm able to motivate myself to do those things on my list, my intention list.
Thank you for that. Trina, what do you have for what happened this year for you, and what was your experience, and what do you recommend?
For sure. And I think what Tracy and Jessica had to share is so spot on. For me, my business has grown very much this year. And what kept me motivated during the year was knowing that there was a need to pivot. I could no longer do what I was doing just to be in business. So in the pivot, I was motivated to make sure that I was showing up. I got on to Facebook Live on a daily basis. And now I have a weekly show that I do on my page, or twice a week. I actually do shows. But I got motivated to just show up. And not to say that I wasn't before, but it's been a lot more of me, doing things. And it's really important for me to do that. And I think for other people to as well. So motivation comes into play when things aren't working and you have to shift. For me, I get this energy, this flow where I want to keep doing, and I'm going to make it work. And this is how it's going to go. And my business has grown. I've made more money this year than I've made any other year. And And we're in COVID. This is the testament to what can happen when you shift your perspective. You can still go after your vision and after your dreams. Sometimes you just may have to drive a different route. And that's what I'm doing. I'm driving a different route there.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think for me, this last year was an interesting year also for me where, and then this is where I tapped into my values of who I actually was. And my values of that is like the curiosity, the community, friendship, fun. I love to have fun. And this is where the Unstoppable You kind of was my vision and kept me motivated, because this allowed me to connect with people, because I'm here by myself. I don't have a husband or a wife or anything like that. So it's just me here. And I was like, okay, how can I bring people into my life and bring this community of women that would give me connection to this world. So, and that's this show has kept me motivated. My business has kept me motivated, but I think this is a great example of like Trina was talking about, and we're all talking about it, of like your values of who you really are, and then putting that and making that a vision, or making that a business, or making that the way you want your home to look like, right? So I think that shows kept me really super motivated in COVID, and to still be, in relationship with people, because that's a huge thing for me. As a teacher, I'm always in a classroom full of people. So this is my virtual classroom with people. I get to express that. So yeah, that's kind of it. And I think that there are days you wake up and you don't want to do it, but I think you don't want to wake up and do the work necessary. And yet I think, as I said, the vision, the bigger, like Jessica says, the results are what keep you motivated. Like the results of having this platform right now has kept me motivated. So, but I know many people struggle with that motivation. So just know that, small steps, and really, I think it's great if you get in line with your values, like Trina said, is like get in there and kind of figure out what you really, really, really love to do, not what you have to do, right? Let's talk about that shift, like what we have to do versus what we love to do, and how to integrate that into our life instead of like who wants to speak into that? Anyone want to add on?
So I know in life coaching, we talk a lot about love motivated behavior, because when you're motivated by love, you show up so much differently than if it's fear motivated. And a lot of times we show up out of fear because we feel like we're obligated to do something, we're supposed to do something, a people pleaser maybe. So you're showing up for somebody else. But when you can get to that place of it being out of love for yourself and for the other person, you show up so much better, and you feel so much more peace when you do it as well.
Thank you.
I agree with Jessica as well. And it's also about the energy. Where do you feel that good energy? And a lot of it is where you love, where you're living in those places of honoring, of loving, and of being fully present. It's not going to be in the energy. It's not going to be in the fear. It's not going to be in the lack. And so a number of times as a coach in my work, I focus on where the energy is and where that shift in perspective is, where you can see things in a different light and fully express it and step into it. And I find that when we're working with energy, and we're putting that energy in the places of where it needs to be, and we're supporting that energy, that's where that motivation happens. And I see my clients doing the most work.
So can I ask a question, Trina?
Mm-hmm.
So, so can you, what are the mistakes you see or happenings you see around people who are trying to get motivated?
Trying to get motivated.
They're struggling with motivation, and they might have a perspective about it that's like, do you have anything to add on that?
Well, I think about the shift in the energy. So for instance, if a client tells me that they're going to do something, if they've agreed to an action and we find on the next call that they did not, I want to find out what happened that they did not, what was behind the did not, what was really going on for them. And a number of times the self-sabotage thoughts come up, or, of wanting something to happen, or fear may come up. And so when that happens, a lot of times it's working through that fear, managing that fear is what I call it, where the client gets to decide what they want to do with the fear. We will identify it. We will explore it. We will see how is it serving you, and then let the client know that they have the capacity and the ability to do whatever they will, whatever they want with fear, and to allow fear to serve them in the way that they would like to, that they have the power to do that. And so having clients and people step into that understanding and that knowing that, oh, it is up to me. I can tell fear what I need and what I want and what I want it to do. Yes, you can. And it will do it. It may what do you call it? Protest, right? It may want to come up with something else, but you can talk to fear and tell fear what you need from it and where you want it to go and what you want it to do. And fear must do that. That's you taking control and being in command of who you are and your person and what's in your life and around you. And we have the power to do that. And so helping my clients to realize that helps with understanding of how they can get beyond fear, how they can move beyond self-sabotage and shift their energy into what works for them.
Thank you. All right, Tracy.
Well, I think for me, conquering fear, when you have that moment, when you have something that you have to do and you feel really uncomfortable with, you put on your power outfit. You have your power outfit in mind. You know what it is, and you know what's going to empower you, and that will literally make a shift in how you show up and how you are in that situation. I know it's not easy. It's like, fear, but we have to realize that fear is just something that's telling us that we are in the right place. It's when we want to grow and when we want to step out of our comfort zone, fear wants to pull us back in. So if you don't feel fear, if everything's easy and it's all comfortable, you're not growing. The first sign of growth is fear. And I don't do things unless I have that moment of, holy crap, can I do that? If I don't have that, I don't want to do it because it's too comfortable for me. So you have to learn that is such an important moment in your life as a person and in your professional life, that always think fear is a sign that you're actually going in the right direction. If you don't have fear, then you're just taking things a little too easy. So put on that power outfit and just go kick ass.
I'm going to put on my power outfit and go to Trader Joe's.
Love it.
I want to share this. Can I share this with you all? Tracy, with your put on your power outfit. Yeah. Thank you. I have this story that I tell people about put on your red jumpsuit. Because when I was a kid, I had a little red jumpsuit that I would want to wear every day and go outside in it. Why? Because it helped me feel bold. It helped me feel empowered. And I would create journeys, create stories, play in the mud in my red jumpsuit, and just do whatever I wanted, right? Outdoors playing and enjoying myself. And it was always in this red jumpsuit that I would put on. And my mother would try to get it from me and launder it and say, Trina, we have to launder this. You can't just have it on all the time. But I wanted to wear it because it made me feel empowered. And what you're saying, Tracy, is that everybody has a power outfit that works for them, that helps them feel good, that helps them feel empowered. And for me, it's the red jumpsuit. So Tracy, you and I will have to talk at some point about getting that right red jumpsuit for me, because I have one, but I need another one. So I just, what is your red jumpsuit, and what is your red jumpsuit moment is what I want to ask the audience. Where can you get that and step into your power?
Yeah, I had the red dittos. And now I have my little tennis skirt. I go out with my tennis skirt. That's my power outfit. I'm like, to the grocery store. Okay, we have to have fun, right? Otherwise. All right, and so that was a beautiful roundtable. Thank you for everyone, your contribution. So Jessica, what you're going to do is you're going to unmute yourself, reintroduce yourself, and tell us a little bit more. And then I think you're going to do a little something, and then we're going to go into interview, right?
Okay. Sounds good. All right. So my name is Jessica Lemon, and I'm a professional life coach, and I specialize in helping relationships, usually struggling relationships in some way. So oftentimes it can be a parent-child relationship or couples that I help get into a healthier place. Did you want me to go into some of how I do that right now, or did you want me to wait?
Yeah, however you want to do. It's your interview.
Okay. So a lot of experts on relationships that have done research on relationships, they have found that trust is a key critical ingredient in relationships. And what they mean by trust is that you have strong confidence in whoever it is you're in the relationship with. So if it's a child and their parents, if it's a spouse, they have strong confidence in their spouse, meaning that they matter to them. They know they matter to them, that what matters to me matters to them, that if I need them, they'll show up for me, that they'll be there for me when I need them. And so what's interesting, if you think about trust, is the antithesis of trust. So if you have faith and trust in somebody, the antithesis of that is fear. So like you guys are talking about fear a lot. Fear in relationships is often not helpful. And so we really, with the Clarity Point coaching program that I help people go through, we talk a lot about fear and we tackle fear because we oftentimes as human beings are on autopilot about 95% of the time. We are just on autopilot working through our subconscious. And there's a lot of fear that is in our subconscious that we don't even realize is there. And we have two core fears that we talk about particularly, that if you look at any bad behavior, oftentimes if you dig deep into what's causing that behavior, it's one of these core fears. And so one of them is the fear that you're not good enough. And I want you to think for a minute of when you've acted badly. And if you were to dig deep into why you acted badly, was it because you didn't feel like you were good enough? So if you think of relationships, it might be that you act jealous because you think somebody else is better than you. Maybe I'm not good enough for this person, so I'm going to be jealous of these other people around me because maybe they're better than me and I have to be jealous of them. Or you might be very, very needy for validation. So much so that you push your partner away because you're just needing validation constantly. You don't ever feel good enough. Or maybe you reject validation. They say they love you, they try to show up for you, and you just reject it because you don't feel like you're good enough. People do this all the time in relationships, and it's very, very destructive to their relationship. And so with this Clarity Point coaching program, we really dig deep into if somebody does have this fear of not being good enough, okay, what is that subconscious programming there? Those beliefs that are in there that are causing you to feel that way. And we're going to reprogram you so that you have the beliefs that are going to help serve you instead of destroy your relationships. The other core fear that's big, so all of us have both of these core fears, but some of us will have one more than another. The other core fear is the fear that your life won't be good enough. So this shows up in relationships when a partner or a parent has very, very strict outcomes and they think a certain way or expectations. So they have outcomes and expectations and they're very rigid on those. And so they feel like they have to control, to manipulate, to boss the people and their relationships around to achieve those outcomes and those expectations. Now, like I said earlier, expectations and outcomes are very different from intention. Expectation and outcomes is you feeling like only this is good enough. And oftentimes it includes other people, their stuff as well, what you don't have control over. And so you can get very controlling, manipulative, bossy, and making people create this life that is good enough or this relationship that's good enough. And as you can probably imagine, that's very damaging as well to relationships because nobody wants to be bossed around. Nobody wants their agency taken from them, right? So if somebody does show up with this core fear, we once again dig into their subconscious. Where is it coming from? We are all born fearless as babies, and we learn fear as we go about life. And so we really dig down, okay, where did this come from? Where did you get this message that created this fear inside you? And what are we going to do to change this belief, get rid of this fear so that it doesn't create these problems in your relationship any longer? So fear is a big problem in relationships that I see, a really big problem in life too, but definitely in relationships. If you think of fear and what it does to our bodies, it puts us in this fight, flight, freeze, fawn response. And none of those are productive in relationships. And so it's really important to get out of that fear so that we can get into that place of trust, because we need that in order to have those healthy relationships. We have to have that trust.
Yeah, and there's always, like, when I survey the audience, they put the questions in. Many of them are about trust, like trusting their partner, trusting, who they're with. So, I mean, trust is a two-way street, right? Or is trust, you just trust, right? The trust is a two. So let's talk about that. Like, because people want to know, how can I trust this person again after they, and I'm like, well, it's a two-way street. That person has to, like, I don't know. You speak on that.
Yeah. So in that sense, if the trust has been broken, there's a reason you have fear and you fear trusting that person. So you would definitely want to keep an eye on that. So you guys probably all know who Gottman is. He is really big on relationships. He's done decades of research on relationships. And he talks about this trust and how we all have an invisible emotional bank account, and how everyone in that relationship either is making deposits or withdrawals from that emotional bank account. And the way you do that is through bids for connection. So you're kind of giving off gestures to connect. Well, if somebody has broken that trust, it's taken a huge withdrawal from that emotional bank account. And it's going to take a lot of work to build up that trust again. And that would be responding appropriately to bids for connection. So if I go up and I put my hand on my husband's shoulder, if he puts his hand on mine and turns to me and says, I love you, that's going to put a deposit into my emotional bank account. Now, if he ignores me, that's going to be a withdrawal from my emotional bank account. If he turns against me and yells at me and pushes his hand off, my hand off his shoulder and says, why are you bothering me? I'm busy. That's going to be a huge withdrawal from our bank account. And so it really is just little bits here and there. And there's some things that are going to take a huge withdrawal from that emotional bank account. And we all each have to be responsible for our part in that. Are we depositing into our emotional bank account with our partner or our child? That can happen with our children too, where we can lose, trust with our children if we're not responding appropriately to these bids for connection with them as well, or if we're turning against them when they're trying to bid for connection. So yeah, it's definitely a two-way street, but I do see that if we're in fear, the underlying fears from our, subconscious, from childhood and all that, it plays a lot into our relationships. So we like to really clean up that subconscious so that that's not a contributor to the health of our relationships as well. But yeah, definitely, it's a two-way street. Definitely.
So, I mean, it's interesting because when you have a couple in front of you, right? Do you think it's kind of better almost to have them do their own work first and then get in? I was like, how does that all work out with everybody? Because I'm like,
no. When we work with a couple, when I work with a couple, I work with them individually, because if I get them together, they're pointing fingers at each other, trying to blame the blame game, all of that. And really, if you think of all of your relationships, every single relationship you're in, you are the common denominator. And so if you work on yourself, your relationships are just going to get better. They can't get worse, right? If you're working on yourself. So really, if I take a couple and I'm working with one and then I work with the other and they're both doing their part, the relationship is just going to grow. So yeah, definitely we do it separately.
Yeah, I think that's important because, as I said, I get a lot of questions in here about relationships, and it sounds like one person wants to do the work or like overly invested in this. And I'm like, well, you both have to you both got to get in there and do your own work.
Yes. One person can do some work and it will help, but it's not going to, if one's making all of these deposits and the other one's all these withdrawals, overall that emotional bank account for that relationship is not going to get to the top, right? We need both doing their parts.
Yeah. So there's a question here, like how to trust after someone has lied and hurt you and how to stick to their boundaries.
Yeah, definitely. You want to have boundaries to protect yourself. So with boundaries, I love boundaries because this is another thing. You can't control that other person. So with boundaries, it's more rules for yourself. Okay, what are my rules for myself to protect me? And that's what you're gonna figure out is what's my stuff when it comes to my boundaries. What am I okay with? What am I not okay with? And then make it very clear, to your partner, this is what I'm okay with. This is what I'm not okay with. And I'm going to be in charge of my stuff. I can't control my partner. But if they, really just making sure you stay true to yourself, kind of like Trina was saying, you have to be true to yourself and your values, or else you're going to feel terrible. You will never feel like you've reached your potential if you're not true to yourself.
And don't you think because he or she, I don't know, she's asking like how to stick to your boundaries. And sometimes maybe you need to come back, practice your boundaries a little bit before the big boundary. I don't know. It seems like we put these big boundaries that we are not emotionally ready for actually to stick with, and then we don't stick with them.
Yeah. So baby steps. What can I do? What can I hold myself to when it comes to these boundaries? What rules can I have for myself? What am I ready for?
Yeah, because then the big boundary that
success.
Yes, because the big boundary that you actually want to do, if you just build smallly, you're going to get the confidence to actually hold on to that boundary that you really need for yourself.
Yes.
Start small, just like anything else. Start small. After that, yeah. So, how are relationships doing right now in COVID? What are you seeing? What's happening?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Some people are doing better, spending more time together. Others are doing worse. So I think really when you look at that relationship and you dissect it, okay, how much fear is there? That's going to play a part in whether they're doing better or not. Another thing that I've found that I love with the Clarity Point coaching program that's helped is Kim Giles, the founder of Clarity Point. She co-developed a personality test. And I find this so helpful when I'm working with my couples, because one of the things it looks for is your core fear. So is it the fear that you're not good enough, or is it the fear that your life won't be good enough? Because then we're going to be able to find out what behaviors you may fall into, what your partner's behaviors might be like, and how they might clash. And then the other one is, remember how I talked about how we work off of our subconscious about 95% of the time. So we're an autopilot. Well, there's something really interesting about our personalities is that we have this subconscious natural energy that is directed toward one of four things. And it can be toward people. It can be towards getting things done. It can be towards ideas or the most ideal way of doing things, or it can be to things, so tangible items. So and keep in mind, this is very subconscious. So if we all were to sit down and say, okay, out of those four things, what's most important? We all consciously would say people, hands down, because people are most important, right? But our subconscious energies may not be directed at people all the time. So let me give you an example. Growing up, my dad was a tasks guy or getting things done guy. And there were times when I would try to connect with him. And keep in mind, I am a people's, that's my energy goes to people, just very naturally. And so I might go up to him, and if he's busy doing a task, he may not even notice I'm there. He's in task mode. And that's because his subconscious natural energy goes to tasks. If I call him and we're talking, if he has to go get something done, it's, I got to do this, or, that's just his natural energy. So knowing that about my dad, I feel like knowledge is power. Also, the truth will set you free type thing. So knowing that about him, I don't have to take it so personally. I can understand that's his natural energy. That's just where it's directed. And if I'm a people person, he's a tasks guy, we may have issues sometimes, and I can kind of understand what those issues might be. But him understanding me understanding him, it's going to really improve our relationship because I'm not going to take things so personally. Another one is my husband. He's an ideas guy, and I'm the people person. And so we've had some silly conflicts here and there in our relationship. One being just parking my car in the garage. He is in this idea, just natural energy to idea is the most ideal to park your way in the car or in the garage. Your tires are supposed to be straight, because if they're turned out, you don't have as much room walking around the car. It's ready to back up. I mean, that is just his natural energy, and everything is just natural like that. Like he just thinks the most ideal way of doing things. Well, I'm not like that at all. the ideas are very low on my natural energies. I have to put some conscious thought into this. It's not a subconscious energy that I have. And so when we would go back and forth about, him thinking that I was trying to be rude or something by not thinking his idea. And I really do believe that is the most ideal way. I do believe that. But oftentimes when I'm parking my car in the garage, I am talking to my kids. I'm distracted with my people energy.
Yeah.
Or I'm distracted with my tasks would be next for me. So what do I need to do next? And so my natural energy is there. And so this was a point of contention. Well, in relationships, this kind of stuff happens all the time where you just keep revisiting these same things because they're personality differences. You think of them as personality differences, but it's really this subconscious natural energy that is causing these conflicts in your relationship. But when you know them, then I can appreciate them. And that's the key. You don't want to ever say, I'm right, you're wrong for being this way, because that's who they are. Just like Katrina talked about, that's them. They have to be true to themselves.
Yes.
And I have to be true to myself. So I used to get upset with him when he would zone out my kids talking to him because he's in this ideas place. And now that I understand it's not him trying to be rude. And it's not me trying to be rude because I'm not parking my car the way that he thinks it should, then we can appreciate each other's differences. And we can work off of them, and it can make our relationship actually better when we appreciate it instead of just getting frustrated. And this is another one of those conflicts because of our natural energies. Okay, well, what can we do about it? And how can I appreciate you and see the good in that instead of thinking I'm right, you're wrong.
Well, I love that. What's the fourth one? I have people, tasks, ideas, and
things, tangible
things.
items. Mm-hmm. So this would be people who notice. And Tracy, maybe you are, but notice hair and makeup and clothes and cars and things. And they make the world a beautiful place. Like all of these people are just wonderful in their own way because we need these things people to make the world beautiful. We need these people because they're connectors. They are just thinking of people constantly and wanting to connect. They're getting things done. Those people get things done. They accomplish a lot in their life. Ideas guys, they always have the best ideas and they think things through, and it's just this natural energy for them. So there's such a beauty in all of them. But in relationships, it can present a problem a little bit if you are different with your natural energies. And it's just helpful to know what problems may come up. And then the other thing I really love about it is you can practice a platinum rule. Do you guys know what the platinum rule is? Do you know that one?
I can't remember it.
Okay, so the golden rule is to do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? Well, the platinum rule is to do unto others as they would have you do unto them. So if my favorite kind of ice cream is cookie dough, I'm not going to go give my sister who loves cookies and cream cookie dough because that would be me doing unto her as I would have her do unto me, right? That would be the golden rule. I'm going to give her favorite ice cream, the platinum rule. Well, when you know about these energies and these core fears, you can practice that platinum rule. You can treat them the way they want to be treated. If I'm working with a tasks person, I'm going to really compliment how much they accomplish and how well they do their work. And I'm going to probably do acts of service to help things go better. All these things that they want to accomplish, maybe I'm going to help them accomplish the things that they want to accomplish. You guys have heard of Gary Chapman and the 5 love languages. It's kind of like that. Like, let me speak your love language. If you're an ideas guy, I'm going to compliment your ideas. I'm going to come to you when I need a good idea because you've got them. You've got that. And it's kind of, they value that too, because that's their natural energy. So it's something they value as well. Kind of like Trina was talking about. Oftentimes I value people. Everybody values people, but like I'm a people person. I value people because that's my natural energy.
So I love all that. Do you have a quiz or something for us? Is that going to be on this?
So yeah, if you want to take the personality assessment quiz, reach out to me at Coach Jessica, and it's number 1, and it's Jessica with an A, at gmail.com, and I can send you where I can tell you where to go to take that personality test. There's also another test you can take for free if you visit my webpage, which I think Amy will put the information up for you. But if you visit my webpage, there's a clarity assessment where you can take that for free, and it will tell us where your subconscious fears are. So it will really help us understand where you might have some issues with fear, and then we can really target that and attack it and change the beliefs that are there that are causing the fear to beliefs that will serve you to get out of fear. So you can be in a place of trust.
Yeah.
So, a couple of assessments that you can take for free.
I love that. My cats are fighting right now. Don't know if you could hear that.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is all. I really think that's truly helpful to really also in communication, like the promoter, the controller, like who are you communicating with? This is also great because it's people's tax ideas and things are a little bit more like their actions.
Yeah.
How they're operating in this world, which I think is awesome. So, let's see here. What are we at? We're at 40. So let's do, let me try to find one more question on relationships because, so how about some communication tips with relationships?
Okay, yes. So in our program, we actually go over what's called a communication formula, and it's amazing. And the key to starting any communication with anyone is to see yourself as the same. So you might think of past conversations you've had, and you may have felt like you were kind of like a child to that other person. They were talking to you like they were the parent, you're the child, or vice versa. I'm the parent, you're the child, and talking down to you. That is just going to mess up any conversation. So you really want to have this kind of adult conversation where you both are respectful and you're seeing each other as the same. And this can be tricky, especially if you're talking to your teenager, where you feel like you know more. It can be kind of tricky, but you have to go into every conversation feeling like you're the same, valuing that other person, and not feeling like you're above or below, because that's going to make you not be true to yourself if you're going into that conversation thinking they're above you. So neither one. You want to be on the same level. And then it's really important, if you want to be effective in your communication, to listen to them first. Okay, you really, really want to ask them questions and listen to really understand. You want to pretend like you're talking to a philosopher, like they have something amazing to teach you, and you're going to learn something amazing from them. And so you are very curious. You're asking questions. You're very attentive to them, because if they feel like you're not interested, the rest of the conversation is not going to go well. That's key, to feel like you're interested in what they have to say. And oftentimes in our relationships, our conversations should stop there. If we want to be putting emotional deposits into our emotional bank account, you should have a lot of conversations that are stopping right there, especially if it's a parent-child relationship. You want to stop that conversation. So in the end, they thought, oh, she just really wanted to understand me. She really wanted to know what I had to say. But then there will be other times where you need to say something. There's something that you need to share too. So after you've done that, then you would ask permission. Hey, I have something I'd like to share. Is it okay if I share something with you? Because then they have their agency that they get to choose whether they say yes or no. And that's going to determine how the rest of the conversation goes. If they gave you permission, then they're all ears. They want to hear what you have to say. If they said no, then we need to respect that. But oftentimes they'll come back later and want to know what you had to say. So just keep that in mind as well. But then after you share, they're all ears. And you want to make it about, you probably have all heard this, but you want to make it about me, like saying I, never use. You is attacking. So you want to keep that you out of it. And it's hard sometimes in relationships when you're talking things through, not to say you made me feel this way, you did, but they will get defensive. And whenever somebody gets defensive or is put into a fearful place, you get that fear response and you're not productive. You get into that emotional part of the brain instead of the logical part, and it just becomes an emotional conversation that is not productive. So you want to avoid attacking words like you and things like that. And then you just share how about yourself, like I felt like da-da-da, and explain your side.
Thank you for that. And there's one last thing where can you give us some tips on preparing before those conversations?
Yes.
After we
okay.
prepare before having these types of conversations.
Yes, you have to be in the right state of mind or it's not going to be successful. If you go into a conversation upset, it's not going to be good. So definitely preparation is huge. That's why when I say make sure that you're in a good place where you can see that other person as the same as you. A scared, struggling, what we call it is a scared, struggling student in the classroom of life. We're all a scared, struggling student in the classroom of life. They have different fears. They have different things going on, but we're all the same. And so just understanding that about them and trying to see them with empathy and concern and love prior to going into that conversation is huge. So you definitely want to, if you can't get into a place where you are in that state of mind, then you probably want to avoid that conversation until you can get there. So just really working on getting out of the fears, whatever fears are making you feel like you can't approach that conversation in a healthy way is helpful too.
All right. Thank you for that. I have a conflict over here, a communication conflict over here. So I know that you have one more thing for our audience is your YouTube, right? Your free tips on your YouTube channel.
I have a YouTube
I'm going to
channel.
put that in there.
Perfect. I have a YouTube channel with free tips, relationship tips. So feel free to visit that and check out those tips. I think they're pretty helpful. And then also, if you reach out to me at coachjessica1@gmail.com, we can also set up a free 20-minute consultation as well, if you would like to talk to me.
So I have all your stuff in there. It's all in the chat box.
Awesome.
So I want to say this has been an awesome segment. We hit our time pretty much. I mean, it goes by quick. But I think I just started this yesterday. If you could give our audience, one last idea, one last thought, one statement or something of inspiration for us to go out into this our world at this moment, what would it be? Who wants to share just one something? Tracy.
You can be gorgeous at 30, you can be charming at 40, and you can be irresistible the rest of your life.
I love that.
Ciao,
Thank
ciao.
you. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Who wants to jump in?
I would say that this is the time to honor who you are and to show up fully and go after your dreams, see your vision and take action towards it. Nobody else can, but you will. And so with that, I am Trina Bolden Fields, and I'm so very excited to continue to connect with you. So thank you.
All right. Thanks, Trina. All right, Jessica, what's your...
All right. Yes, I would just say that our relationships have the potential to bring us the most joy in life. And so I would not hesitate to work on yourself, who is the common denominator in every relationship. And then be true to yourself as well. There are toxic relationships out there. So keep that in mind as well. But be true to yourself, value yourself, love yourself, and live fearless.
Awesome. Well, ladies, this is the first, our first segment is come to an end. You guys were all beautiful, wonderful. This is why I did the live, is to have an eclectic group of women speaking in many different areas of life and love and clothing. And that's on my to-do list, Tracy. My intention list, Jessica, is my wardrobe. So thank you again for being a part of the Unstoppable You. And I really appreciate you, and you make this event super special for me. So mute yourself and say goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you so
Bye.
much.
Bye.
Woo! All right. So we have we got through. Whoops. We're in. We're out. There we go. So that was an awesome segment. I don't know if you can hear my cat Cecil. He's living it up this morning. So, God, I have so much great information in there. The vision of clothing, the vision of life, your business. Really, I love the part on relationships. Like, are you a people person, a task person, an ideas person, or a things person? I think anytime that we understand each other, gotta love kids. I know, Michelle with the kid. Anytime that we have more understanding about each other is always such a benefit. When you have that type of understanding and grace and love for people, it really creates a community around you. And as we were talking earlier about having that, you shining brightly, whether it's, new wardrobe or feeling confident or feeling like, feeling really, really like you kind of grounded in your day and you're having a beautiful day. All of their suggestions were awesome. And if you feel like you are ready to start taking those steps towards your vision in your life and in your business, and you do feel like, there are some things that have been holding you back and you truly are ready to start making a difference in this world and actually taking what's yours, like getting what belongs to you. I always say claim your space. If you're ready to claim your space and you are feeling like you want to have a conversation with me about that, and it could be in your life, it could be in your business. It's just like really about you showing up for yourself. I'm a big proponent for that. I am. This is, as I said, this is what you're seeing now is part of a vision. It started off as a thought, right? And now it's living in its own space. And if you feel like, you are ready to make those leaps into your life or business, then book a call with me. Let's have a conversation. And I spoke a little bit about these conversations yesterday, and this is a conversation. All of the experts on the panel not always, but usually do have a free offering for you guys to start conversations with you when you resonate with the speaker in front of you. So we had some great takeaways today. We had, as I said, I think self-sabotage, like Ronnie said, is a killer. And it's interesting how it's just so weird that we're even having these conversations about self-sabotage when we want so much in our life. But sorry, let me get this in here. Yeah. But as Jessica was saying, like, we've got this other thing going, our subconscious running us. It's like, it's on this autopilot almost. And we as human beings and people are responsible for interrupting those patterns, interrupting those thoughts so that you can have the life that you truly desire. So I do want to speak again into the surveys. And I do want to say that self-love in these surveys is always number one. I have like, what are you struggling with now? Or what do you want to improve now? And self-love is always number one. And this is what I do with with you guys and with people who go to my workshops and my clients. I always say, what is your definition of self-love? I think that is so important to define what it means to you. Because I don't know if you noticed, but this show and who I am is not a cookie cutter idea of anything. It's more like, what is it to you for self-love, to be in self-love? What does it look like? What's your definition of self-love? Because I know many of you, as I say, on the survey, that's like number one thing that people are struggling with. So I encourage you to first define it. What does that actually mean? And then once you have that definition about what you think self-love is, and then you can start putting those things, implementing those things into your life. And these are these small steps. And this is the thing about self-love. It's very personal, I believe. And I also believe we have our own definition, right, of what it looks like. But I do believe that we're all capable of loving ourselves in a way that feels really good. And I'm saying this from a place of not having self-love years ago. And when my fiance passed away, I was standing there empty. I thought I had self-love, but I didn't. And I was standing there like, who am I at this point in my life? So, and I know many of us are standing there asking that. And for me, it was like just implementing new things, trying new things, defining it. What do I really want in this moment? It doesn't have to be 5-10 years from now, because that's scary sometimes. But what do you truly want in this moment? So before we're about to introduce the next panel, but I really want you to take the time to really define what does self-love mean to you. You know, I think that's really important to first get clear about what that might look like. If it's more like feeling good about yourself, if it's more confidence, it's about speaking your mind, it's about having less fear and having that boldness of trying new things and moving forward in your life. But until we define it, because everyone's individual, until you define what it means to you, it's kind of hard to like figure it out. So that is my ask of you today. Define self-love. What does it mean to you? And once you have the definition out there, just start figuring out how to implement those things that give you that feeling of self-love. And with that, I'm going to bring in the next panel. I'm super excited. We have Cynthia. Hello, Cynthia.
Hello.
Stephanie,
Hello.
and Sarah. Hello, ladies. So I'm so happy to have you guys here. Does everyone know how to mute and unmute themselves? Are we good? Yeah. So I'm going to mute everybody real quick, and then I'm kind of going to do a quick intro of everyone, and then we'll get into our interview. Ronnie says yes to all of that. Yes. Okay, so we have Cynthia's here first. She's going to speak on personal power and she's going to start 5 steps to enhance your life through self-protection. She is a personal power and courage coach. So yesterday, I know you were watching yesterday a lot, but yesterday the theme was about courage and courageous action. And yeah, I thought this is awesome. I'm totally excited about this. I'm having a thing. And we have Sarah K. Ramsey. She is a toxic relationship specialist and a best-selling author and life coach. And she's going to talk about how to become toxic proof. And I know that that's a big subject for many of us out there in this where we're living today in our life. And then we have Stephanie. Stephanie is a relationship expert. So she's an expert in helping brilliant women date up. As you know out there, I'm a dater. And I love to date. I wish more people loved to date because I'm a dater. I love it. I think it's fun and interesting, but I like people. So I'm happy that you ladies are all here. I'm excited for this next section. And Michelle says she loves your book. I don't know if we don't know who that's going for, Michelle. We got a couple authors on here. So, yeah. So beautiful. So Cynthia, you're going to start off our panel today. So why don't you go ahead and unmute yourself, introduce yourself, tell us, who you work with and what you're seeing out in the world today.
Okay. Hi. Well, I'm so happy to be here. This is going to be a really fun conversation. If yesterday is anything to go by, because yesterday was just on fire, and I am really happy to be part of it. So on the surface, what I do is I teach women how to be safe in any situation. But what I really do is I help women tap into the power and the abilities that they don't realize that they're born with. I teach women the tools and the strategies that not only help them be safe, but allow them to live the life that they dream of and to live in freedom rather than feeling paranoid or vulnerable or anxious. So I work with women of all ages, actually starting with girls who, I think the youngest that I've worked with is 4, but primarily I work with teens and women. So that's what I'm here to talk about today is how to be safe, and how that learning how to protect yourself actually does not create constriction in your life, but actually opens things up so that you can have a much fuller and more rich life.
Yeah, I love that. I'm a big protection person too. And I know some people don't agree with that on some level, but I'm like, I'm a big protection person too. When I walk into certain situations, I think it's important that we know what we're walking into. And so tell me some instances where, that self-protection really works. Like, how can we use it, and what it might look like?
Well, so our desire as women is we want to go where we want to go, and we want to do what we want to do, and do it with whoever we want to do it with, and be free and be safe. We don't want to feel hyper vigilant, and we don't want to feel inhibited or constricted. We want to own our space on the planet, and to be seen and to be heard and respected, not make ourselves small or invisible or silent because we don't feel safe. And so what you're talking about going into situations, new situations, especially dating, right? It's a kind of thing where if we do a little bit of mental and emotional preparation, and we create some mental blueprints for possible scenarios, and we learn some fundamental tools and strategies, we can go into those sort of unknown situations with confidence. We don't, men in dating, for example, they don't necessarily go meet some new person worried about their physical or emotional safety. They don't worry about being coerced or manipulated, and they certainly don't worry about being raped. But most women, even if they're not consciously actively thinking about it, it's like the little birdie sitting on the shoulder that's chirping and saying, just pay attention, make sure everything's okay. And so we want to be confident when we do that. And that's why I generated five ways or 5 steps that you can take, so that when you go into situations, whether it's dating or taking a new job, or any number of things, you can actually feel that confidence. So do you want to go through some of those steps?
I do. I'm excited about the steps.
Yeah, well, it always helps if you got like tangible things you can do.
Yes,
otherwise it's just theory that sounds good, but really it's the practice. And this is why I do what I do, is because a lot of what is taught and practiced comes from a very male dominated perspective. The guys that teach self-defense, they come at it kind of from a law enforcement, military kind of perspective. And while there is a role for that for women, that's not necessarily what we need, because our threats aren't really the kind of threats that most men deal with. And they're certainly, we're not looking to, take somebody down and restrain them. We want to know that in our intimate relationships and in our friendships and in our interactions with other people, we can be safe. And so the very first thing is to get very clear on sort of what I call your whys. It's a series of things that you need to think about ahead of time. So the very first one is, what is your personal reason to survive? That's a really deep thing, and we could probably spend an hour just talking about that. But if you know that you are worth defending, and that nobody has the right to lay hands on you or to abuse you or coerce you, that is a big step to being able to manage everything else. And understanding what your reason to survive is very personal. And mine for many years was that I had my elderly mother living with me, and I knew that if something were to happen to me, if I were killed or if I were disabled or just disappeared, her end of life process would be substantially different and much worse than if I were still there to shepherd her through that. And so that was my personal motivation for a long, long time. So can you, Amy, think like right off the bat what your reason to survive is?
It sounds kind of trivial.
Put it out there anyway.
Because I I really want to survive because I just love being here. I love being alive, and I love the experience of being human and being on this earth. And I really, I find this such a precious thing, life, because I watched my fiance pass away. So when you're in that transit, when you understand like just how precious this life is, that's really my, I think my why is I know this is precious. I want to have fun, and I want to do as much as I can.
I don't think that's trivial at all. I mean, that is really, I'm here on the planet for a reason, and I have a purpose.
Yeah.
And, I love this experience. And I mean, look at what you're doing. What you're doing has such an incredible impact, and it's not a small one, and it's got ripples that go all around the world. So if that were suddenly to disappear, that would be a huge loss. So I think that is a very potent reason to survive. So that's where we start, is like, what difference does it make?
Yeah.
And another way to approach that is like, what could it cost you and those who care about you if you don't make it through a situation? And, a lot of people are quick to say, well, I could just die. And for me, if that's what happens, well, that would kind of be the end of the road for me, and my family would have something tangible to deal with. But worse for me would be disappearing and leaving everybody who cared about me wondering what the heck happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
Or being disabled or paralyzed or comatose and being hospitalized and draining all the financial, emotional resources from those people who care about me. So when you start to think about what it could cost you if you're not prepared and you don't know what to do in different situations, that makes it a lot more urgent to actually learn. And it's not really learning things that are outside you either. It's really learning how to tap into what's inside you. So that's the second piece of that, getting clear on your whys. The third is why you might be a good target. And this is actually something that's fun to play with, is to understand what we call them bad guys, right? It can be women too, but what do they look for? We know that they look at how you carry yourself, what your posture is, what your gait and your body language are, where your eyes are directed. Like, if you're kind of down and inward, you have kind of a victim posture that's very attractive. So we know that they look for those kinds of things, and we know that they look for resources. And the resource could either be something that you have, money or a car or something like that, but it could also just be you. There are predators who just, the thing that they want is you. They want your body or your life. And we know that what they need is an opportunity, and they need isolation. So when you start thinking about what it is about you that might make somebody who is a predator or a criminal think you were a good person to go after, that really helps you know what things that you can kind of develop and shift or build so that you don't look like an attractive target. Because that's the thing, we want them to look at us and go, not that one. And then the fourth piece of getting clear on what your whys are is why boundaries are essential. How to set them and enforce them, and understanding that a boundary is not a negotiation. Because pretty much every interaction that we have where a boundary gets transgressed, those are the ones where our little warning signals go off saying, oh, this could be dangerous. This could be like step one of a process that ends up being very unsafe for me. So those four things, like why you have a reason to survive, what it might cost you and those who care about you, why you might be a good target, and why boundaries are essential. That's the place to start. It's just getting clear on those whys.
Yeah, and I think, it's interesting because I think I'm going to talk about in the relationships, like boundaries are so important. And every time something happens, it's like, that's over, but we don't always stick to our boundaries. We don't always, hold up to those.
Mm-hmm.
So can you give us some talk about that? I know we talked about boundaries a little bit, but talk about boundaries and what they are and what it looks like and what they can be also, right?
Well, there's different kinds of boundaries. There's mental boundaries and emotional boundaries, as well as physical boundaries. Physical space, that's the one that we tend to think of most. But we have boundaries that protect our emotional beings and our spiritual beings. And often the way that we protect those is through verbal, setting verbal boundaries. So there are a lot of different ways to work with boundaries, but knowing that they're not negotiable, but in order to get to that point, you have to think about what are your boundaries actually? What are the things that you're willing to allow and the things that you're not willing to allow? For example, I have a friend who absolutely hates being hugged. Just like, don't do that,
Mm-hmm.
But she runs into a lot of people whose way of greeting is, hey, how are you doing? And a nice big hug, right? So she had to think about, how solid a thing is that I don't want somebody coming into my physical space, even if it's somebody that I actually know, and enveloping me in a hug, putting their arms around me. She had to work through, why is that so important to her? Is it something that's fear-based, or is it something that she has thought through and processed and said, this is something that I want. I just don't want people coming that close to me. And honestly, look at 2020, like how conscious did we all become of, the 6-foot boundary that's sort of encircled us, right? So recognizing what it is and why you have it, and then thinking about what can you say if somebody comes towards you and you can tell, you see all those, we call them pre-contact cues, right? And a hug is not a threat necessarily, but you can see somebody getting prepared to do that. And how do you communicate to them, no, thank you. Like, I'm happy to see you and everything, but I don't want to have a hug. So you can preemptively use a physical tool to forestall that. You can put your hand out for a handshake, or you can kind of turn sideways so that if they do come in, they actually get to your shoulder rather than a straight on full body hug. You could even put your hand up, just like, hey, how you doing? So there's a lot of different physical things that you can do, but you can also use your words. You can say, hey, nice to see you. Hey, don't forget, like, I'm not a hugger,
Yeah.
It's like both elbows, right? That's a thing now. We've got to.
Yeah.
So there are ways to do that. And honestly, the thing that inhibits most people from setting a boundary, whether it's a physical one or an emotional one, or, any other variety of boundary, is like, we're afraid of offending people or being rude or being seen as, that stuck up person or that difficult person. Like, we don't want to get labeled as being not friendly or not nice. And that ability to give yourself permission to do something that protects your mental, emotional, physical safety, even if it might offend somebody else, is essential. Because most of the time, if you set a boundary and the person is somebody who doesn't intend anything nefarious, they'll just be like, oh, hey, cool.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I was going to talk about
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about that? I think we're all thinking you're all help.
Yeah, it seems like our internet connection is going a little funky right now. You were kind of skipping in and out. So if you could just recapitulate that real quickly, that'd be great.
Yeah, I see my.
Oh, now you're back.
Am I back? Because yeah. So when you were talking about being rude, when you said it, we're all thinking it. We don't want to be rude, and when you said it, we all went, "Yep, that's true. We don't want to be rude." So how do you work with women with even that thought? Like, because we are trained to be nice, to be polite, to kind of like acquiesce, like,
yeah,
just do it, whatever it was.
Well,
I think it's less now for younger people, but I think in like my generation, it was don't be rude,
Actually, I do still see it in the younger generation.
Okay.
I have 2 daughters in their 20s, and I work with teens, and peer approval is just as important for them. So it is something that I think we start developing as kids, but here's what I think the antidote is coming back to like your sense of self-worth and understanding that you are worth protecting. Your energy, your resources, your body, that is worth protecting. And it is okay for you to take action to keep yourself safe, whether that's through setting a boundary or leaving a situation or taking a different kind of action. That is fine. And if the person that you're dealing with has a negative reaction to that, that tells you something about them. So for example, if you say, hey, you are a little too close to me. I don't feel comfortable with that. Could you just move, like a foot away? And the person is like, why? What, are you too stuck up to be close to me? Or something like that. They've got a different agenda, right? They're trying to hook you into something else. And you can say, no, I like to have my personal space, and I would appreciate it if you could kind of stay clear. Even more so in the year that we've gone through. And if they push that, getting a boundary and sort of arguing with it or rejecting with it tells you that they don't respect you. They don't value you. They, and they want something from you. And what we do, unless we start to become conscious of it and learn how to hold our boundaries, is we sort of go down the slippery slope of like, well, I don't want to be construed as offensive and rude, so I'll allow this little bit. But then what happens, it's the give an inch and they take a mile thing. They get that foot in the door, and then the next transgression across the next boundary happens, and then the next one, and then the next one. And all of a sudden you're like, I'm in this relationship where for the last 3 years I've been getting battered and abused. How did that happen? It's like, well, it started way back when with, no, I really don't want to go out with you, but giving into the pestering and saying, okay, just one date. So it's like that slippery slope. So this is why it's so important for us to tap into the fact that we are worth protecting. And it is not a weird thing for us to want to protect ourselves. I mean, we are born on the planet with the brain and the body that we need to keep ourselves safe. Like, we didn't land magically here on the planet vulnerable and incapable of protecting ourselves. We've just sort of domesticated ourselves out of being able to do that. And so that's why I do what I do, is like, hey, let's get back in touch with all of our natural tools and abilities and start to use them so that we can be safe. And so that when we do encounter people who don't respect us and who do have an agenda and who do want something from us that we may not want to give, we know how to deal with that, whether that's learning how to exit the situation before it goes even further, or learning how to defuse and de-escalate and do some really good communication with them so that we can kind of change the dynamics, or whether it's actually having to be hands-on and physically remove them as a threat. We need to be able to do all of those things, and we're born with what we need to do. We just have kind of forgotten or not learned again. Because, I'll ask all three of you, did any of you get taught as young girls, like what the dangers were out in the world and what you could do so that you could protect yourself mentally, emotionally, physically? Thumbs up from anybody?
Well, I always make when I think something's inappropriate, I always think to myself about those ABC's after school specials. Do you remember those?
Yeah.
Remember those? Like, they put the fear of every situation into me. So that's like was my teacher, the after school after school specials, where it's like, oh, don't go by the car, make sure you check the back seat, make sure that was my teacher. But yeah, no, not my personal in my own home.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was ignorant. That's what started me off on this whole path is I was very naive. And in my 20s, I was out dancing with some friends, and we were walking back to the car late at night, and we got ambushed by two armed men who forced us down an alley and stole everything that we had. And, that was my big wake up to, like, I didn't even know that kind of thing happened in the world. And I definitely didn't know what to do. So that's kind of what set me on this path. And my daughters and I right now, we're writing a book and developing an app for teen girls and their parents, because it's like, this is what we need to know. And key, like relating to our two other panelists today, is the biggest threat for women is not that stranger or that boogeyman in the parking garage. It's somebody that we already know. It's somebody that we have a connection to, whether that's at work or in our intimate relationships, or even somebody that we just see on a regular basis, but we're not really friends with. It could be, I don't know if we have newspaper delivery people anymore, but we certainly have baristas at Starbucks that we see every day, and other people like that. And like, that's actually, it's in those human interactions with people that we know that we need to be able to recognize, like, what are the warning signs that this is not a healthy relationship? And, how do we know that what's happening is leading us down that path that can end up being catastrophic? And that's why working with teens is so important, because these girls the knowledge before they get into relationships. And they can recognize being isolated. They can recognize, this constant criticism and I wouldn't wear that because that makes you look kind of fat, but this one looks better. All of that kind of manipulation that gets done. Yeah. If we can address that in the early years, we're so much better off.
Yeah. And I want to kind of speak into, because I know, like, even for me, and I know when I'm in workshops with other women and stuff, we've been in isolation for this year. Now it's time to start going out. So I'm just thinking, as you're talking, this is like a clean slate. This is a clean slate, right? And many of us, many people out there do feel safer at home and are feeling anxiety going out now into the world. A lot of people are in that opposite. Some people want to get out there 100%, and some people are like, I like it better this way. I don't want to go out there so much. So this is a clean slate. Okay. So can you give me some tips? And I don't know, I date, so you get me on a date. So give me some, like, from start to finish, what I should be thinking about doing and how it's going to look the night of my date. How about that?
Okay. Well, yeah. Number one is to know what it is you want to accomplish with the date. Like, what's your goal? You got to kind of know what it is you want first. And as you proceed, I think situational awareness, it's a term that's bandied about, but nobody really tells you what it actually means. And so I'm going to tell you, because it applies in a dating situation, but also to any other and new environment that you're going to enter. It's number one, obviously, it's being aware of what's going on around you. So if you're going on a date and say you're going to go to a restaurant, you're going to want to scope out that restaurant. You're going to want to see, like, what kind of people are there? What is the energy? What's the vibe? You also want to look for things like fire extinguishers and exits. And like, everybody knows the door they come in, but you probably want to know, like, where's the bathroom and where's the kitchen? Because kitchens always have doors to the outside, pretty much. They have exits out of the kitchen. So you want to think about things like that. And one of the things I love to do is look for things I can use as improvised weapons just in case. And that's not in case I need to defend myself from my date, while we're sitting at dinner. But we've had active violence, active shooter situations where people have come into restaurants and things like that. So, like, there's knives and forks and there's jugs of water. And so go through that and look at your whole environment and use all your senses, because what you want is you want to get a feel for the space and what's normal. And that way, when something is a little out of normal for that, your natural survival system will pick up on that. You'll start to get that classic bad feeling about something. And that's your cue that you need to start paying more attention. But just as important as what's out there is being aware of what's going on inside you. So if you go out on this date and you're already stressed out because you just, had a catastrophic financial loss, maybe, 15 people backed out of your program today, or you just, learned that your car got totaled or something like that. And, you're just emotionally not in a good place, or you're mentally preoccupied with something. I mean, this used to happen to me all the time because I had two of my kids who went through a really rough period of time. And I swear every moment of every day, the back of my mind, I was processing that. So I wasn't fully present to anything else. So being really aware of what's going on inside you. And that could even just be as simple as, like, are you feeling kind of hangry right now? Maybe your date's taking you out to dinner and you're kind of hangry. You might be a little more irritable. And if he says something or does something that you don't like, your response is not going to be the same as it would be otherwise. And then the third piece of that is, being aware and being able to read other people's behavior. So being able to read what they say, what they do, how they carry themselves, so that you can recognize warning signs. And in the dating environment, that's a particular construct. You're supposed to be getting to know each other. But what we know is that predators use the same strategies to groom their victims that perfectly harmless, innocent people use to get to know each other.
Yeah.
And that's where, like, the number one most important thing is just listening to your instincts and intuition. And if anything at all feels off about the person or the situation, pay attention to it and get curious and say, I wonder why I don't feel comfortable. I wonder why this seems a little bit off to me. And, make the decision that you don't necessarily have to figure it out and identify it right in the moment, but you do want to take an action that will get you to a safer place. So maybe, if you're having dinner and the conversation is pretty good, but there have been a couple of things that were said or a couple of moments where you were just kind of like, that's weird. Your choice might be, I'm not going to invite him to come back to my place for a nightcap, or I'm not going to go for that after dinner stroll through the park together. I'm just going to thank him for the experience and make my way home alone. So just making that choice to be safe when you have that feeling that something might be amiss. Because the downside, right, to listening to that intuitive bad feeling is, if you don't listen to it, you can end up in a world of trouble. If you do listen to it, you might, it might be a missed opportunity. You might hurt the other person's feelings, but ultimately you're safe. And that's our goal, is we want to be safe.
Yeah.
We just don't want to not live our lives because we're afraid that we're not going to be safe.
Yes, because again, everything about being anxiety or fear is really learning how to have that self-control about decision making. Like, I think that's always so empowering. Like, I can stay or I can leave. I can say no to dinner and just a drink. I don't have to do whatever. I can assess it and and gauge things, which I think is always so empowering for women. Is to, I have a system, so I don't I have a dating system, so it's like there's no dinner the first date. It's only a quick drink and that's it. In a public place, I don't go to the park or anything, or hiking. Nothing like that. It's like the first one is very basic. And no kissing on the first date either, actually, if I miss it. So, okay, so I know that you have, thank you for all that information, because I know we're going out into the world now. I know that we are, as I say, it's almost like a clean slate, things are going to start getting back on track and getting, so it's nice to have a clean slate to work from and to grow from, which is always a beautiful thing. So I know that you have,
and there is a downside, not a downside, but there is something to be aware of, which is that because it is kind of a new world, right? The previous norms don't apply anymore. So we do need to get a read on, like, what is really happening now, not what used to be, but what is now. And that's a really important point. So I'm really glad that you brought that up. That's huge.
Yeah. I mean, this is everything. I think, everyone's going, hopefully people have learned from this, and there's going to be different changes, I'm hoping. And with that, there's going to be a freebie. What do you have for us, Cynthia? What's your offer to the audience?
I put together just a little 2-page download. It's the 10 essential safety strategies for the empowered woman. And you can get that by just going to my website, cynthiajolicoeurrude.com/freebie. That's FREEBIE. I saw somebody spell it with a Y once, and that was weird.
I put it in the chat box for everyone, so everyone can grab that. And I'm going to grab it because as it's a new world, and I want to be, first understand that it is a clean slate. It's a new space, and that, that's a good thing for us women. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it is.
New
Yeah.
possibilities, new rules.
Yeah, and we
And
should feel confident in stepping
yeah,
out there and exploring this new world and
that's
taking
right.
up space in it and doing what we want to do. So,
That's right. Claiming your space. I'm into it.
yep.
All right, Cynthia, thank you for that, and thank you for your gift. And we're going to introduce Sarah K. Ramsey. And hello, Sarah. So beautiful to have you
Hello,
here.
how are you?
I'm good. So introduce yourself and tell us about, what you do and who you work with and what you're seeing out there in the world today.
Awesome. So I help women who've experienced pain from a toxic parent or partner go on to design lives they're excited about living by helping them reconnect with what's right with them, become toxic person proof, and then go on to actually live that life. I see a lot of really amazing women kind of get stuck in the healing journey. It's like, oh, I just need to fix this. I need to fix this. And then maybe this is wrong with me. And maybe this is wrong with me. And healing becomes a hobby. And I want to get people from healing into growing. I want to get, with dating apps, as Stephanie, she's probably one of the advice she's going to have is like, hey, don't spend all your time in the app. The point is to actually date, right? And so that's very similar to what I would say. And the point is not the healing. The point is that you get healed and move on, especially after a toxic relationship.
Yes, and I'm going to say that we get addicted. I have to mute you when I'm talking because as a thing. And I'll have to say that I think we get addicted to this self-healing journey. Like it's easy. And I'm also in this. It gets easier to just study than have to put it into play. Like actually take those lessons and try them out.
There's also a lot of abstract healing that I see, which is I'll say, what do you want in your life? I want to feel better. I want to be happy. I want to heal. Those are very abstract concepts. And, one of the most different things about what I do in helping people become toxic person proof is figuring out what problem they're trying to solve. For example, and I think Cynthia will appreciate this considering what she does. I get on the phone with people and they say, I have trust issues. And I said, okay, so you've been around a lot of really amazing, trustworthy people that you self-sabotaged and pushed away. And they say, no, I've been around a lot of people who lied to me. And I said, oh, then you don't have trust issues. You don't know who to trust. You don't know how to find trustworthy people in your life. Those are drastically different problems to solve. And if you're solving the wrong problem, you're going to have the wrong life. And healing is going to take forever. And you're going to become obsessed with, I always joke that no little girl grows up thinking her habits and hobbies as an adult is researching narcissism. I have never heard anyone say, I really found my happy place when I started sociopaths and narcissistic personality disorders and gaslighting and trauma bonding. Now that I have trauma bonding, I'm going to be happy forever. Like, it's horrible. It's important to note, but these are horrible concepts. And just like what Cynthia said, we need to learn them and then move into living, not just getting stuck into healing. Okay.
Yeah, and if you could, I know I'm slow on the road, but I'm slow on the track. But what exactly is gaslighting?
Okay. So the easiest example is if you have been in a situation, let's say you're living with some guy and he's like, where are my, you're like, where's my keys? Where are my keys? I know I left my keys right here. And he said, gosh, you're so stupid. It's a good thing you have me. Here's your keys. And they show you where your keys are. But in all actuality, they were the ones who hid the keys in the first place to make you feel confused, small, feel like you needed them. And so they create a situation where it's like, oh, how could you live without me? Well, in reality, they were the one that hid the dang keys. You would have just been fine if they hadn't been there. But because they were there and they would try to make themselves indispensable or trustworthy when they are not, it creates incredible confusion and it leaves people feeling as if they're going crazy.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Well, that's interesting. So, okay, now, and I hear what you're saying. And so, how to become toxic proof? A person who's toxic proof. So, how do we do that? Like, so can you give us your help?
Yes, so it's toxic person proof. And Cynthia brought a lot of really good points in the fact. If, listen to your intuition. If something feels weird, it probably is. There's an old saying, where there's smoke, there's fire. And I was raised in a religious culture where the people inside my culture was safe. So I probably did get more training. You were kind of asking who gets training on to keep safe or not, right? But it was like, oh, the people I know are safe and there's stranger danger. Okay. So if I was in a stranger danger situation, I might have my guard up, I would be on the lookout. But if, there was somebody in my faith community or somebody in my neighborhood or somebody that I knew, I automatically had my guard down. Okay. Who remembers when Bill Cosby, we first started hearing about his rape charges? Okay. And I remember thinking, that's not true. I know Bill Cosby. He's so funny. He sells us pudding. He's amazing. And it was just so hard to believe. And it created a cognitive dissonance. I saw a version of him that I believed, and there was another version of him that other people had seen and I had not. Okay. So I had to make those two versions of him match in my head. And it took a lot of evidence for that to be believable for our culture. That is not any different than the kids who, the person coaching your kid's ball team, or the neighbor volunteering to watch your babies, or the guy who's like, no problem, I'll pick you up early, or the religious leader, or the therapist, or the whoever, who could be a toxic person too. And one of the biggest things we can do to protect ourselves is to accept there are toxic people and I know them. There are toxic people and I know them. And I don't want to accept that. And so my brain is going to play tricks on me to talk me out of them being toxic. My brain is going to talk me out of my intuition. I'm going to say, that's weird. Ooh, but I don't want to be mean. Okay. Or but hurt people, or they just had a bad day, or, I'm sure it'll be better tomorrow, or, once you've made your bed, you have to lie in it. So I can't leave the relationship. I can't get a divorce. I have to stay married. I have to stay in this job. I have to be nice to my mother, no matter how she treats me. And it creates a situations where we're emotionally connected to them not being toxic. So our brains play these games with us to help us see what we want to see. My brain did not want to believe that I didn't pick up on Bill Cosby. It was, oh no, if he had been toxic, I would have seen it. I would know. I would, right? And it's the same reason that, 70 or 80% of people consider themselves an above average driver? And we have this positivity bias. It's like, oh, if there was a problem, I would have seen it. And it's very humbling to say, oh, there was a teacher at my kid's school who was actually molesting girls or whatever, and I met him 50 times and didn't pick up on it. It's very humbling to admit that the neighbor was actually toxic and you didn't know. But if you don't get past that, if it's just these blinders of all the people, we tell our kids to watch out for strangers. We don't teach them to watch out for sociopaths. Every single one of us know a sociopath. Every single one of us knows some narcissistic personality disorder. The experts are saying it's either 1 in 10 or 1 in 5 people who have some type of personality disorder, where their empathy, they have very little empathy. They are master manipulators.
Yeah, so I want to ask a question. Thank you for that, Sarah. Yeah, so there's a lot of people who reach out, who send questions about toxic people, and they don't want to do they don't do anything about it. So what can they do about it when they have these toxic people in their lives? And when you're speaking about Bill Cosby, I mean, I just thought to myself, well, what if you were actually like truly in love with someone who's toxic, and you're not even able to admit that that's what's going on. You're looking at, but he's so nice when he does this. He takes out the trash, so it's not that. This is the conversations that we have about giving excuses for people behaving badly.
And within my book, there's a whole chapter on blind spots. And what I find interesting is we Google what red flags are. We don't Google why we ignore the red flags. Right? And so if this is going to sound silly, but we have domestic violence awareness. And I kind of joke, and it's like, oh, did we not know it was inappropriate to hit your wife? Do we need to have like a month of awareness to realize that was inappropriate? Why is that like awareness? Like we should already know it's a problem. And it's kind of a bit like studying cancer, only at stage 4. Okay. Most of the conversations around toxic people, I'm so glad for what you're doing, Cynthia, and it's part of what I'm doing. So many of the conversations around toxic people are in stage 4 cancer stages. And if we can start recognizing some of those precancerous cells and not nice girl our way, or something I call smart girl syndrome, which is I've never met a problem I couldn't solve. And if I work hard enough at this, I'll solve you too. Right? And it is incredibly difficult. I mean, for you to admit, for example, this is easier for people to recognize. If you have a boss and there's a coworker that's toxic, and you go to that boss and say, I think my coworker's toxic. Think about the difference in if that boss hired that person or not. Okay. So say that boss didn't choose them and you say they're toxic, they're going to have ears more willing to hear. But if that boss hired them and vetted them and chose them, they're going to have emotional defenses up that are convincing them they made the right decision. And I have been in toxic related. Go ahead, Amy.
So yeah, so I'm just thinking about relationships and how we. Is it a bit about ego and us? Like you were talking about the smart girl, we wouldn't, is it an ego thing where we don't want to admit we made a bad mistake? Or it's very complex because it's got this feeling of love that is not really love, really. It's something else. It's got to be something else when you're accepting abuse or whatever it is.
And the first part of my program starts with reconnecting with people with what's right with them. If you are good, kind, loving, giving, and forgiving, you expect the people around you to be good, kind, loving, giving, and forgiving back. And that cognitive dissonance with Bill Cosby, it's like it was hard for me to accept it. If it's someone I have lived with or had kids with or had sex with or whatever, it's 1,000 million. That emotional charge is huge. So probably a little bit it's ego, but I don't lead with that because toxic people are such good manipulators. And I like to make the toxic people the problem, not the people who have interacted with toxic people, because we've all had toxic people interactions. It is very easy to say, yeah, I put up with a toxic boss. I've got a 20-year-old child who basically abuses me. I put up with this from my aunt, but my husband, I would never put up with that from him. That's very ego driven. And it's really easy to point fingers and say, if you're in a romantic toxic relationship, you're broken, codependent, messed up. But if I got manipulated in a business deal, I'm still fine. That's something I really want to change within our culture. And I have a problem with it, right? Because it does make it so much harder to leave because you have to admit, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm saying this. I didn't recognize I was being gaslit all those years. I didn't really think it was a big deal. I kept hoping he would change. He told me he was going to change. I believed in him. I believed in being loyal. I believe in relationships. And it's a lot of it is that hope and belief and commitment and kindness that Cynthia talked about what victims look like. Okay, and their posture and what victims look like. Toxic people, it's the same thing. And what victims look like: kind, forgiving, empathetic, willing to accept personal responsibility. And Cynthia, I think you have 2 daughters. Stephanie, I'm not sure if you do. I have a daughter. These are qualities I want both my daughter and son to have. But I also want them to be toxic person proof. and making all those things happen is a challenge.
Yeah. So how do you do that? Because as I said, like growing up, we're trained to be a certain way, and it's not always, that's not always the best way when there are people who are going to take advantage of that. So, how, when you're in that situation, like, what do you start doing? What's the process? How does it, like, how can you even, I know you talked about a little bit, but can you get a little deeper into, like, for someone who's standing in that situation right now?
Can be really helpful to keep a calendar of how happy or miserable you are within the relationship. Like, if you kind of smack yourself with hard data of, okay, 20 out of the last 30 days I was miserable. You can even score yourself a 1 to 10. 10 I was really miserable, 1 was great, and kind of give yourself a scorecard. Okay, that can be really helpful. But the biggest thing is, but when people, Maya Angelou, when people tell you who they are, believe them. What happens is, oh, he was horrible to me, he didn't mean it. It's those defenses, and you have got to break away with, okay, at this point in my life, it's like, I believe people are their actions. And here's how you know, okay? There's a girl I was talking to, and she said, oh, he has to do the hard work of healing. He has to do the hard work of this. It's going to be so hard on him. I said, no, he has to treat you in private like he pretends to treat you in public. He already knows what he's doing, and he knows what he's supposed to be doing, because he knows when everyone's watching how to behave. So it's not hard. He doesn't have to figure out how to treat you well. He has to start taking that's how you know, because the question is, do they know what they're doing? Well, he didn't mean it. He's just stressed out. And it's those, we have to break up with making excuses for people's behavior. And anything you can do to write it down, that you have to really keep yourself safe from that. Don't leave it out in a way that, but even if you just do the little numbers, even if somebody saw that, they wouldn't know what it meant, on a calendar. But really getting out of your head and that overthinking and putting it down somewhere, kind of hard data you have to look at. There's a million books on what is toxic behavior and kind of making little checklists. But the issue is, I am firmly convinced, there's a ton of information out there on this is what toxic people do. We've got to figure out what in us makes it. Mine was a toxic person was saying horrible things about me, and I was like, but I love self-growth, so they're just trying to make me a better person. And that was my kryptonite, is trying to think I was a better person, and I would just change my behavior to become a better person, and try to change my behavior and try to change my behavior. But with toxic people, the finish line is always moving. Whatever you do, it isn't good enough. It never will be.
Sorry, your internet is going out at that point, right? Is it my internet or her internet? Oh, yeah, Sarah, I think your internet went out for a minute. So, but I think it's important you said that, because a lot of women are like, well, he's just trying to make me a better person with his comments. He just wants me to be better. And it's like, that's what I caught out, because you were freezing with your internet. So I think that's a good warning sign when someone is just trying to teach you how to be a better person, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Is it my internet or hers? Because I'm getting her really crackly. Does anybody know? Am I good? I good now? Okay. So In a toxic relationship, people do not play by the same set of rules. And in a healthy relationship, they're able to play by the same set of rules. And that is one of the easiest ways to do that, is to recognize who's getting the better end of the deal of the relationship all the time. And you can keep that on a little chart. Who's always getting the better end of the deal of the relationship. It's also a really great way if it's like two people are saying each other is toxic, and you say, well, who do I believe? Like, which one, which one's telling the truth? Well, who is getting the better end of the deal? If you're getting a good end of the deal, you want things to stay the same. If someone else is constantly what I call at the top of the pyramid, their needs, their wants, their desires are always more important than yours, then there's a reason that person is wanting to change. Because they want to have a turn. They want to be able to take turns. And in a healthy relationship, people are taking turns.
So in your experience, when you are in a toxic relationship and this is all going on, is there a turnaround usually, or is there a turnaround and leave usually? Like where are you kind of seeing people going with all of this?
Sandra L. Brown ran the Institute for National Harm and has done several surveys with Cornell University. She's been doing this for 40 years. And she calls her pathology clinic with people with personality disorders, she calls it a babysitting service. Because what happens is they do one nice thing, they give an inch, and then you're like, oh, they're changing. Oh, it's so great. But it's like, meanwhile, you've been running miles, you've been running a marathon, and they move an inch and you're clapping. And so the chances of them changing, every expert is in agreement that you might as well just, beat your head against the wall for the next 20 years. Them changing, and I joke that when you think about it as taking turns, you have a preschooler, 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, you teach them to take turns. If there is a 30 or 40 or 50 or 60-year-old man who hasn't figured out how to do that, I assure you, it's not that he hasn't heard he's supposed to. It could be a woman too. I don't mean to put that, but as we're talking kind of in a dating context, thinking about it as simple as taking turns. And if they don't know how to take turns, they're getting a good end of the deal. Again, it's kind of like, well, why would they want to change? They basically have a servant. You excuse all their behavior. They can blame you for everything. And if you're a good, kind, loving, giving person, you're saying like, but they tell me they love me. And to you, love means changing your behavior to make the relationship work. To them, love means controlling you. It's love is connection versus love is control. And those are speaking two different languages.
Yeah, and I think that that distinction is so important but I love him is many of the excuses why you're staying in a situation. But I love him. And I'm saying to, people, it's like, I don't see the love. I see something else. That's not love. Love is totally separate from what's happening here. So what do I'm sure you hear that all the time, or, he loves me, or I love him, and this love. But can you speak a little bit into that? Like,
absolutely. It's all actions. Like, who you say you are is shown by your actions. Love is a verb. If you wanted to treat me well, you would. I mean, it is that simple. And I hear the word love. I think if you're dating, in the process of dating, I want you to throw out that word and stomp it on the ground, because it means so many things to so many different people. And if you're in an abusive relationship, love means you don't count. Love means you don't count. And a lot of us, our mothers did not model this well for us. Either they were narcissistic themselves and a mess, or they taught us that love meant we didn't count. Love meant women didn't count. And so then we replicate this in these relationships, and get ourselves in this situation. But he says he loves me. If anything, love is an action. Love is a verb. Do not fall in love with potential, and really think about who's watching. I have never, ever seen a kid say, you know what, my mom put up with a lot of abuse and I'm really grateful for that. I have never heard anyone say, you know, my friend put up with a lot of abusive behavior. I really admire that about her. You know, and I don't want to shame anybody. I don't. It's not what I do. And I am raising my hand, not pointing a finger here. But we've got to find something to trigger us. It can also be really helpful to create a dating profile for the person you're with. And there was a client I had, I swear she was dating the Wolf on Wall Street. He was from Ohio, not New York. But she was like, I said, okay, I'm going to make a dating profile. He was a very extreme version, but he snorts cocaine at his desk at work. He's embezzling money. He's got a wife and a mistress. You're the girlfriend. He moved to a different state with his wife. He threatened to take away your kids. You had a restraining order against him. And again, this is a very extreme version, but it stuck out to me. Only hits me sometimes. I said, if this was a dating profile, would you date this person? And she goes, no way. I said, but you are. You are choosing this person. You are choosing this person. And this is who your daughter is seeing. This is what she's seeing. This is what it means to be a woman. That love means you don't count.
Mm. Yeah, and that connection of that, like, gosh, that we've all been there. We've either all been there and also seen friends in that. It's like, just that thing. What is that lack? Where is that thing that, I'm just going to say it's just truth. It's just like reality almost. We're just suspending reality in the name of love, right? We're like suspending something and we're not calling it what it is.
We become addicted to hope. The hope they will change, the hope things will be different. And quite honestly, there's a whole lot of like messaging out there. It can be kindness counts. It can be you just, you know, some very respected leaders within relationships will say it's not 50-50, it's 100-100. So you need to be giving 100% of you, regardless of what they are doing or choosing to do. Well, that ends up in a lopsided relationship right there. Right? That's smart girl syndrome. I'll just work a little harder. Oh, I'll just be a little less needy. And it really is falling in love with hope. Our stories, the beast eventually turns into the handsome prince. Ariel gives up her voice to find the right guy. We have been programmed for so long that love means we don't count. And if we can address those things and get a little bit of away from conversations about love addiction and codependency and brokenness and self-esteem issues and say, oh, as a society, I'm trained to believe in hope, love. What's the golden rule? Treat others as you would want to be treated. Oh God, just keep treating them well. Christian cultures, love one another as you love yourself. Relationships take work. Relationships mean sacrifice. These were working against us within toxic relationships. Just like Cynthia said, the same things that are applicable in healthy relationships that work. That's good advice. If you're my husband, he's such a good man to me, so good to me. If we're both giving 100%, that's great advice. If I'm with a toxic person and I'm trying to give 100%, regardless of what they do, trying to be a good person, and my identity is being loyal and hopeful and kind and not giving up too easily, I'm going to be in a mess. Right? And that's what is working against us. And I really do want to take the conversation away from codependency or self-esteem issues and recognize that if our identity is loyalty and kindness and sticking it out, that toxic people can use that against us.
Yeah, thank you for that, because that's actually something you can tangible and takes the responsibility on you, and how can you make changes about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely the dating profile, the calendar, really writing a letter to your best friend. Like, okay, would you want your best friend to be in this relationship? Would you want your daughter to be in this relationship? Would, your mother to be in this relationship? But it is a process, because it's almost like a brainwashing, gaslighting and stuff. The confusion around that is almost brainwashing. And so again, it's so easy on the outside to say, I think like generations past, they were like, women would get together and say, you should this, and it was kind of keeping us small. And now women are better about, well, you should this, and we're trying to push each other to be brave, but we miss the own areas of our own life where we are not brave. And so you should stand up for yourself. You should have boundaries. You should this. Our conversations changed. But our identity of like other women should be doing things that we are not willing to do for ourselves is the same. And if that can change, yeah, that's got to change, right? That's not a codependency issue. That's not a self-esteem issue. We need more women leading by example. Not because I hear so many women, it's my biggest pet peeve. I give great advice. I really need to take my own advice. I'm like, that is like being a liar. It is lying. It is complete. We all have these like celebrities and stuff, and it's like they have these secret lives we didn't know about, and we get upset about it. And then it's like, oh, here's a secret life. You see your nutrition coach like downing Oreos all the time. There's an inauthenticity of that. And it's culturally acceptable for women to tell other women to take care of themselves and to stand up for themselves and have boundaries. And we don't have any guilt. Like, well, I'm not doing that in my own life, but I'm caring for other people. I'm taking care of everybody else. I'm calling BS. BS. Stop. Because if previous generations had these conversations, and women before us did some incredibly amazing things. We can vote and buy cars and all these wonderful stuff, that's amazing. 100 years from now, we need to be having these conversations about protecting ourselves and putting, like Stephanie's going to talk about, is asking for more, a higher standard, and having and becoming toxic person proof. Otherwise, the cycles continue. And I think it's the last, we talk about the glass ceiling as if like the main feminist issue is having women in power in the glass ceiling. One of the main feminist issues is women putting up with very bad men over and over, and their lives being ruined by it. And then their friends, how many of our girlfriends' conversations are about bad relationships? How much energy are we as women putting into trying to dissect men's bad behavior? What can we do? They call me. Go ahead. I'm preaching now.
I'm like, this years. I don't know why we think we have to put up with years of whatever. That's not my MO. But I don't know why we think we have to do that. Like, why people do it and why we think we have to do it is a mystery to me. But so let's get into let's talk about that in the round table. So I know you have a gift for our audience, Sarah, and then speak into that, and then we're going to introduce Stephanie, and then we're going to go to the round table.
Awesome. Yeah. So I have 5 strategies to find peace, love, and confidence after a toxic relationship. And there's a lot of conversation about what are toxic people. And that's what everybody wants to talk about, is what are toxic people. And, what I also want to move you to, out of healing into growing, and what is an amazing life after a toxic relationship. Not regurgitating a study of narcissism, or 10 years from now, still be at lunch, regurgitating a bad date with your girlfriends about the latest narcissist in your life, but really have an amazing life after, and not just being we call it abuse survivors or abuse thrivers, just being someone who's like an amazing woman. that you can't even, that's just so far in their past. It's not even a part of who they are anymore.
Great. Thank you for that, Sarah. So Stephanie, unmute yourself and then introduce yourself to the panel, to everybody out there, and then we'll get into the roundtable, and then we'll get into your one-on-one interview.
So I've been dying to jump in. I'm like, you see me? I'm like, I want to jump in and say something the whole time. So much great information from everybody so far on the panel. So thank you for putting that together, Amy. I am the expert in helping brilliant women date up. I help women who are successful in every other part of their life learn to stop the cycle of toxic relationships so that if they do decide to date again, they choose better partners. They choose better. So basically, my husband and I actually have a coaching business where that's where we do every single day is actually help them reconnect to their life, reconnect to who they are, and some of them connect for the first time to who they are. And so they can make better choices. So they're not coming from a place of neediness when they're looking to start dating again. They're coming from a place where their cup is already full and they're looking for someone else to just keep filling it up.
All right, thank you for that. So this is going to be an interesting conversation. I'm excited about this. So let's popcorn a question in from the audience. All right, so how do you decide? They're asking, like, how do you decide whether or not the relationship is salvageable? That's my thing. So because we were just discussing, like, we stay in these relationships way too long, and then like how do you actually come to that decision? Deciding whether or not the relationship is salvageable. That's my speech impediment. I can't, the G and the so who wants to jump in? I mean, who wants to jump in? Stephanie, why don't you jump in because you're brand new?
I was going to raise my hand, so thank you.
Yeah, jump right in. Let's warm up those vocal cords.
Yeah, I've been so quiet for so long. My mouth's getting parched. So thank you. So how do you figure out if the relationship is salvageable? That's a really good question. I think a big thing is, how long have you been in the relationship for? Is this really new? Are you trying to force this to work? You know, a lot of times people will come into this relationship and they're like, you know, they're treating me better than the other terrible people I've been in relationships with. So I'm going to keep trying to make this work because they're a nice guy. Well, I always say, I'm like, that's basic. Being nice to someone is like basic common courtesy. So they better have a lot more things going on than they're just a nice guy. So I think that would be the number one thing. The second thing is, how are you feeling in the relationship? If you're waking up every single day for years now, feeling like, I don't want to keep doing this. They're not listening to me. They're not willing to be open. They're not inspiring me. They're not supportive of me. They bring me down. They make me feel bad. You know, all of those things, it doesn't sound like it's very salvageable. Has there been any physical violence? Not salvageable. Are they cursing and screaming at you every day? Not salvageable. You know, my current husband, if he ever would curse at me, I told him at the very beginning, if you ever curse at me, it will be over. I don't care if we're together for 50 years. I will walk out that door so fast because I'd experienced that before. So you have to really know what your boundaries are, what's okay, what's not okay. So talk about what Cynthia said before, you know that coming into the relationship, know yourself well enough to know what those boundaries are. And then really look at, you know, there are times there are ebb and flows in relationships. Sometimes things are going really great. Sometimes you might be a little bit disconnected and, you know, whatever. But even those times when you're disconnected, that's really just an opportunity to reconnect and say like, hey, we've been disconnected. Let's go on a date. Let's talk. Let's get a heart to heart, you know, something like that. But if the other person constantly doesn't want to do that and they're not willing to give back to the relationship, like Sarah said, I would say it's not salvageable. So I think it's really, you got to kind of look at it. There's some big red, like definitely over, we should not continue. And then there's other things. It's what's personally comfortable for you and your boundaries.
Thank you for that. Who wants to jump in?
Yeah, I also want to say we make this way too complicated. Way too complicated. Way too complicated. Because what they're probably, one of the things they're asking is he going to change? And I say, is he changing? There is your answer. If he wants to change, there will be I say, is your husband changing? Yes, because this. Not, I promise I'll go to therapy. That is not changing. Actually being nicer, being less selfish, not buying you presents, not buying you flowers, not taking you to a movie, not taking you on a trip. That's them playing the hero to distract you. It's like the cheater who sends a bouquet of flowers home. Oh, but he loves me. He brought me flowers. No, he's trying to make excuses for poking around somebody else. If he loves you, he'll stop poking around on somebody else. It will be a distinct pattern of actions that change, not presents and not promises.
Yes, Cynthia.
Yeah, I want to jump in with a little bit of the flip side, which is the question, like, why are you wanting to salvage it? And often what I see is women want to salvage the relationship because they're afraid of what life would be like if they're not in it. And I mean, this is not a question of willpower. This is actually how our human brains work, right? We have one part of our brain, the social brain, that is geared towards being in a group, being affiliated with somebody. So even if the person that we're affiliated with is horrible to us, it feels to our brain better and safer to stay with them than it does to be alone or to launch out into the world hoping to find a new group or a new person to affiliate with. So, what is the reason that you want to salvage it? Is it because it's actually a great relationship, but it's just hit a few bumps? Or is it that you're terrified that if you're not in this relationship, even though it's costing you, that you're not going to be able to be safe, you're not going to be able to find somebody, that you're going to be, we call it sometimes the monkey brain, right? It's that part of us that wants to be part of a tribe and have a place in the tribe, even if our place in, a tribe of two is kind of the whipping boy or the whipping girl, right? So I would say really get clear on why it is you want to salvage the relationship, because there are some damn good reasons to work at it. And as Stephanie and Sarah talked about, like, if both of you are wanting to do it and you're both putting in the effort, great. But if it's just you, really take a look at why. So I just wanted to add that other piece to it.
Yeah, and I'm going to add to that too. Thank you for that. Because I think, like, I was having a conversation with one of my girlfriends last year or whatever, and she was in not a good relationship, but her fear was being alone. And she asked me, she said, because I don't have a fear of being alone, but I'm just saying, like, she asked me, is it hard being by yourself? Is it hard being alone? I said, no. I mean, it's better than being in a bad relationship. I would take myself than a horrible situation. So let's speak into that idea of being alone and that fear. I'm not sure men have it as much as women do, or where this all is, but I know it's a big concern for women and fear about being alone. Yes, Stephanie.
Yeah, I want to jump in on that because that's something I see with clients all the time is they're not good enough if they aren't with someone. When I was in my toxic first marriage and it was, bad from the beginning, I had this fear of like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be 30 and single. I'm going to be 33 and single, which of course I'm 43 now. And that sounds so silly, those thoughts that I had. But I was so afraid that it made people think that there was something wrong with me, because we're taught as little girls, you want to grow up, get married, have a family, do this, do this, do this. And then, we get into this relationship that we're seeing as toxic, that we're seeing isn't really working. There's things not in common. We can't communicate well. We don't feel heard. We feel bad when we wake up every single day. And I feel lonely sitting next to them. With my first husband, I remember sitting there thinking, I wished I was with someone else. I wish that I was by myself. Like, any thought, like, I wish I had a friend here. Like, he should have been my friend. I was married to him. But all of those thoughts, I never felt as lonely as I felt when I was in my toxic marriage. But even then, I was worried that being by myself was going to be worse, because it had been so like ingrained. Like, you don't want to be the spinster, you know, like you don't want to be that old lady with the cats, like, you know.
Yeah, I got my cat.
You want to be the crazy cat lady or the old spinster. Yeah. And again, like an old spinster is 34. Like there was all of these concerns. And I really think it comes from the fear of judgment of others, thinking there's something wrong with us, that nobody wants to be with us. Because I had never had healthy relationships. So I was thinking, if I'm by myself again, people are gonna be like, oh, Stephanie, look at her messing up all of her relationships. So for me, it was really fear-based.
Do you think that we're still there with this being alone thing? And I don't know. I mean, yes.
Yes. With my clients, that's the big issue right now.
I mean, the younger generation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
You're the expert. Who wants to jump into this conversation? Yes, Cynthia.
I will, because this whole concept of being lonely or being alone is a fascinating one for me. And I spent more than a decade separated from my former husband, raising children, and having this thought in the back of my mind that, you know, once I exit the marriage officially, I'm always going to be alone. You know, I'll be in my 50s. You know, I thought, who's going to find me attractive? You know, I still have these kids that I'm dealing with. Plus, I had my mother living with me at the time. It's like, I'm never going to find somebody, right? I had this huge belief that once I actually cut that marriage off and ended it, that the next step for me was 50 years of living alone. And, you know, sort of what I do with women, right? One of the things is navigating through fear. How do you navigate through fear? And I love using a tool of doing best case and worst case. Like, what's the best scenario? What's the worst scenario? And reality usually is somewhere in between. And I remember going through that exercise of, you know, well, what if I do end up all by myself? You know, my kids all grow up and leave, and, you know, my mom dies, and I'm just here, and I have nobody but me. And so I charted out all the horrible stuff. You know, this was my fear-based thinking of, you know, well, I'm going to end up destitute. I'm going to end up living on the street. I'm going to end up, you know, one of those bitter old women who, you know, you see out and about, who's like at everybody, you know. And I listed all of that stuff out. And then it was such a challenge to think about, well, what would the positives be? And then once I got onto it, it was like, holy cow. Like, if I'm by myself, I can go where I want to go. I don't have to arrange it with anybody else. You know, if I want to get up at 2:00 in the morning and write because I've got inspiration hit, you know, I don't have to worry about turning the light on and disturbing anybody else. And I started to generate, like, what would it be like to actually be alone? And one of the things that I didn't know that I eventually learned when I was alone was that having that time and space to just be myself, by myself, free of other people making demands or even just their energy around me, it opened up a whole world for me that I probably wouldn't have found in terms of creativity and, you know, that question of what am I going to do with myself? And I think it's so easy when we're focused outwards on being in relationship with somebody else and managing and nurturing that relationship and all of that, that we don't have that time and space to allow our own selves and our own lives to grow. And so for me, it ended up being, well, gosh, if I end up by myself, I'm going to have so much freedom and so much spaciousness. And I realized finally that distinction between being alone and lonely. And I thought, you know, I'm a gregarious person. I like to hang out with people. I can always find friends. I can always find people to talk with. But I may not always be able to find that spaciousness if I don't give myself this opportunity to be alone. So it turned out to be an absolutely great process to go through. And I would just encourage people who are afraid of being alone and who have all of those fears coming up, because we tend to think that, you know, whatever it is we fear is going to last forever.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I did. It's like, if I exit this marriage and I'm by myself, I'm never going to be in a partnership again. I'm never, you know, it's always going to be like this. And that's just the fear talking. It's not true, but it's a great thing to allow yourself to have the opportunity for other things to develop.
Yeah, I think that's important to write it down because, and to flip it, because I just, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, just how women are just going always towards it. So self-judgment, negative, like limiting our possibilities in this life, which is a mind shift. It's like, yeah, okay, it's so easy to go to. Let's shifting how to just quickly go into the possibilities and what might happen is so much more exciting and fun and real than like our go-to negative. So I hope that's a beautiful exercise, and I hope that everyone hears that, and like you have a choice which way you want to think about something. We all have that choice. It's just that we've been choosing the negative for so long, but we can choose to think differently in the positive. Sarah, do you have something to say? You want to chime in here?
Yeah, I'm practicing a bit of self-compassion right now. My computer was acting crazy and I popped off and popped back on. So I'm going to model self-compassion and say, here I am in sorry about the internet thing. But I don't want to give the next generation too much credit. Okay. I can see why it's so tempting to say, but the next generation of women won't fall into toxic relationships because they are so different. But what happens is they become more defiant, right? And so it's more protective. So maybe they'll say, I'm not going to put up with this. But you have a generation of kids who are raised with iGen. Amy, when you grew up, you probably didn't pick what was going to be had for what you were going to have for dinner, and you didn't choose what song was on the radio. Right? I can't imagine telling my dad, I don't want to listen to that. I want to do what I want to. Okay. But now it's, I watch what I want on TV. I see what I have on my phone. We actually.
Oh my gosh, it was going so well. I loved it.
Can I jump on really quick? Because
Yeah.
And since Sarah's gone, Cynthia, like what you were saying, it just reminded me of when I was 34, I finally learned what a boundary was, number one.
Yeah.
You can have boundaries in life. Like people can respect what you want, what your wants and needs are. It was such a foreign concept. But when I finally decide to get a divorce, there was that part of me that thought I would never find anyone again. I would be single for the rest of my life. And I had to grieve that. Grieving that allowed me to move forward. I had the grief of I might never have children. I might never have that healthy relationship. None of those things that I thought I wanted might ever happen to me. And once I grieved that, I refocused on me and then learned who I was in a way that I'd never learned before. And then at 37, 37 and a half, I realized that I had met the most amazing man in the world. And I allowed him into my life. We got married and we had our first child at 38. But had I not grieved that and let that go, I would still be in that toxic relationship. So I think that anyone who's stuck and says, oh my gosh, like everyone said, this is the end. There's nothing else for me. This is going to be, it's over. And I don't care if it's 34. I don't care if it's, 65. I don't care if it's 85. I don't care what it is, whatever age. Do you want to live the rest of your life feeling that way? Or do you want to open yourself up to the possibility that things can be different? You either continue living exactly the way you are, you know what the results are going to be, or do you open yourself up to the possibility of something different? And I think that's scary for people sometimes. And Sarah, hopefully we'll get you back.
Yeah, sorry.
I think I'm back, but I agree completely, Stephanie. I moved rooms. I have a beautiful podcast room with perfect lighting and the perfect setup. And of course, life happens. So here I am in the corner, but I think it's going to go better. And we need to be more afraid of the life we will have if we continue on our current path of choices. And there was a girl, I knew she was in a relationship with someone cheating on her, beautiful girl. And I said, awesome. So, are you thinking about dating will be easier when you're 50 versus 40? And she went, no. And I said, but that's what's going to happen if you keep doing this. He's already had multiple affairs. And so what's going to happen. And when you start to kind of think about that and kind of help people question through that, you know, we want them to be afraid of the future they will probably have, the almost probable certain future. That's how you create change. So I agree completely, Stephanie.
All right, so that's going to wrap up the roundtable. We're going to go into Stephanie's one-on-one interview, and so unmute yourself and dive right in. Tell us a little, keep talking about yourself a little bit, what you do and who you work with, and what you're seeing out there today. I think we kind of like what's happening now.
Sure. So if anyone missed, I'm the expert in helping brilliant women date up, which is I help women who are successful in every other area of their life except for relationships. And then I help them really figure out who they are so that if they do decide to date again, they date up, they choose better partners. And, basically I got into it because I was really good at choosing terrible partners. I was an expert at that before anything else. But I always like to kind of talk about it as like the superhero story. Is that, what is your origin story? For all of you who are feeling stuck and like things can't get any better, remember that every superhero, in fact, every movie that you've ever enjoyed had some kind of turmoil go on. And then the main character overcomes it. And that's the beauty of the story. If you were going to watch a movie where the character's life was perfect from the beginning and it just continued being perfect, nobody would watch that movie. It would be boring. It would, fail at the box office. Nobody would watch it. We want to see you overcome. And so, when just like a quickie background on me, I had terrible relationships always. My parents, not healthy, not healthy role models, love them to death, but not healthy role models. My dad was the codependent one. My mom was the narcissist. Then every relationship, I wanted so badly to be in these relationships, and I kept choosing terrible people, but kept wanting to be in relationships and giving my all to these relationships. My first husband forced himself into like living in my house before I was even ready for him, major red sign. And then and there were other red signs in between, we got married at a place he wanted to get married at. And that night strangled me till I thought I was going to lose consciousness. And I stayed for 5 years. Luckily, I did the things we were talking about. And once I decided to get a divorce, because I took him back, I throw him out, I took him back. He's going to change. I promise. I see the good in him. I'm going to be this different person, all of those things, until I finally said, I'm not going to do this anymore. And now I'm going to figure out who I am. And I spent the next 3 years on like a passion quest. Who am I? What do I want? What do I want for my life? What's important? What's my priority? And those were all the things, because it's not even like I rediscovered myself. I never knew who I was to begin with. I never know what I wanted. What do I want in a partner? I want him to be cute and treat me nice. Like, what the heck is that? Like, I want to have good sexual chemistry. Okay. What else? Those were kind of all the things that I had before. And those things that I had issues with then are the same issues I'm seeing clients have right now, is that they are not really clear on what they want or need in a relationship. They're taking on partners, again, successful women. So we're used to making things work, being able to figure things out. Like, I'll just figure out the problem and then I'm going to not do that issue anymore. And if I could just act a certain way and walk on eggshells around them, then it'll be better. And, all of those same things we're getting ourselves sucked into. Oh, and then I should probably add too, that a lot of us, and it might be subconscious, we almost don't believe that other people can do all the things that we do. So our standards are low. Yeah. And so we allow these people into our lives that were never good for us to begin with, but we kind of feel like maybe we don't deserve it, or it's not possible for someone to do all the things that we're doing. And then we just allow these people, and then knowing already that they were probably not the best, but maybe the best for us because maybe we feel a little broken, we're caretakers, we want to help, we want to fix all those things. Well, we're going to get together, we're just going to tweak the little things that I don't like about them, and then we're going to live happily ever after, just like what Sarah said in the movies, which drives me crazy. Like, you listen to music, you watch movies, and the girls are always like, oh, I can't do this without this guy, and he's going to change. Like the movie Knocked Up, I don't know why that movie bothers me, but she's this successful woman, and she like has a one night stand with this kind of like doofus, and then she tries everything she can to make it work. Well, there's a lot of women doing that same exact thing. So we want to stop doing that.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, so there's a question on here which I think is interesting, but I also feel like at this point, there was a point where I was just like kind of, I'm going to mute you while I talk because there's something, where, you're just like almost, just happy it went well or grateful or something, instead of like being on a date. Now I'm the assessor. I am like separate from my feelings on something. I'm like, what is he actually saying? What's happening? Does this feel good? I'm constantly assessing myself on a date. Can you speak into that? Like making that transition? And
Sure. So, I like actually what Cynthia and Sarah said about actually, and you too, Amy, about the dates. Dating, first date, coffee, quick, in and out. I met my husband online. I met him when I met him for the first time. We met in a public place where I had other friends there. So there was a quick out if I didn't like it. And he actually had driven an hour and a half to come see me. So that was kind of a nice thing because I knew that he was making an effort to come and see me. But I really wanted to make sure that if it was something that I wasn't comfortable with, that I would be able to get out of there. The thing was too, is that I had become so comfortable being single that I knew that if someone was going to come into my life, they had to be pretty damn amazing. They had to inspire me and add to my life, as opposed to suck my life dry, which was every other relationship I had ever been in. So I think when you're dating, the biggest thing to really be aware of is yourself first and foremost. If we're coming from a place of, oh my gosh, I'm 35, I'm 45, I'm 55, the clock is ticking. If I don't find someone, I'm going to be single for the rest of my life. Nobody's going to love me. I'm so screwed up. Oh, this guy's nice to me. Oh, okay. We allow these terrible people to come in because of all of those fears. We're coming from a place of just surviving and we're not really comfortable with who we are. Then we allow kind of anybody in. And again, I thought I was like, oh my gosh, I'm never going to find anyone. I'm going to be single for the rest of my life. And, the best part of my life was after that first toxic relationship, hands down. So, we have the ability to create the life that we want. So you really have to come from a place, like I said, I mourn the loss of the possibility of having a relationship, healthy relationship, the possibility of maybe not having children, all those kinds of things. And once I let those things go, I didn't come from a place anymore of I need to be in a relationship. So when people came in, it was just kind of like, nah, not what I'm looking for. They better be exactly what it is. So what I did, and I recommend clients to do, is start coming up with your list. I call the dating phase the educational phase. So you do the work, and Sarah and I do similar work with our clients in that, like, work on you and figure out what those things are. And then after you're going through that, you're actually doing the work, not just reading it, but you're actually doing it. Then once you really get comfortable with who you are, then you want to start looking at, well, who would I want in a partner? So you make a list of all the things that you absolutely want in a partner, all the things you absolutely don't want in a partner, and then everything in between, meaning like, I think I could kind of go in either direction. Now the educational phase is go out on as many coffee dates as you possibly can, fill up your calendar, and take notes after the date. I liked this, I didn't like this. Because we might say to ourselves, I dated this really great guy. One of the first really amazing guys that I ever dated, probably in my life, was right before I actually met my now husband. He was a super nice guy. He was very driven. He worked a lot. Now, in my mind, I thought, I want a guy who's really driven. I want a guy who's really successful in their job and whatever. And when I dated that guy, I realized that not to that extent. Like, I wanted someone that had balance. And, so I learned some of the things that I didn't want because I thought so sure, like, I want this thing. I also knew, I have a strong personality. I have strong feelings about things. I need someone who works well with that part of me. I like someone who likes to go out and be able to communicate easily with people. And, all of those things. So I started to add to my list. And the more I added to my list, the more specific I was with a person that I would date if I was going to be in a relationship. And it was kind of like this avatar. And it was even to the point of the height. And I can tell you that even like once I really got super, super clear on what it is that I wanted, one of the last pieces I put on there was, and I think he couldn't be bald. Before that, that was never on my list. I always wanted like darker hair, and that was like, you know what, but I wanted 6'3", I wanted a musician, I wanted some, like I had all these things. And then once I said, I think he can be bald. And that was when I met my husband, who's obviously bald. So I needed that extra list. But once I had the clarity, I knew who I was looking for. I knew who would be a good fit for me, not because I was changing who I was to make them happy. I knew who was going to work well with me. And if they weren't going to work well with me, I also knew to walk away from that.
Yeah, I love that. But I'm just going to be, but Stephanie, that's very pragmatic. Where's the love? Where's the road? Like, where's the sparks?
It is. When I first met my husband, it was all those things. In fact, he walked in, it was almost like, I swear, like I felt there was like light coming out of him, and he like sashayed his way into the place that we were meeting at a bar. And I was like, oh my gosh, who's this gorgeous guy coming in? Oh my gosh, that's the guy that I've been talking to. Like there was just something about his energy that like preceded him and like totally pulled me in. It's got to be, the thing is that you have to be specific with what you want, because that person is going to be in alignment with you. Mm-hmm. So like, I'll give an example. One of the guys, the many, I'm sure we can all like trade stories of awful dates. And I can, when you're in education phase, you're going to have some stories about these ridiculous, horrible people that you've dated. I mean, that's part of what the deal is.
It's a podcast. It could be a podcast.
A podcast. Oh my gosh. So many great, horrible stories of terrible dates. But this one guy came and like, we talked a little bit, and I always say like, don't spend weeks and weeks on, if you're doing dating apps, don't spend weeks and weeks doing that, because someone's one way on the phone or through text message. They're totally different energy wise and everything else when you actually meet them in person. So have a few conversations. They're cool. Meet right away, coffee, something quick. Because you can tell even from like them walking in, like, oh, nope, don't want them. But anyway, so this guy came in, and I had partially in my mind what I wanted. I wanted someone who was 6'3", 6'4". I wanted someone with dark hair. I wanted someone who was family oriented. I wanted someone who played the guitar, like I said. Like there was these things that I wanted. And so this guy comes in, and I'm like, oh, he's cute. He's got the look. Okay, cool. We sit down, and he starts telling me his life story. And his life story is about how everybody in his life died. He had to drop out of school when he was like 14. And blah, 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 blah. And that little piece of me that was like the helper, I felt myself want to be like, oh, he needs me to help him. He needs me to show him that life and love is beautiful and all of those things. And as soon as I felt that about myself, I said, whoop, I will never go on another date with him ever again. Because that feeling that I had of what love was, and what that feeling of compassion and all that kind of stuff, that was going to lead me down a really terrible road of another horrible relationship. But because I had done the work, I knew that that little piece of me was not something to trust. That was something that was just old me trying to pull me back into another toxic relationship. And I said, I can never, ever see him again. And I didn't. And he was a super nice guy, not someone that I could ever date. So, I think that people spend more time figuring out what their favorite pizza is than figuring out what the right type of relationship is for themselves. And it's not bad to be picky and know what you want. Ladies, it is not bad to have opinions about people that are going to be a good fit for you. Right? Like, stop doing that. Like, oh yeah, well, I don't want to be too picky. I don't want anyone to think that I'm full of myself or, whatever. This is going to be someone that you might possibly potentially spend the rest of your life with. You're going to go through the ups and downs in relationships, and you're not going to be picky on who they are. It's not even they're not good enough. Sometimes people are really wonderful. They're not even abusive. Sometimes people are just not the right fit for you. Like that guy that I dated before David. He was a rugby player. He was like really athletic. He was a good looking guy. I'm not going to lie. Like he was top notch. We would never have worked. He was a hunter. I'm mostly plant-based. That would not have worked. he was like, well, you know, and we both had strong feelings for each other. He checked off the thing, musician, you know, and like I said, it was like some of the things with like him being a hard worker, all those things, checked off a lot of those things. And then when we started talking about him being a hunter, he said, this is something that's really like specific for you. Like you really are an animal lover and you could never imagine killing an animal. He's like, so what does that mean for us long term? And we talked about that because I mean, we didn't even date that long, but he was like, let's look at this bigger picture.
Yeah.
And the bigger picture was we continue this way. We start a family together. I go out hunting with our child and you're home sad the entire time that I'm killing an animal. And then I'm going to feel bad about doing it. So I'm not going to do it anymore. And then neither one of us are happy. So how is that going to work? And I was like, you know, you're right. As much as he was such a sweetheart and such a great guy, the fact that we were able to have that conversation and realize that was the thing on my list. All right, put that hunting, definite no. He cannot be a hunter in order for me to be in a relationship with him. So, you know, I think that instead of saying to ourselves, being too picky, you know, I have a lot of women say they're too picky. I always correct and say, you're not picky enough. Be picky.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, just having that conversation is so brave, even in that state. Like that is like a really brave and like you know, forward thinking place to be. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times we don't say it out loud, you know. So I mean, I love that. And how would you encourage us to really to find that space to actually have those conversations? Because I think that's important. Because we're like, well, you know, I'm sure, you know, whatever it is. We don't want to bring it up or talk about it. And it's the elephant in the room many a times. Mm-hmm. And it's like, it's great to start off right away negotiating something or talking about like getting that started.
So because when I'll give an example, just like my husband, my current husband, David. When we first started dating, I really was at a place where if I never dated again, I was really completely happy. In fact, I almost broke up with him 3 times. And no other reason than he was a really great guy, but I didn't know if I wanted to not be single anymore. Now, you would have told me that 10 years before, I would have been like, yeah, no way. Like, great guy, sure, I'm jumping right into that. But I wasn't jumping right into it. I really wanted to make sure that he proved to me that he was a good guy. He was all the things that were checked off because he checked off every single one of the boxes. Mm-hmm. And I was like, is this real? Like, is he just saying the things that I want to hear? Or is this actually the guy that he really is? So since I already had that clarity, I already felt strong enough in myself that I knew I wasn't going to give in to someone who wasn't going to inspire me and support me. So I already had that feeling coming in. Now, when I first started dating him, because I almost broke up with him, I was dating someone else. And I told him that. I told the other guy that too. I'm like, I'm dating someone else. Because if they didn't like it, too bad. I didn't care. Like I really was at that point. And I had only been in relationships where the people would tell me what to do. So if they would have said, well, like one of them actually was like, I really don't want you to keep dating somebody else. I really want it to only be me. And I was like, red flag. Don't like that at all. Now, of course, you know, some people might be like, well, I wouldn't like that either. Well, for me, where I was at, I wanted someone who was going to give me freedom to be who I was. And at that point in my life, I needed to date a few people to see who I actually was interested in. So the more that it was coming up, I was so comfortable losing any of them, anyone that I was seeing, that I was so blatantly honest that my husband started to really show like obviously the boyfriend at the time, but he was really showing these great things. Like I was able to tell him everything. Like he even knew like what I did with the other guy, like where we had gone. Like he was so not what I was used to. And he said to me, listen, I'm going to not date anybody else. I'm not going to tell you that you can't date anybody else. That's not my decision for you. However, know that I will be here for you until the time you tell me that you are not interested in me being around. And if that time comes, I will respect you and I will walk away. And I was like, whew, that's weird. I don't know that many men that would do that, you know? So all of those things, but I needed him. If he would have been pushy and said, get rid of the other guy, I would have walked away. So me being totally, completely honest and communicative was really because there was nothing to lose. There was only like, this is only going to help gain me and inspire to me, or he's not going to be around me anymore. So he basically just kept showing up, being the real guy, showing that all the things he said, he was actually living that life, you know? And so all of those things, walking in and having a bookshelf of all these like amazing self-help gurus. And I was like, oh, I'm in love just with his books. This is sexy. Wow. I like this, you know, but seeing that he was living the life and, you know, walking the walk and actually experiencing that, I think that's really what we have to be ready for, is to communicate, even when it feels uncomfortable. Like I always feel sometimes it almost feels like my throat is being closed up, like, because I'm afraid or uncomfortable to say something. That's when I know I have to push through and say exactly that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have a question for the audience, which I think, you know, I think you are speaking about maybe her changing her mindset on this. Was she asked, how do you attracting the right partner who is ready for a committed relationship where we both feel strong physical and emotional connection? She wants to know how to do that. And I think you spoke into that already a bit, but let's talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, so my husband David and I wouldn't have been right for each other 10 years before. We wouldn't have. I wouldn't have been interested in him. All the experiences that we had needed to happen in order for me to be the right partner for him and for him to be the right partner for me. Now, I'm going to back up to the guy that I dated before my now husband, the good guy that was a hunter. He had a lot of good things other than, you know, and the big thing of him being a hunter, that definitely was a big thing. But he was also, I realized with him that he was about 3 years behind me when it came to healing from his own baggage, his own stuff that he had to deal with. He was about 2-3 years behind. Like he would have like things would happen for him. And I'd be like, oh, that was me like 2 years ago. I've already figured that out, done with that, you know, whatever. And I realized I am not going to wait for anyone to possibly be the person I want them to be. They're going to come to me when they're ready. And if they're not ready and what I'm looking for, I'm not going to sit around hoping that maybe they will turn into the right person. And I think that a lot of time, ladies, that like, again, we see the positives in them. Again, there can be some really great guys out there, but XYZ. Oh, they're a really great guy, but, you know, be clear on what you want and then don't settle for anything else. So when you're out there, like, so when I was dating, I was going through the dating apps, I was really clear with that. There was a lot of guys that didn't like it when I would say like, oh, no, I'm not interested. Thank you. You know, good luck on your search. And there were some guys that'd be like, you're a blank. And, you know, they would not be very happy. Well, thanks that I didn't waste my time, because the fact you just reacted that way shows that I made a really good decision. Be ready to do that. Be ready to get really clear on what you want and to say no to the things that don't fit into what you want for your life. And so it's just that constant kind of like revolving door as you get really clear and finding that person that's where you are now, where you want them to be now, not hoping that possibly later in the future they're going to be that person, but they are there now, because they might seem to be going the right way. That doesn't mean they're actually going to get there. So don't waste any more time.
Yeah, I have to redo my online app thing, my new profile. I'm going to redo my new profile. I'm inspired.
And Amy, by the way, and don't be afraid either. Like in my profile, like I have one of my clients, he's like, I don't want to change my profile because people don't really read it anyway. And I keep saying to him, no, very clear. In my profile, I even like the more clear I got on who I was looking for, I would add that to my profile. And again, there were guys that would give me nasty messages about how I had too high of expectations. And I'm like, next on to the next person. But when I met my now husband, he also was really clear on what he was looking for in his dating profile too. So as much as people are like, everybody online just wants to hook up, they don't actually want to be in a relationship. That's not true. Because if you're there looking for a relationship, there's someone else like you looking for something similar. So be specific in what your online profile is. The right person, it's going to be like a beacon of light. They're going to be attracted to that light and be like, oh, that's someone. Now that means some of the wrong people will be attracted also, but that's where self-care and knowing yourself, all that stuff comes in. But be clear on what you're looking for and put it out there. And if someone doesn't like it, they can keep going.
Yeah, I'm very specific on I'm like, I'm good for 1 or 2 texts and then I get bored. So we need to meet. I'm done. I'm not a texter at all. So I'm a people person. I don't believe in that whole thing. So anyways, that's on my profile. But I need to change it some more. So tell me, you have a gift for our audience. Can you tell us what it is?
Sure. Well, if anybody is looking to stop the cycle of toxic relationships and learn how to really get clear on who they are, what they want, so that, maybe they're going to date again. And it's funny, again, I have clients that are like, I just want to date again. And I have so many of them that are now like years into being single. And they're like, oh no, I'm staying single. I didn't want that relationship like I thought I did. Anyway, the free gift, every Thursday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, my husband and I go live in our private Facebook group called Being Love Shouldn't Hurt, which is the name of my book. It's also the name of our private Facebook group. And in that group, we always talk about something related to healing from these toxic relationships. And tonight, actually, because tonight's Thursday, we're actually going to be talking about baggage, how to leave the baggage from past relationships in the past so that you can start new today with a new possible relationship.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love that. Put the baggage aside. All right. So this has been an interesting conversation about safety, about relationships, and really choosing, making good choices in our relationships, in our life. And really, as I said, like having this opportunity, this blank slate to really make new decisions and new choices. So one at a time, give me a takeaway for our audience, like a saying or a lesson or something, something that they can take away and inspire us. So who wants to go first? Cynthia, why don't you go first? Give us a takeaway for our audience.
Well, it's hard to settle on just one.
Yeah.
But I think the biggest thing for me is just to honor yourself, recognize your own self-worth, and make your choices that honor you rather than, out of fear about what other people might think or, fear about what might happen, but just really honor your own self-worth and go ahead and take a stand for yourself. Make your choices for yourself.
I love that. Thank you.
Me next. See people for who they are, not for who they could be if you love them really hard. Okay? See them for who they are, not who they could be if you love them really hard, and recognize that that's almost a control piece in us, that wanting to be needed, that wanting to get a fixer-upper. Okay? Just like Stephanie said, don't go for the fixer-upper. Get for the person who's already true to themselves so you can be true to yourself.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Well, again, it was such a pleasure being on with all of you. I mean, you're all such amazing, inspiring women. So thank you so much for that great opportunity of seeing all of you face to face like this. I think for me, the biggest thing to remind yourself is you're way stronger than you realize. It doesn't matter how long you've been doing something. It doesn't matter how long you have been feeling broken. Today is the perfect opportunity to decide that no matter what, you are going to make choices to do something different for you because you deserve it. And there's no better person in this world than you to create your best life. So if you haven't started doing it, today's the day. Today
is the day. I love that. Love it, love it, love it. Well, thank you, ladies, again for being on this panel with us. And as always, as I say, it's like all the experts always just knock it out of the park for our audience and for this show. And I really appreciate you guys taking your time and to all of your wisdom. And this, I think, this particular section is just like all about us empowering up and really just making great decisions for ourselves. Michelle L says, great stuff, ladies. Thanks so much for doing this for us. Yeah. Gosh, I'm excited. I'm ready. I'm ready to. All right. Well, ladies, thank you so much again, and have a beautiful rest of your day.
Thank you so much. You did a great
Thank
job
you.
putting us all together. That was a really good trifecta. Very, very
Yeah.
well done.
Thank you. That's the universe too, helping me. Okay. Thank you. All right, ladies, have a beautiful day, and let's see here. So we are. Bye bye, Stephanie. Wow, that was exciting. That was a great segment. Sometimes we need to be reminded that we are the most important people on this earth right now. Like how we feel, our protection. I love the Cynthia's reminder as things are opening up to really protect ourselves and how to create boundaries. Everyone was talking about boundaries and really starting off this new era with us in mind, with us leading, with our safety and our happiness, our number one concern. Not other people or what other people might think of us, but really us taking our own responsibility for ourselves so that we could be safe, number one, but also so that we can have the relationships in life and business that we truly desire. That was inspirational for me, and I think it's great. As I say, I built this live and this experience so that I can learn new things, you can learn new things, but really it's to be in communion with other people and to really hear our voices, like the synergy of women's voices, saying almost the same thing in different ways, but in different areas of our life. But I think the main core thing is you. Like you. That's why it's called the unstoppable you, which is in cursive, because the you is the most important part of being unstoppable, or being in a happy relationship, or being in a business that you really want. You as how you show up and how you feel about yourself is really, I would say that every coach that has been on this show, this is our 10th live, is really interested in you. Like that is where the curiosity, the essence, and the beauty of life actually, much of life happens in our experiences. Because we are very multifaceted. We have different areas that we want to improve or are fine with, or whatever it is. Or we definitely want to be or express ourselves, I'm sure. And if you feel like you want to get on a call with me so we can create that vision for you, so we can focus on you. Because as circumstances are all going around in our lives, as a coach, my main concern is you. How are you doing? How can you find that self-love? How can you get into that energy of love and positivity so that you can have the life that you desire, or that you can have that business that you desire? So as always, I'm thankful for you. I'm always here for you. And with that, I'm going to bring in the next group of experts, because we are on our third segment. This is going to be a beautiful, beautiful segment. I'm going to add Katie in. Hello. And then Stacy. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Doing good.
Good.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. We're waiting for one more speaker, but that's how it goes with a live show. And luckily I roll with it. I'm good with it. So welcome, So can you mute yourself real quick, and then so we know how to do it, and then what I'll do is do a quick introduction, and then we'll go into our interview. I just want to make sure she didn't email me. Okay, so she has not. All right, so we're going to start. So Katie is here, and she is an energy and embodiment coach. And I'm a big energy person. I don't know if you could tell, but I love energy. I love the way it transforms interactions and people. And I'm excited to really speak to Katie because she's a master energy and embodiment coach and the creator of Shakti Bomb. Going to be exciting to figure out what that is. She's going to tell us about that. And, we're going to talk about life after hurt, right? We're going to get into that, and I'm going to pull in some questions for you. And then we have Stacy Murphy. She is our love coach, and she is the queen of juicy love. Now, we love that because I'm ready for some juicy love. I'm just putting it out there for everyone. Just putting that intention out. Sorry. She's a love and intimacy coach. And she was listed as one of Yahoo's top 10 love coaches to look out for. So I'm excited to enter in that conversation with her. But first, we're going to start off with Katie. And Susan should be here, hopefully. I think Susan she's in Canada. Yeah, so she's in there. So Katie, unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us, and then tell us the work you do and then what you're seeing out in the world today.
Sure. Okay, so you can hear me, right? Okay, perfect. I've got my headphones in. We should be good to go. So I'm so excited to be here with everybody today. My name is Katie Kozlowski. Thank you for that beautiful introduction. Yes, I am the creator of the Shakti Bomb transformational method. I call myself an embodiment and energy coach because of my background and my training. I came through a lot of emotional trauma in my past. And so the tools that I use to help me transform my life are the same tools that I share with you. And they're all rooted in the energetics, the emotions that we hold in our bodies, and really giving you the opportunity to figure out not just why you might be struggling or sort of like why you feel stuck, but help you figure out the connection between how it lives in your body, how it might be manifesting in, pain of any sort, emotional, physical, mental, spiritual, and then really showing you how to systematically clear it out of your system and program yourself for something better. So I love it because I just love creativity. I'm really a huge fan of the imagination, emotion, as you can see, bright colors. I grew up as an actress. And so this is my, my greatest joy when it comes to sharing with you the tools to really transform yourself inside and out. What else am I supposed to tell you? What am I seeing in the world? Very quickly, I'm seeing a massive awakening, which is super duper exciting. I'm seeing a lot of opportunities for us to step into ourselves and our power. And most importantly, I'm seeing a lot of activation when it comes to you bringing your stuff up. It's like you can't have change without knowing what might be holding you back. And I think that that's been the biggest issue for myself and all of us is we're all like, whoa, what's going on here? I don't feel like I used to feel, but I don't know where I'm going. Does anybody know? I'm not so sure that we know, but I think we have a general idea, and luckily embodiment, energetics, things like that can help you ease yourself through the transformation so you come out the other side feeling shiny and bright.
Okay, so talk about a little bit what that means.
What does it mean?
Like, how do you work with energy, and like what do you actually do, and how do you actually do that? Because I'm going to tell you, I just started Reiki like 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
And that works for me. It's better than meditation.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Reiki, because it's the energy. I'm a dancer. I'm like embodiment. I'm there. So that was like, oh God, I should have been doing this years ago. But yeah, so talk about the energy work you do. What does that actually look like and mean? And is that the Shakti bomb?
Yeah. So Reiki is actually, that was kind of my introduction to all of this as well. I was, going through my own process, right? I had a lot of trauma in my life. I wasn't really aware of it. And long story short, I got hit by a taxi. That was sort of like the big awakening where I went, wait a minute, like something's not right here. So I embarked on this path of learning how to work with energy. And the thing about energy, and I love that you said you're a dancer, is that so energy for me is sort of the unseen forces, right? Like our brains, we know we have thoughts. Pain, it's physical. Energy is the emotion, right? It's like the stuff that we can't see. And I think sometimes it's really hard to put your finger on, like, I feel depressed, but I don't know why. I feel I feel scared or hurt to open myself back up, and I don't know why. And so the beauty of energy is that the energy is the sort of pieces of yourself that are maybe not as tactile. And if you think about it, we're all made of light anyway, right? And so energy is light in motion, right? It's like it's the stuff that moves us through life. And in order to work with your energy, you have to have, at least in my experience, ways to really do that process. Reiki's wonderful because Reiki, there's a protocol, you follow it. It's an activation. We all have access to it. And Shakti Bomb works in a similar way from the standpoint of we all have life force energy. Shakti is creative life force energy itself, very much like Reiki. And it's about learning how to work with it from the inside out. So you have this potential, right? We all have life force energy, and it's a matter of what do we do with it that really creates the changes in our lives. And so that's the beauty of Shakti Bomb, is it's not just about like sitting back and saying I'm letting the energy flow through me and I'm not the doer. You actually become a co-creator and say, okay, I get to participate in this, and I get to use my body, and I get to use my emotions, and I get to use my feelings to actually make a difference in my life or in somebody else's life. So it's a more embodied physical way of working with energy than necessarily some of the other modalities. But any energetic modality is near and dear to my heart. I love energy no matter what.
Yeah, I love that because I don't know, it's like I was speaking to a friend of mine, and she was just flat, and she's not a flat person, but her energy was just flat down with uncertainty and whatever, judgment or whatever that is. And I was like, you need to go have some fun. You need to like shake it up and open it up. So can you speak about how we can shift our energy? Because it is something accessible to us. It's like, so can you
Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest things that I find, at least in my experience and with people that I work with, is I have a big emphasis on like when you are feeling down, there's something called the map of, or the scale of emotions, right? And so you can measure the vibration based on what you're feeling. And some people will say, like, oh, you don't ever want to feel anger. You don't ever want to feel like X, Y, and Z because on the scale, it's lower vibration. And that's where I differ from a lot of people, because I'm like, oh, hell no, we are going there. So that's the beauty of Shakti Bomb. And it's like art itself, right? It's like dancing, it's everything. If you are feeling grief, we are like feeling the grief until the grief is ready to be moved out. Like if you're feeling anger, we are feeling the anger full on, activate it, move it out of your body, express it. Don't just think that you can just like imagine it away. So when I look at, raising your vibration or changing your energetic state, I talk about something called the in and down, which is that sort of reverse path, meaning energy can either rise from your root chakra up to your crown, or it can go the opposite way. And so oftentimes I'll say, okay, this is like, we're unearthing something. And when you do that, it feels so good that it actually starts to generate positive emotions, because there's something freeing about the fact that you're actually addressing your grief, you're addressing your rage, you're addressing your sadness, and it allows you to clear it from your system. So that's one thing. I'm also a huge fan of, obviously, like makeup, colors that you're wearing, music you're listening to. I have so many tools that I've created, and a lot of them stem from, using external experiences or materials to help you change your state, because energy is everything. And so if you're feeling a certain way, it can help you to go out and have some fun, go buy a new outfit, put on a different color, get some fancy earrings, get some red lipstick. Like that sort of stuff sometimes seems trivial, like, oh, that's just like, that's vain. And I look at it and go, no. But if it's a piece of your expression and it's helping you express who you are and embody yourself, you're going to feel amazing. And then you're going to have changed your state without even trying. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, and I'm going to tell you, as a analyzer, overthinker, right? I can't get out of that many times unless I change my physical state. And I think we try to get ourselves out of our boxes with our head. So can you speak into that? Like, can you speak into that a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? So your brain, the brain is very powerful, right? We have neural pathways. The neural pathways dictate the way we process information, and that sends the information to the cells in your body. So, sometimes it's really challenging because the brain really, really wants to hold on to whatever that thought process is, right? It's like ingrained in your being. It will not let it go. And then you have the body. And I think that, and I've discovered that the body is just as powerful as the brain. And we have the gut and we have the heart. So you have these sort of three centers, right? You have the mind, you have the heart, and you have the gut. But the body itself is so powerful that oftentimes I'll find that my brain is still trying to process and my body wants to go somewhere else. So usually when we're stuck in that stalled out, like, but I want to think about this, but I want to think about this, there's always another piece of us. It's like, no, but let's go over here. No, but everything's going to be fine. Let me take you to a new place. Let me show you that there's another choice. And the body is just as powerful, because the energy actually manifests not in the brain, in the body. So if you want to change your state, you damn well better move your body, because your body is strong and it has the potential to get you into another state, right? It's like, if we sit and think about it, doesn't work for me either. I've got to move my body. Like, I've got to go take a walk. I've got to dance. I've got to lift weights. I've got to sing a song, right? It's like the physical manifestation of the change is sometimes more important than just making the shift in your brain. It took me a long time to understand why that is, but it's because the physical matter, the energy, is actually in our bodies. It's not just in our minds. Like, our minds control it, but the body's the one that has to be on board and say, okay, yeah, this is what we're doing. Do you know what I mean? And so that's a piece of helping you get into your body more and out of your brain. I just, over the many, many years, because I am an overthinker too, like I am a hardcore thinker, processor, like, oh my God, like I'll go over it forever. And I'll just create these like glitches in my system. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, yeah, you gotta get out of this, snap out of it. Like, I literally am like, I don't smack myself, but it's the energetic, like, girl, you got to get yourself out of this funk. You got to do something. Don't just sit here and do it over and over again. Go do something different. And I'm like, oh yeah. It doesn't even like, yeah, Stacy's laughing because I don't know if you know that nod to snap out of it and share. It's actually RuPaul's Drag Race. Snap out of it. That's me sometimes. And in my body. Yeah, I'm glad you get it.
Yeah, I'm a body person, so I had to work the other opposite way. I had to, where I have to use my voice. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about, I'm trying to look at some questions, and I know that you wanted to speak on, really, maybe speak on, you wanted to speak on how to pick up the pieces, right?
Sure. I mean, I think that I put some
Mhm.
general questions together based on what people ask me most often, which is like,
Mhm.
okay, so say I do want to pick up the pieces. Why is it so hard to move on? Like, why is it so hard for me to actually let it go? Right? Like, why is it so hard for me to say, okay, like I know that guy, and I used to do this, like I used to do this in the worst way where I would be like, oh, but and the guys I would have dated, the relationships I had, the friendships I had, they were terrible. Like they were not good to me. And I would still be like, oh, but like, oh, and I would like go like stand outside their window like a puppy. This is when I was much younger, like when in my 20s, you know, and be like looking up at the window, what did I do? You know, and it's like, and in my heart of hearts, I knew like, listen, you deserve better than this. This person did not respect you. You want to make a change, but I still felt in somewhere in my being that like I needed to fix it or I needed to know why. So I think that the most important thing is that we kind of have to understand and look at, this is something that I've learned over the years, is the types of things that we didn't get when we're children are the same things that we're trying to get when we're adults. And so for me, you know, I didn't learn this until much later about myself, and I see it with a lot of people is, you know, if you didn't feel like you were loved and validated as a child, you will consistently repeat that over and over again. And then a horrible relationship, something really bad will happen, and you'll still be like, but why don't you want me? I have to know why. I have to know, like, I have to get that validation. So I think that it's just a really interesting realization for us to understand that that's why it's so hard sometimes, because there's something we're seeking, right? There's like something we're trying to create for ourselves in like a very unhealthy way. And we will not move on until we get that thing. But that's the catch 22 is like, okay, you think you're going to get it in this toxic environment, but you're actually not, because you've got to get out of the environment and create it for yourself. So I did want to mention that just because I think it's an interesting point of view when it comes to figuring out like, okay, so why do we stay in like horrible situations longer than we need to? And even when we know it's not good for us, why are we still like, oh, but I wish it had worked out, or, you know, like, oh my God, ooh, my dryer agrees. So I forgot about that sucker.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like, I just wanted to talk about it because I think it's an important thing for us.
Mhm. So so let's say we're in a funk, like we are in a situation. It could be, you know, a loss of a job. It could be a loss of relationship, or in a unhappy relationship, or just not happy with ourselves. I know that as we are moving forward in our life at this moment, new opportunities will be opening up for us, and many of us don't want to keep doing the same stuff we were doing, whether it's a relationship or even work. Some women are like, I don't want to go to work. So how can you, as an embodiment and energy coach, and really move from making decisions from that space, like what could be next, right? New possibilities. So what can you give our audience, like some things they can do?
Right. Yeah. So many years ago, when I was in one of my workshops, when I was training with the man who was my mentor, he said something like, "You're all loopers." He called us loopers, and what he meant was that you get stuck in a cycle and you can't get out of that cycle. And you know, basically, he was talking about how do you break a cycle, like how do you break a pattern, and a couple of things need to happen. One, you need to start to slow down and look at yourself and say, okay, look, you know, I'm used to moving so quickly that I didn't even notice that I was doing this, right? That's usually our biggest mistake right off the bat is we're going, you know, we're doing it because of trauma, or we're doing it because of old habits, or because we think that if we slow down, something bad's going to happen, like maybe our lives will change. So we're like, go, 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 go. So that's the first thing, right? We got to slow down.
And I want to slow that down a little bit, because as an energy coach, and it's like, slow down. So tell us the benefits of that slow down. Like, how does it work in our life?
Well, so this is the trick, right? If you're going through a cycle and you're moving really fast, like my washing machine, right? And you're near, right? You will never ever catch the exit point. You will never catch that there's opportunities, there's other places for you to go. So if you think about it energetically and you're like, I'm going as fast as I can, I'm going as fast as I can. And then you slow it down, what happens is you're moving at a slow enough pace that you can see it and go, oh, there's my exit. I'm going to take it this time. Like that's the purpose of it. It's not any different than physical therapy, repeating a physical pattern where it's like, people come to me, they're like, I don't know, every time I do this, it hurts. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe you want to stop doing that, right? It's like, every time I go like this, it hurts. Okay, well, so let's figure out what's going on when you go like this. Where's the trauma? Where's the, where's the issue? By slowing it down, it's like craniosacral therapy. You can actually catch the pattern, and that's when you can move the energy in a new way, right? Like if you're going really quickly, you can't possibly begin to even become aware of what's going on and work with it. So it's about having the comfortability to move at a slower pace or to actually slow. Usually we don't even want to see what we're doing. So we go real fast. So it's like, okay, I'm going to actually like stop and I'm going to look at my life and I'm going to see something that I might not like, and it's going to be okay because I'm going to see that this and this and this and this are the reasons why I'm in pain. And if I do this and this instead, it's not going to happen ever again.
Yes, and as you're saying slow down, I'm thinking about all the ladies who feel like they're not doing enough if they slow down. They're not productive. Their self-worth is in there. What? Do nothing all day? Then who am I? Right? Do you come up against that?
Well, yeah. And, it's like, just because you're slowing down doesn't mean you're not productive, right? Sometimes there's that saying, you've got to slow down to speed up. But I also think that here's another reframe, right? If you think that, okay, if I slow down, I'm not being productive, just think about it this way. You're moving really, really, really fast and you're not really getting anywhere because you're trapped in a toxic cycle, right? So you're like treading water, essentially. You're getting really tired, you're running out of energy, and you're not getting anywhere. You think you are, but I'm being really productive. And it's like, yeah, but like, did you get anywhere? No. So if you slow down, then you start to see, oh, wow, like I can actually create so much more from a focused state. It's about focus and harnessing your power and harnessing your desire to get somewhere. And then you actually start to see, oh, wow, I'm actually seeing bigger shifts in my life. I'm getting more done. I have more energy. I'm manifesting more than I ever did because I'm calm, right? The nervous system actually is designed to be in a state of relaxation at all times. We're not designed to be frantic hamsters on a wheel, right? We do that for multiple reasons, trauma, everything else. But when we slow down and we go into a state of relaxation, all of a sudden everything works better and everything is actually shifted faster. Energetics.
Yeah, I think many of us learned that this last year because we had to slow down.
Yeah.
I think many of us learned that lesson, but I'm still I have to remind myself, Amy, just stop. Just stop. It's going to be okay.
Oh, yeah. Well, I told you, like me, I'm like, snap out of it. When I get in those states, I do it too, because I'm a human being. And I think that we're in a constant state of transformation. And I think that that's the most important thing for everybody to remember is like, you don't just wake up one day and be totally transformed, right? It's like a constant process. And so, what I learned during my NLP training, which was it's not this, but this, not this, but this. And we're training ourselves to consistently go from not this, but this. but it's a constant practice of not this, but this. Some days it's easier to be this. Some days we get stuck in this. And it's always like monitoring yourself going, I'm doing that thing again. Let me bring myself back to my center. Oh, I'm overworking again. Let me bring myself back to my center. And again, that's the energetics of it, because when you come from your center, when you're centered, right, your energy is so magnetic and potent that it creates so much from the inside out in a magnificent way, you know?
Yeah, there's a question which I think we're kind of speaking into, and I think, but I just want to bring it into this. They ask, how do I maintain my serenity? And serenity and peace is an energy.
Yeah, it's an energetic state. Yeah. And that is a great question. One of the things I teach all my students, and this is something that, I'll share with everyone today, I call it the 5-minute fix. And the 5-minute fix is an energetic sort of reboot, right? So in order to program yourself for serenity, you practice being with yourself on a daily basis. So if you start your morning 5 minutes a day, eyes closed, breathing, hands on your heart, all I have to do is be with myself. I'm with myself. I'm free. I'm easy. I'm focused. I'm here. I'm present. You start your day like that. You go throughout the day. You start to go, not this, but this. Okay, time for a 5-minute fix. I'm back in my center. I'm with myself. You can do it in the morning. You can do it at night. And I really think that art of bringing yourself back to center, bringing yourself back to that place of relaxation is one of the best ways to program your nervous system to maintain that state of peace, because we're always going to be challenged, right? We're like always going to have something that might be triggering you or affecting you. And that's it. It's the best way I've learned, but we'll just thus far. If I come up with something better, I'll let you know. But I really do think that 5-minute fix does so much. And the nervous system, what you really want to do is focus in on like, okay, when I'm in this state, this is how I feel. What you don't see or what you're not aware of is that the actual brain itself is wiring itself to be in this state more and more and more. So you'll have more peace and less chaos as you do it.
Yeah, and I love that because it is everything's a practice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And sometimes we think we do it once and it should be it's like, and then, but this is all a practice and this is a journey. And we spoke about this yesterday. It's like, if you decide to choose to find new ways of being and new possibilities, then you're getting out of your comfort zone and you're making choices to kind of put yourself out there in the line of fire sometimes. But through that journey, it's like you're becoming more of who you are. And then I love, and that's not easy. So I love that as an energetic coach, like just bringing yourself back to that. How can we just get our energy back in this courageous act that we're doing? Because I think when you decide to live life and move forward and do stuff in your life, it's courageous.
Oh, it is courageous. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's like every single time. And I was thinking about that yesterday because I was like, I think that I wanted to believe that there was some way that I could, like achieve what I wanted in life without actually having to do it. Like I could just sit back and like meditate and like think about it. And I'm like, it would be so great if we could actually like do that. But the problem is you have to physically embody and put yourself out there. Like you have to actually do it. And so I think that a lot of, where we've been doing ourselves a disservice, especially in the energetic world, is we put too much emphasis on the meditation and the mindset and not enough focus on the action and the embodiment, because you got to have the follow through, right? You can't just become aware of your blocks and think, okay, they're done. You've got to actually put yourself, what you're saying, like you've got to live your life. And when you open yourself up like that, you are going to be vulnerable. It is going to be scary. And I've learned this, in so many ways, but I have this new relationship, and it's like, even with that, right? Like, you would think that, okay, I've done all my stuff, right? I have this beautiful, amazing relationship. It's not new now, it's like a year. But as I opened my heart to true love, like, you better damn well believe that there were times that my old traumas were triggered, and that I was scared, and that I wanted to run away. And I tried to tell myself we needed to break up. And I was like, no, girl, you're not doing that this time, right? You're choosing something different. You're not allowed to run away. You have to stay present. It might be scary and you might get hurt, but you'll never learn how to be in a healthy, loving relationship with anyone in this world if you always run away. So no, I won't let you do it this time. And I I still sometimes want to get out of there, but I'm still here. And every single day I choose to show up, even when it scares me.
And that's it. That's it. I always say, you show up for life, your life will show up for you.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's scary. Even though it's scary to do. But that's what I found this last 2 years. The more that I had put myself in front and showed up and decided to be here, then things started coming my way.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was a big hider and hesitator. Okay.
Yep.
That was my MO. But I know that you have a gift for our audience, so I'm going to put that in the chat box. You want to speak on that?
Sure. So I have created a very simple, it's called the Love Accelerator. Essentially, what it's designed to do is help you figure out how you are cutting yourself out from love. We do it in 3 different ways. And when you understand the sort of energetics of, okay, this is how I do this, then you can change it. So that's what it's about. If you're interested in learning how to unblock yourself and energetically and emotionally move through life and call in more love, meaning like whatever you want, money, career, sex, romance, love is in all things, I would love for you to check it out.
Great. I'm excited. I'm going to check it out because I am dating, and I think Stacy will help me with that maybe. So we're going to introduce Stacy Murphy. I'll take what I can get. I'd love all the information about dating and love and all that. So unmute yourself, Stacy, and tell us more about yourself and what you do and who you serve and what you're seeing out in the world right now.
Well, first of all, I'm really happy to be here with everyone. So thank you for allowing me to be part of this experience. And Katie, you were saying some things that were just music to my ears and stuff like that. So yes, I'm actually a love and intimacy coach, but I'm also a certified love mystic and sex coach. So this is why, so yes, we get really juicy in my world, that's for sure. And I just have the great honor and distinction of, working with professional women from all over the world, teaching them how to be feminine, teach them how to be in their feminine power, teach them how to be charismatic and seductive, and especially in the presence of high caliber men in life and love. And I call those high caliber men stallions, right? So we're here about attracting stallions so we can get rid of the donkeys is what I call it. So because you got to have humor, you got to laugh, because that's one of the things when it comes to love and intimacy. It's about having joy, it's about having fun, it's about having passion. So it's about really returning that back into the conversation when it comes to romance. And a lot of also what I do is, because I'm also a certified sex coach, in what I do with my ladies, I really address the top 3 reasons relationships fail, which are incompatibility, money, and sex. So all of those are not off the table. They're definitely on the table so that you can have a yummy relationship that stands the test of time with your high caliber man. And so that's how I play in the sandbox with people, because I really work on the femininity training with ladies, because my background, just a little bit of that, is I'm originally from New York City. Right now I'm down in Florida, but I'm originally from New York City, and I was a card-carrying member of women being in their masculine energy, you know what I'm saying? And I even had a 3-piece pinstripe suit on top of that. So I was really, not only was energetically, like Katie, what you were talking about energy, not only was my energy really oozing masculine energy, I was dressed like it too. Oh my God. I mean, I had the tie, girl, I had the tie and everything. the yellow tie, I had on the Oxford shoes. And what I realized was, and I think many ladies that are listening to this right now can actually feel this. It is all of those things that we were told, especially I was raised in the 70s and 80s, you know, all those things are, we have to be tough, we have to be this, we have to, you know, quiet down our feminine energy in order for us to get respect, or in order for us to be listened to, right? And so what happens is that's what a lot of women were taught. That's what a lot of women were programmed to believe, so they can achieve more, at least in a business sense, and also respect, right? What happened though was one of the unintended consequences of that, it made women get very detached from their feminine energy. Whereas right now, a lot of women don't even know what that means, right? They're walking around very masculine. So it's helped so many women in their career to really step into that doing energy, which is, you're great. But here's the unintended. They were taking that energy back home, and guess what happened to their relationships? Torpedo and downhill, right? And so that's where a lot of women, modern women, actually find themselves right now. They find themselves in that quandary. And so I was there as well. And like I said, I was a card carrying member, and it just made life hard. Doing everything that's not in your nature, your natural nature as a woman. So ladies, anybody listening to this, if you're trying to plow through life coming from your masculine energy, that's why you're exhausted. That is exactly why you're exhausted. That's also why you're overthinking. That's also why you're not grounded in who you are. So all of that was all in the soup. And when I got my epiphany to wake up out of that, everything was like totally different. I was no longer dealing with power struggles in my relationships. I was no longer, you know, in these reverse dynamics where the woman is sort of like, you know, carrying the load, and the man is kind of like just, you know, traipsing behind and all this other stuff, which is so backwards in everything else. And so when I realized all of that, and I was like, okay, time for the crazy to stop. What can I do for myself? And that's when I went on my journey to rediscover who I was as a woman. That's when I went on my journey to solve my issues of self-worth as well as self-image, because all of that plays into it. All of it plays into it. I always tell people, because your self-worth is how you value yourself on the inside. And how you value yourself on the inside is how other people are going to value you. This is in an intimate relationship. This is even in, if you have a business to attract clients, or if you're in corporate or working for someone else to actually attract more opportunities to you, right? It all starts from your self-worth. And then that plays into your self-image, is how you project your worth to other people. And how you project your worth to other people is how they're going to treat you. So how are you projecting your energy to men? Because depending on how you're doing that, that's how they're going to treat you. Now, what happens is, that's why I loved your conversation. We were talking about energy, because, you know, I totally get it. And here it's all about being in your feminine energy, because as a woman, that's when you're the most powerful. So it's all about understanding how to utilize it and not squash it down and try to control it, but be friends with it and then use it in an authentic and genuine way, because that's what men are thirsty for. Trust me, that is what men are so hungry for you ladies to be in your feminine energy.
And I just want to, when you said like you had to go on a journey to find, you know, like how to be a woman, it's like, what? That's just like, I know how to do that too, but it's like, that is such a powerful statement.
Yeah. Well, because think of it this way. Back in the day, mothers were teaching daughters how to be the feminine graces, right? That was part of a mom's role, right? Is you are the mom, so you're going to teach your daughter, who will be a woman in the future, the ways of the feminine graces, right? Just like men, their dads would be the lead for the men. You know, many times you'll hear, oh, I learned this from my dad, you know, da 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 da. And so it was like that as well with the women and the moms and ladies, daughters and moms. Well, what happened was, when we hit the second wave of the feminist movement, a lot of things around femininity all of a sudden became, you know, it all of a sudden it became, oh, that is manipulative. Oh, that's weak. Oh, you can't talk this way. You can't dress this way. You can't do da 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 da. Now, mind you, were men being told they have to stop doing and being A, B, C, D? No. Men were not told that. So men kept doing what they were doing. It was only the women that were told that they needed to change and do something else. So that is exactly what happened. And so many women totally, in moms wanting to raise more empowered women, they were like, okay, well, I need to stop teaching my daughters this because it will disempower them, when in a roundabout way, it actually disempowered them in a totally different way that people were not expecting. So what happened was all of that came to the awareness. And this is why in our modern age, we have different waves of the feminist movement, right? They're totally different flavors now of the feminist movement. It's not like one size fits all. So one of the things now in our modern age is actually the lipstick feminist. I don't know if you ladies have heard of that, right? So a lipstick feminist is a woman that is for equal rights, equal pay, all of that loveliness. But here's the difference. She wants to do it like a woman. She wants to do it like a girl. So yes, I could be driving my stick shift sports car, but I'm going to do it in my heels. I'm going to do it in my heels and everything else. So that is the biggest difference that's been going on. And this is why in the past, I would say 15 years or so, or even maybe a little bit longer, you've been seeing a really big push to go back into femininity. But so women can actually get reattached to their true power source. And that's what I work with my ladies. And when I'm working with them in their feminine energy, I'm also teaching them how to understand men all at the same time. And because that's the biggest part why relationships fail is incompatibility. Women not understanding men, men not understanding women. So ladies, though, you only have control over yourself. So that would be, are you healed within your heart? And then do you understand the other half that you want to attract to you? And so that's kind of how we kind of plane the soup together.
Yeah. So, I'm a big proponent. I had to learn it too. I love being feminine with men. I love that power that you have when you use it or decide to use it. So I know you wanted to speak a little bit on the roadmap to a man's commitment and how that all looks like. So we can get into that and talk about that.
Yeah. So one of the first thing to first understand is from a foundational perspective. Like I said, first you have to understand, why do relationships implode, right? And it goes back to self-awareness, because if you're not aware what needs to shift, change, or be altered, then you're not going to be able to have your healing so that you can evolve to the next level. So a lot of times I do a lot of reframing, like I know many coaches do. And one of the things I want ladies to understand is, from my world, you're not broken, right? There are just certain things that you need to work out. And what you're doing is you're actually evolving into the next level of who you are. So even look at the language that you use around that, right? When someone, if you were to say to someone oh, you're broken, how does that feel? That energetically, that doesn't feel too good, right? But when you say that, there are just certain things that are not in alignment within you, and that is why you're getting the results that you're getting, that when you realign those things, then you can evolve to the next level of where you want to go energetically. And so that's kind of the perspective. So the first thing is the top 3 reasons relationships fail, like I said, were incompatibility, which is the majority, then followed by money, and followed by sex, right? And sometimes I mix those up and I kind of flip them because they're both in the 20 percentile. So I'm not going to get into numbers and things like that. And I know for this talk, I provided like a workbook. So that's something that can be provided later if you don't have that in front of you. But what happens is those are the reasons that relationships break up. Now, here's the foundation that all relationships should be based on. And it's my little code, what I call the 4 pillars of love. And those 4 pillars of love are mental, emotional, physical, and sexual. And they show up in men and women in slightly different ways, driven by biology. And that's the other thing to understand, the nature, not only your own nature as a woman, ladies, but it's about understanding a man's nature, because that is actually where half of the sabotage comes from. Half of the sabotage that comes in relationships is, okay, one person not dealing with healing their issues, so they're having some, blow up or trigger and things of that nature. But then the other part of sabotage is when you don't understand how the other half operates, you're going to react in a negative way to actually things that are in their nature and has nothing to do personal with the other person. So it's being misrepresented. And that's where the overthinking and the overprocessing comes from, that women have a tendency to do in a lot of relationships. So those are the 4 pillars of love. And this is what I tell people. You've sat on like right now I'm sitting on a chair that has 4 legs. Everyone has sat on a wonky chair. You can still sit on it, right? You can still sit on it. It will still support you. The 4 pillars of love work the same exact way. They don't have to all be even, but a leg can't be broken. One of the pillars can't be broken, because if you sit on a 4-legged chair and one of the legs is broken, what's going to happen? You're literally going to fall right off. And so that's why if one of your pillars, your love pillars, is broken, your relationship won't be sustainable for the long term. So that's the first thing I want ladies to look at. Which of those pillars are they having a pattern and challenges in? Because that would be one of the pillars that you definitely have to heal and stuff like that.
It's mental, emotional. I'm going to put in the chat box.
Yeah, physical and sexual. Physical and sexual, right?
So those are the 4 pillars.
Yes. And here's the comfort zone. Here's a woman's comfort zone. The mental and emotional is the woman's comfort zone. That is driven by estrogen, right? Estrogen is the domain of the emotion. So think E and E, estrogen emotions, right? Women can do backstrokes in their emotions. They can do pirouettes in their emotions and stuff like that. Whereas men, their comfort zone is physical and sexual, and is also driven by biology because of testosterone. Now, check this out. Women have over 90% more estrogen than men do, and men have over 90% more testosterone than women do. I want you to think about that in the big context, because those hormones estrogen determines you. That's what makes you have boobs, right? Estrogen is what makes a woman have curves. Estrogen is what makes a woman have her cycle and all this other stuff. Whereas with men, and estrogen is domain of emotions and mental. Whereas testosterone, that is responsible for a man having muscles. That is responsible for his voice. That is responsible for a man's aggression, right? Yeah. That's responsible for a man wanting to do and all this other stuff. But testosterone is domain of sexual arousal. This is why sometimes it feels that men have sex on the brain. And when they're younger, in their 20s, trust me, they do, right? And something like that. So when they're 20s, trust me, they do. But when they get older, especially when they start hitting their 20s and 30s, that's when their testosterone starts to dip, right? That's when their testosterone starts to slow down. And with life experience, that balances itself out as men get older. A majority of men, some men, they never outgrow that, right? So you just kind of move on with that particular situation. But ladies, when you know this about men, then you're like, I can take different action with them. There's a different understanding that is there, and you can actually work with that. So those are the 4 pillars of love. That is the foundation area, right? One of those pillars can't be broken. So here's how, in terms of my man code formula, is like the roadmap to a man's commitment. So when you know what kind of to tweak, what to do here and all this other stuff, you'll actually have a path in which you can follow to get you to your desired end destination. So, it calls like your GPS system that will get you there on time kind of situation. So the first thing in the man code, first of all, is really good for you to understand personally, how have you sabotaged yourself in your relationships? So that's the first thing you do need to know. And this is where I sometimes say to people, you have to have a coming Jesus moment with yourself, right?
That's
and
right.
You have to be really radically honest with yourself. This is not about judgment. This is about self-awareness. There is a difference. So for example, if you say, you know what, I am too short-tempered, don't go judging yourself about being short-tempered. Oh my God, this is why I keep wrecking my relationships. And don't do that, because that is just feeding into that energy some more. But when you say you have some self-awareness that, okay, you're even too judgmental, you go, okay, note to self, what that I can now do? Why am I being judgmental? What is behind that? Then you can start exploring behind some of those sabotaging behaviors. But first you need to know how you're sabotaging. Then the next thing you need to know in terms of to really get crystal clear is, what is your man pattern? So I always ask all my ladies, what is your man pattern? So here's examples of man patterns. Do you attract men that are emotionally unavailable? I'm going to talk about that in a second. Do you attract men that are emotionally unavailable? Another man pattern, do you attract men that are cheaters? Do you attract men that are moochers, right? And things of that nature. Do you attract men that never have time? They're always busy, never have
I got
time.
that one. I got
All
a
right.
lot of time, people.
Huh?
I got a lot of time because I live in Los Angeles, so everyone's busy working trying to pay their mortgage or their rent. In Los Angeles, it's tough over here.
Yeah,
But
you know,
I get the time thing, yeah. The workers.
yeah. And it's crazy. It's all these things. And what happens is look and see about the pattern in your relationships. Even if you're in a steady relationship right now, in a pattern in your relationship, do you have bad communication? In your relationship, do you have power struggles? Is a pattern in your relationship? That was one of my patterns. One of my patterns was power struggles because I wanted to wear the pants. And if I was wearing the pants, how can my man wear the pants? Two of us can't be wearing the pants at the same time and things of that nature. And so it really kind of gets into, it's not one or the other, his way or her way. It is literally a melding of the two, which I call egalitarian relationships, where whoever has the strength in a particular area, they take the lead. All right.
Yeah, I like that.
So like, for example, in all my relationships, guess who is handling the money? Me. Because I'm really good at it and I enjoy doing it. And the men were like, okay, you do that, and things of that nature. So that's what I'm kind of talking about here. So first of all, it's kind of really looking and seeing what your sabotaging behavior is, and then the pattern that your man pattern is. So once you have that, okay, so here's how you then look and see how the formula works. And there's an opportunity, I can get even deeper into this. So the first part of the formula is mind power, which I call, when you have that mind power, which also is around mental seduction and mental stimulation, this actually positions you as a man's confidant, right? I want you, because there are correlations to everything in a relationship. Because if you don't understand the correlation, then it's just like one more thing on your to-do list that you want to do. We all have too many to-do lists, right? So here it's about being, not doing, okay? We're human beings, not human doings, and we've gotten programmed into being human doings. And this is why we're very disconnected from our nature, all right? Because we're not listening. We're not taking the time, like Katie was saying as well. We're not doing that. So the first thing is your mind power. Everything starts in the mind, all right? Your mind could be your best friend or your worst enemy, right? And so it depends on what you want to do there, but it can't stay in your mind. So one of the things I put in the chat is like, you can't just woo, you also have to do. And I actually got that I got that phrase from another coach that I was interviewing. And I said, girl, I'm going to use that because that's stellar. And she was like, that's perfect. So this is to position you as his confidant, because this is how that works. And this is why. One, when you understand how a man thinks, that is how you capture his heart. All right. When you understand how he thinks, it's easier for you to capture his heart. Also, understanding how men think actually automatically starts to eliminate sabotaging behavior. At least 50% of your sabotaging behavior in a relationship coming from understanding how men are. Right? This all comes from, and all of what I'm sharing here is what's going to lead you being a man's confidant, which is the position that you want. The other thing is when you can get into a man's head, that is what also starts the thrill of the chase in a relationship. And men need that. Men need to chase you, ladies. Here is why. A man values what they have to work to get, because men are very competitive. Men are competitive. And so what happens is that competitiveness is baked in them, as it makes them feel powerful. It makes them feel the leader. They can be the king of their castle. But here's what that also is. It says to a man, he can be a good provider, right? I'm going to be a provider. I'm going to be protecting my family, my woman, my household. So all of that goes into that. So what happens is, so that's why men value what they have to work to get. If they don't work to receive something and it's too easy for them, this is how they think. Oh, you know what? If any guy can get that, what makes it so special? If she's willing to throw, right? If she's willing to give me this and throw this at me and pay for this and do this, what do I need to do? That's exactly how men think. So this is why you don't chase a man. This is why and I always tell you, when you go on a date with a man, don't even look at your purse.
Oh no.
Sit right there.
Oh no. Oh no.
Don't even look at your purse. Don't even do this. Not even with your eyes, like you're looking at your wallet. No. And even in our modern society, when you go out, the server will still give the check to the man. He is still going to do that. Let the server do that, because what happens is, even in something as simple as that, you're actually training and teaching a man how to treat you. Even in that simple act right there. So all of this is part of mind power. And this is how you become your man's confidant. Now, that's if you want to start a relationship. But if you're currently in a relationship, you still need to stimulate your partner's mind to nurture the relationship along the way. So the same things you do to attract your partner are the same things you need to do to keep him. All right. So you have to remember that. So that's the first checkpoint, right? When it comes to the man code. Now, the second one is sex appeal. Okay. Sex appeal. So that would be more attuned to that sex pillar, right? The sexual pillar in the 4 pillars of love. So that's sex appeal. And so ladies, this is so you position yourself as your man's sex symbol. Now, why would you want to be your man's sex symbol? I think because you don't want somebody else to be your man's sex symbol. As simple as that, right? It's as simple as that. And so what happens is women are naturally seductive because seduction comes through estrogen. And here's another biology lesson that you're gonna get, because all of this comes into our sabotaging behavior. All right. What happens is women are naturally seductive. So think about the animal kingdom, because we're all part of that animal kingdom. No matter how much we think we're not, we are, right? So what they say, when you want to catch a predator, what do you need to do to catch a predator? You have to be a little bit more crafty in your head, and you have to lure them in. How do you lure something in? You have to seduce it in, right? And so that's how you capture prey. Well, men are predatorial because of their testosterone. That's why they want to chase, because they're predatorial. And so women, to even out the energies, if one half is predatorial, what does the other half need to be in order for there to be harmony? The other half has to be able to seduce and let in if one is the predator. This is how we were designed to be. So here's the feminine power definition of seduction, because y'all have been taught the wrong thing. We've been taught from patriarchy, right? That seduction was manipulation, which was used to control you. Remember that. It was used to control you, control us wild females. Remember back in the day where hysteria was a mental condition or a physical condition? The woman just needed an orgasm, and they had a medical condition called hysteria and all this other stuff, right? So this should tell you something. So when it comes to the feminine power definition of seduction, seduction is having the keen ability to be able to entice someone to do something that they want to do anyway. It's because you create a safe place for them to come out and play with you. And in the safety, they take their mask off. The mask that they're showing the world, but they will show you their authenticity. That is true seduction. All right. Yeah. And it's a win-win situation. Yes.
Yeah, I love that. I love that because, and I think it's true. Like some people might not like hearing that necessarily, but as we know, if you piss us off, the first thing that shuts down is no action, dude. Yeah. I mean, that we know the power of our sex. Like whether we use it or not, or think we should or not, is another thing. But as soon as that fight happens, we're like, you're cut off, dude.
Yes. In the islands, we call that the power of the punani.
Yeah, the power of the punani. So I'm into the power of the punani. I mean, I think it's really, I mean, maybe my pillars might be sexual, might be my but it's healthy, and I feel like, I excel.
Well, you see, here's the other thing where I don't want ladies to be afraid of this, because it
Yeah.
is powerful. And
Yes.
you know what also is connected to your sex center? Like if any of you are into the chakras, right? The energy centers in your body, that's your second chakra. What else is in your second chakra? Money. That is the other energy that is in your second chakra, is money. So many times when women are shut down sexually, they have challenges with money. Because they're both in the same energy center and stuff like that. Because both of them are emotional. Money is emotional, sex is emotional, relationships are emotional. And so, yes, yeah, girl, talk about the money. And so it's all there. So when you're able to really play friends with it, like seduction is a win-win situation.
Yeah.
Because you feel good and they feel good. This is what we have been programmed and brainwashed to think, that seduction was manipulation. But here's what manipulation is. Manipulation is enticing someone to do something they don't want to do, but you want them to do.
Yeah.
So you feel good because you're getting your way, but they feel like crap because they feel coerced. So here are the faces of manipulation. So I want everyone to be really clear what these faces of manipulation are. Guilt, shame, fear, judgment. So those are the faces of manipulation. Now, parents do it to kids, unfortunately, right? Parents do it to kids in terms of discipline. But where else do you get that treatment? In certain institutions, right? Certain institutions use guilt and shame and fear to control you. And that's what manipulation truly is, because they want you to do what they want to do. I always tell a lot of ladies, if you're having a really hard time with a particular belief, structure, or system, what that is telling you is you're trying to retrofit someone else's belief onto your life. And it's actually not your belief to keep. And it's a belief that needs to go by the wayside. Because many times that's where our suffering comes from. That's what our struggle comes from, is we're trying to hold on to a belief that's been shoved down our head that actually doesn't belong to us. And that's why it's causing disharmony. So the sex appeal and the sex symbol, that is actually you being in your feminine power at the highest frequency and authenticity of you as a woman. Because men crave seductive women, because this is what happens. When you are in your seductive energy, you are showing up in part in your divine feminine. When you are showing up in your divine feminine, it gives men the permission to show up in their divine masculine in their relationship. So you will have a man that will show up for you as an empowered man. Okay. That's the power of doing this and allowing. So feminine energy is also about being open to receive, being open, welcoming, and inviting. And so that's one of the things when I'm coaching my ladies, I tell them, okay, here's what masculine energy looks and feels like. Here's what feminine energy looks and feels like, so that they can have a clear vision within themselves. And then we go, okay, here's how you meld it together so it can work powerfully for you. All right. And so it really gets into that. And so the other thing is, when you are your man's sex symbol, ladies, it appeals to a man's primal nature driven by his testosterone. Okay. Driven by that. And so he'll want to, oh my goodness, I need to really get to know her and everything else like that. And men react more profoundly by what they see and then by what they hear and smell afterwards. And this is all of those senses, right, that you're tapping into. And so this is how you become a man's love drug, is what I say. So part of it is really learning, ladies, to play with a man's nature, because this is a man's nature. It's about learning how to play. And I say play, not manipulate, not control, not process, not any of that. Play.
I like that.
Yes.
I like play, because I think there's many years ago, I would have resisted all of this.
Why? And share with people why. Share with people why you would have resisted it years ago. I think it's important.
Because it would have been, I would have felt weak. I would have felt like not genuine. I would have felt like I'm giving them like vulnerable and they'll take advantage of me.
So okay, can I say something about
all that stuff used to come up years ago, but now I'm like, I want to play and have a good time.
Well, because what happened, so
Yeah.
everything that you said, so thank you so much, Amy, for sharing
Yeah.
that. And I think it was really important for people to hear that, because I know there are people listening who are that same exact situation.
Mhm.
I was like that myself. I was like, no, all this other stuff. That is actually a product of our programming. That is a product of how women were manipulated out of their own power.
Yep.
That is a product of that language that comes up, right? Because what happens is it created generations of self-loathing women, and now women are trying to get back to who they are while maintaining their power that they've accumulated over the last 50 years and things of that nature, which is one of the shockers for last year with the pandemic. Women were afraid of, all the progress that they've made all these years, sliding back. And so here's about balancing that, maintaining all of the advancements that we have over the decades, and we still have work we need to do in that area. Our work there is not done. But here is now we're moving into, we want to do it from our powerful nature, not pretending to be like a dude, right? It's totally, totally different. And so what happens is when you have the mind power going and the sex appeal, here's one thing. The mind power is the inner game. The sex appeal is the outer game, right? The mind power is coming from self-worth. The sex appeal is coming from self-image, and the two work together. It's not one or the other, it's both together. So when you're rocking that first half, that's the first half of the formula, that makes a man feel good about himself when he's in your presence. And ladies, when a man feels good about himself when he's in a woman's presence, he will want to go for more and more and more and more, right?
Yes.
And that's a whole happy drug that I right?
I love the happy drugs.
That's a whole happy drug, and it's all natural and everything else. Now, you did say something, Amy, which a lot of women are afraid of. And I'll be honest, I was also going through the vulnerability. When not just women, I think this is people in general, because even men, so this is not a male-female thing. When people hear vulnerability, it's almost like a 4-letter word, okay? It's almost like they said a 4-letter word, and you can hear people in headlights, right? And it's like a deer in headlights. And I want to reframe vulnerability for people so it can be a little bit friendlier. Think about your vulnerability is, ask yourself, are you being authentic right now? So are you being authentic and genuine with yourself right now? That means taking the blinders off and being honest with you. So that's the first thing. And then the other thing is, when you're in your connections with people, just ask yourself, am I showing up authentically with the person that I'm engaging with right now? And if you are showing up authentically, you're also being vulnerable, because you can't show up authentically for someone and your vulnerability somewhere in the closet, right? And things of that nature. You need to have them both. So, and I always tell people, vulnerability is not sharing your entire life on Facebook. That's not vulnerability either, right? That's just someone seeking attention and things of that nature. So about not being afraid of that. So if you feel more comfortable viewing it as being authentic, or viewing it as being genuine, just start there, right? Start there and be friends with it. So once that's going on, because when a man feels good, that's chemistry. That is all about chemistry. And when the chemistry is there, especially on both sides, it leads to the second half of the formula, which then leads to the commitment. So the third checkpoint would be. So
I'm gonna come in here, because we're gonna jump in here. I know, because we got to get to the round table, then we're gonna wrap it up. But
yes,
it's all in here, right? Your free gift.
Yes. Well, the free gift I have with everyone is, I have a training that when you want to go deeper into all of this, and I'm actually doing a 4-part training where I'm going deeper, which is get him to commit, right? And it's talking about the 4 love secrets that inspire a man's love, right? And so this is for if you're wanting to be in a new relationship to attract, or if you're in an existing relationship to keep the love going for the long term. And so what happens is, I'm just going through the man code formula in that 4-part training, because it's over 30 days. So it's 30 days. And each week I'm going to be going into detail, training everyone on, all right, to be his confidant, ding, 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 ding. Here's how the training will go. And so that is the free gift that I'm actually giving everyone. So you can know how to be a man's confidant. You can know how to be his sex symbol. To position yourself to be in his castle is the third stop with the physical intimacy. And the fourth part of that with the formula is emotional connection, which is to be in his heart. So everything I'm sharing here, I'm going to be going through it. It will be live and everything else. So it's coaching and training over 30 days. And that's going to be coming up actually next month and stuff like that. So that's a free gift that I'm giving everyone, that they can go a lot deeper in this, in the teaching.
That's awesome. Thank you for that. I might take that one.
Oh, by all means.
You know, if everyone, as I said, I'm a dater. I'm out there. If anyone knows anyone in the Los Angeles area, I'm available.
And it's a lot of fun. It's so much fun.
All right, so I'm gonna popcorn some questions in, and let's get to just answering in your own vein of expertise and how that kind of. I'm trying to think of something that would go for both. So let's talk about relationships, and let's talk about the struggle is in the relationship, and let's talk about us showing up as ourselves. Like, what does it look like to show up as yourself in a relationship? I mean, you personally. Like, let's hear about your story and the shift in the feeling and the courage and the difference, how it is to how you're showing up differently, or what's working, what's not working, lessons learned. I think this is all very important.
Well, first of all, the first thing in terms of showing up is, what kind of connection do you want to have with this person?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because that's one of the first things when you look at how you're going to show up is, what kind of connection do I want to have? And so, say for example, because I was working with a client this morning, and she said that she wanted to have more of a spiritually and emotionally fit and healthy connection with her partner. Okay. So then the first thing I said to her, I was like, all right, then the first thing that's part of that is, how are you actually being that for yourself? So how are you showing up spiritually fit and healthy? What are the things that you are doing? So then we were sitting there, I said, well, for example, one of those things could be meditation, right? That can be one of the things that you're doing to be more spiritually as well as emotionally fit and healthy. So part of it is, how are you showing up for what it is that you would like to attract? That's like the very first thing. So when I'm working with ladies, and because there's a quality man blueprint that my ladies have to do in one of my courses, which focuses on the 7 relationship pillars. So it includes the 4 pillars of love, but there are 3 more that go with that, which are social, financial, and spiritual. So what happens is, when you want to attract someone, the very next thing you have to say though is, how am I aligned with the very thing that I want to attract? And then start being that now, not when the person shows up, then I'll step into that power, or then I'll step into that action. So that's what I also do for myself personally. That's what I totally do for myself. I always focus on the connection. I always focus on the feeling first, not what can I get out of this, what's going on and all. No, what is the feeling? And I get into that first. How would I like to play, right? How would I like to engage? So you think about that first. And when you do that, when you're then interacting with your love or new people or whatever, you will be in your most powerful, and you won't be manipulated. That's the other thing.
Right.
When you know how you want to show up, then it's less likely that you will be manipulated. It's when you don't know how you want to show up, when you don't know what it is that you want, then you can be easily manipulated. Because then anybody could tell you whatever, and then you follow that and things of that nature. So that's the first thing that's the first thing I always do. And I went from, at one point in my life, being a man hater, because when I was in my 20s, unfortunately, I was in a relationship where there was domestic violence. So, you know, I've healed. I went from being a man hater in my 20s to loving men now, because men are really delicious. Right? Men are really delicious, and women have had a really tough time, and so have men, but in totally different ways. Totally different ways. And so this is why when a woman understands men, and you're in contact with a man that actually sees that, this is how a man will react from that. They will go, wow, she gets me. Mm-hmm. She can understand. And when a man feels that, he will then come closer into you. And he will say, you know, I want to get to know her better, because she seems to kind of get what I'm all about. I want to see what she is all about. So when it comes to relationships, don't focus on what you don't want. Focus on what you do want.
That's good.
Focus on what you do want. And because the first thing is, when, like Amy, if somebody were to ask you, hey, what do you want in a relationship? And if you were to say, well, I don't want a man that's a cheater, and I don't let it, it's like, okay, you told me everything that you don't want. What do you want?
Yeah, that's important. That's
really
an important distinction, because we always go to what we don't want. Katie, what do you have for us? Jump on in, Katie.
Well, you know, I'm listening to all of this and I'm like, I don't know how I did it, but somehow, geez, by God, I cracked the code. Because I had my personal history, you know, I struggled with love. I struggled with relationships. Like, you know, it's no secret. If you look at me, it's like, hi, I think I have a lot of sex appeal. It's like, that's not hard. And just meeting like men see me, oh, boobies and blonde hair. That's a pretty lady. And it was really hard to kind of come into my own power and understanding of self-worth, self-value. I did not date for almost 10 years. I didn't try to call in this amazing relationship that I have. I wasn't looking for him. I stopped looking, right? And I spent such an intense period of time healing myself, learning how to value myself, learning how to love myself, like really, truly getting to the core of just me and like what I want, what makes me valuable, and stopping all that other nonsense. And the beauty of doing it that way is that you're not even looking. It's like 90% of the time, anything that's ever happened to me that's been miraculous and amazing, like I was never looking for it. You know, I have this beautiful home on the water. I really wasn't looking for it. It just fell from the sky one day. And I'm like, is this real? How did I do this? You know, like my car, this relationship I have now. And so I always come back to that just reminder of the fact that a lot of times it really doesn't have to be that hard. And that's what I was struck by, the relationship I have. His name is Patrick. And, you know, I met him and I was like, oh my God, like this man is going to, like, he's going to do what he says he's going to do. Like he said he'll be there at 7:00 on Saturday, and like, he's going to be there. And he said he's going to bring wine, and he's not just going to bring wine. He's going to bring like 3 bottles. And, you know, like he's already thinking about, you know, do I need firewood for my fire pit? Like, whoa, this is crazy. And the interesting thing is that when we open ourselves up like that and we really see ourselves as valuable and sacred, I mean, it's miraculous. To me, it's like, it was the most magnificent thing, because I'm like, I don't know how I did this. I mean, I know how I did it, but I didn't try. And then the relationship just continues to amaze me, just because here is this man who's emotional and understanding and compassionate and kind and present and like loves food, which is like, I don't know if that's so good for my body, but it's delicious. Intimacy, like all of these things. And the thing that I've learned is that it really does continually challenge me to continue to show up vulnerably and have no expectations. And when I do find myself coming up against a fear, or a trauma, or, you know, an old experience, catching myself and seeing, okay, like, you know, this thing is happening and it's reminding me of this thing. And, you know, what Patrick isn't Tom, and Tom was the, you know, my relationship from many years ago who I thought I was going to marry. And, you know, and I'm like, they're not the same person. It's not kind of me to project somebody else's behaviors onto him, because he's not that, you know, that's not him. And just to kind of stay open, you know, it's just, it really did kind of like shock me, because like I said, I wasn't looking for it. I really wasn't looking for love in that way. And that's, everyone was like, oh my God, it's a miracle. Like, she hasn't been in a relationship in 11 years. Wow. You know, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm in the sweetest way, because I just wasn't dating. And I think that that's the beauty of it, is like, sometimes it doesn't have to be hard. And that was what struck he and I, was when I met him, I was introduced to him via a friend. And the night I met him, you know, I was like, I don't know. And then at the end of the night, he and I were talking about some common challenges that we shared. And he gave me a hug. And when he hugged me, it was like, I felt our heart walls move. Like, I felt it, he felt it. And we were like, did you feel that? And he's like, yeah, you know, I felt that too. And it was just like, wow, I've never been that vulnerable. I've never been that open. And to have the ability to kind of have that experience, to me, is a testament of what healing does, because I'm someone who was sexually abused and assaulted, and like, you know, we don't have time to get into all of it, but I didn't trust anyone.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. It's when you click with someone, that's lovely. I had that once in a beautiful relationship. But I think for now, for me, what I'm going through in my dating and putting myself out there, is that it's just interesting how much more connected I am from human to human. Not what can you do for me? What can you give me? It's just I go on these dates. I'm like, this is just a human connection. And that's what because I feel that's how I'm going to be able to read their energy and see what I'm getting from that, what I feel from that. Because I feel like people could say a lot of things, but when you are in a conversation with someone and you have an exchange of energy, the truth is there. Like, the truth is always in that energy. They could be saying one thing and there's something inside of me. So it's been an interesting couple of years of like, okay, there's no expectation. This is a feeling of energy. Do I feel good around this person? And that's like my first indication. And I think letting go of the expectations is also where things really get to blossom. That's where the freedom is letting go of those expectations that somehow they're going to give you something, or that it has to be a perfect date, or he has to look a certain way. You know what I mean? And so I've just been, I mean, it's hard to get a date in LA sometimes because it's hard to get them off those apps. But, you know, I do actually pretty well in LA. But yeah, that's just my exchange. It's nothing. It's just that's my beautiful learning of like my self-love and just being okay by myself and having that energy of self-contained energy of openness, you know? You can unmute yourself, Stacey.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Sorry, Stacey.
Yeah.
There, to piggyback on one of the things you were saying, Amy, in terms of meeting and connecting and stuff like that, and what a person can do, part of it is participate and get involved in things that bring you joy.
Yeah.
Participate and get involved in things that are like a passion. Because especially with everything going on with the pandemic, and it's changed the way people are relating to each other and connecting with each other, there are certain things in the dating space that actually the pandemic made a little better. of ways versus making it worse. There are certain things that actually made it better, especially for women. And part of that is with the Zoom dating. So women are actually getting to connect with men and do that even before they see them in person. So there's a better sense of security. And then you can actually see in their background, okay, how do they live? You know, what's behind them? You know, is it disheveled and all this other stuff? Because not everybody pays attention what's in their background when they're in Zoom, right?
Especially guys. Guys
yes,
are the worst.
So it's a good way to see, okay, even our styles and our living habits, are they even compatible? And then when they do see each other face to face, it doesn't feel like two strangers passing in the night. They actually feel that it's more about connecting with a friend because they've built that. So the other thing, though, is connecting through things that bring you joy, because what happens is you're still focusing on you and your energy. Mm-hmm. And then what happens is when you're meeting people that are enjoying the same activities you are, it's an easy in to really start to develop something even a little bit more from that. And it's all about common interests. Now, that is something that's coming back into the dating space. With all of the modern technology, a lot of the old ways, right, or the classic ways of meeting kind of went out the way by the dodo. But what happens is some of them actually are coming back, and people are finding they're enjoying themselves a whole lot more. So, even in my current dating situation, like last year, I had stepped away from a relationship that I've been in for 6 years, right? And we're still friends. He texted me this morning because he's on a work assignment in another country. But what happens is, I said, I want to step back because I realized I've been coupled for almost 20 years. Yeah. And I was like, what? And last year, everybody was pivoting. Everybody was rethinking, including coaches, including myself. Yes. I was re-examining several relationships that I was in. So, I was touched by it as well, right? I didn't go unscathed. And it was an opportunity to really examine what relationships are worth keeping. And then what relationships need to go. Right? Yeah. They just need to go away. And this is for your own mental and emotional sanity, where that is concerned, so you can be happier. So I did the same examination, and I was like, I just want to have some me time. I want to have some me time. I want to reinforce what's going on with me. And then now, this year, it's about getting back out. Yes. Into the scene. And so with that, it's going to be a little bit different for me, because like for 10 years, I was a polyamorous woman. So polyamory is another relationship dynamic. It's an open relationship dynamic. So for like 10 years, I had 2 men that were always in my life, and everybody knew about it. Right. Everything was above board, all of that stuff. So I definitely had some man abundance. And this is why I teach women how to understand it. Right. And so this is why I teach women how to understand men. I'll be honest with you, at first, and this is a vulnerable, at first I was like, if you know that I have this dynamic, they're going to be judgmental, all this other stuff, And then it was actually a male coach when I was at a business function who said, what better woman to teach women how to attract men than one that can have more than one? That's true. And he goes, think about that. And I was like, and he goes, that goes to your credibility. And I was like, dude, you're right. So it was actually a guy. It was a male coach that pointed that out and everything else. And so there's a way. So I also coach people that want to do alternative relationship dynamics, because there are a lot of coaches that don't touch on that. And right. I've found there's so many people, they say judgmental. And it's like, all people want is to be accepted. All people want to do is be heard. Mm-hmm. All people want is love, and all people want is connection. So let's give it to them, right? Let's see how that can work out. And well, so I'm excited. I'm definitely excited how this is all going to play out once we open up. And me, with my freedom as being one of my superpowers and curiosity, I'm ready to embark on this. But I want to say that, ladies, this is so we're ending our time together, and I know we missed Susan today. I don't know what happened to her, but we had each other,
And this was a beautiful experience. And so can you give our listeners one takeaway, one sentence, a feeling, a lesson learned, something that inspires? And who wants? Katie, you want to go first?
Sure. Well, in the spirit of what we were talking about today, I think that something really fun to keep in mind is just this concept of not that there's any such a thing as failure, but this thing of, like, I heard the other day, like, if you're going to fail forward, meaning don't be afraid to put yourself out there. And if you just sit on your behind, thinking about it and never actually show up for yourself and take action, right, you'll never actually get to taste it or experience it or feel it. And so that's really just my thing I wanted to just end with is don't be afraid to, put yourself out there and to take that risk and to jump in and believe in yourself and be like, damn straight, I deserve, I deserve to be happy, and I deserve to have love and money and like everything I want. And there's no shame in that. And by golly, I'm going to go out there and get it. So go freaking out there and get it. And if I can help you get it, please let me know. I would love to help you. But you won't get it if you sit on your butt doing nothing. And I learned that myself. I got a nice butt and I sat on it for many years. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Katie. All right. Takeaway.
The one takeaway is about being in your feminine self-confidence, because you are a delicious woman. And so be proud of being the woman that you are. And we're all unique in our own ways. So find your uniqueness, what makes you unique. You're not a carbon copy of someone else. And also the other thing is, when you are in your feminine self-confidence, men find confidence so sexy. It is an aphrodisiac, especially to high quality men. And what I just said there was really focusing on you, because when you're happy with who you are, it's like, think of it this way, ladies. Like there's a still pond and you throw that pebble in the pond and has those reverberating waves that go out. Well, ladies, when you are in your divine feminine, when you are happy, you're like that pebble that was thrown in the pond, and your energy gets out and other people can feel that. And so it really starts by focusing on you being healthy. What makes you happy? What brings you joy? What brings you passion? And so you first have to identify that. What brings you happiness? And then the other thing from that is then identify what is taking away that happiness. What is stealing that happiness from you? And so when you then identify what's stealing that happiness from you, then that's actually the first step that this is what I actually need to focus on in this immediate moment to start to shift this. And you just do it one step at a time. You didn't get this way none of us got this way overnight. So it's not going to unravel overnight. And so we've gotten used to this instant gratification kind of situation. So, and it doesn't work that way with if it was like that and I had a pill, we'd all be rich, right? We all wish that we'd be rich, right? But it doesn't work that way. But it's only one step at a time. Don't look at, oh my God, this is so monumental, and then you shut down. Give yourself grace. Give yourself grace. So I would say step into your feminine self-confidence in a fun and yummy way. And then you will then be that magnet of attraction to enjoy more of that coming into your life.
I love that. All right, ladies. Well, thank you so much for participating. As I say, I really appreciate all of the experts that I have on this panel. And every time you're speaking, Stacey, I'm getting like yummy. I'm ready.
So join me for my...
Oh, yes.
Get him to commit then. So we're going to have more yumminess there, trust me.
All right, ladies, we'll have a beautiful rest of your day. And thank you again for your insights and participating with the Unstoppable You. And unmute yourself and say bye.
Bye.
Thank you. And Amy, thank you very much for hosting and inviting. And I look forward to talking with some more of the people who would like to
Yes.
take it a little bit further. And great meeting you, Katie.
You too. Have a great day. Thanks.
All right.
All
Bye,
right,
you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, that's the end of our Unstoppable You. Unfortunately, we missed out with Susan Ball. She somehow missed this conversation, but we hope that she's okay. Again, thank you for taking this journey with me. May 25th, 26th, and 27th. So very soon, a couple weeks, week and a half from now, we will have the Unstoppable You men's edition with 18 men over 3 days and myself. So that's going to be totally exciting. And I hope that you stay within our community to go ahead and participate in that event. Now, if you'd like to produce a one-day event, you can get a hold of me in the Calendly link. And my team and I will produce your one-day event for you. We can have a conversation. If you're looking to expand your business, if you're looking to expand your reach, if you're looking to make a difference and really get your passion for people and for helping others, go ahead and contact us and contact me, and then I will get my team aligned with you and your message. And I thank you again for participating in the Unstoppable You live stream. You are the reason why this live is here today. And with love and light and energy, this has been a very energetic 2 days. Have a beautiful rest of your day. All right. Bye-bye. Thank you, guys.